The story begins in the midst of a dispute over the identity of the man's child. He believed that she could become an alchemist if he taught her well. The woman at that moment answered him that Ailette was born with the talent of a chef, and therefore it would make her famous. Another woman also intervened in the conversation. She asked the two of them not to talk nonsense because they need to get closer to the aristocracy and find a good match for marriage. As a result, they continued to arguing about whose fate would be better for Ailette Rodaline. Here it is, a child loved by everyone. Ailette Rodaline certainly deserves it. She, or rather our heroine, is resurrected at level S. It all began with the age of the great resurrected ones. The news reported an explosion of unconnected deaths and mysterious disappearances across the country. The age of the great resurrected is a mystical phenomenon that alarmed the population. There is some debate on the internet that the cause of the strange phenomenon was reincarnation. If you look at random videos of deaths recorded on phones, you can find something in common. They all received messages offering to ensure their lives, just like our heroine. While the doctor stood over the woman and tried to somehow help, at the last moment she managed to agree to the proposal. A moment later, there was emptiness. However, a message appeared that it was registered. A moment later, the girl woke up to the playback of her number. Looking around, she was perplexed because she found herself in a completely different populated place. It was quite lively here. The staff of this place determined the results, history, and genre of the resurrected. One of the readers got an F rank. As soon as the woman told her, the girl was very happy about this news. Her story was to protect the rebels by being a princess. Our heroine asked herself in bewilderment what was happening here, when suddenly her name was shouted behind her, reminding her that it was her turn. As soon as the girl turned around, to her horror, she found a dog with a tablet. The dog answered her that she was the person in charge of the headquarters for the assessment of the resurrected. Our heroine asked what kind of headquarters this was. The dog, looking at his tablet, told the reader that she was dead. And this was the afterlife. The girl, of course, was seriously scared. She couldn't believe that she was really dead. The assistant told her that in their day the gods in charge of global public works were interested in content. Webtoons, games, movies, etc. become masterpiece novels. If God works hard, he can bring peace to life. A project is currently underway to send the dead souls of Earth to the recreated world. Of course, not everyone can become a resurrected one, but he is sure that she is well suited for resurrection, considering that she was summoned here earlier than expected. The dog asked the girl if she would like to apply for a certain genre, but she could not answer right away. Everything was too wild. After a moment, she gathered her courage, and with sparkles in her eyes, she asked to be sent to a romantic fantasy. She can be confident as a reader who has mastered all genres. The rope and parenting genre does not require much effort to complete. This is the best genre. She began to tell her life story, starting with the fact that she was not loved by her adoptive family and ending with the fact that she lost her house and insurance, and then completely died. The girl screamed, saying that she wanted to forget about her past life and enjoy the love of her family by becoming the main character of a child care novel. The dog smiled and told her that he would take into account her request, but now he would need to wait a little. Within a moment, the girl began to observe the results on the monitor screen, but what she saw shocked her a little. The story was Reincarnation to Save the World, a fantasy genre with endless resurrection, and the difficulty level is S. The dog congratulated the girl, saying that only 1 out of 100,000 gets this level. All the people gathered around and discussed the girl's S level in bewilderment. Besides, it was the original story of Seguwe. Seguwe is a world destroyed by the outbreak of the underworld, and the main heroine from the order dies, and dies again. The girl sighed heavily and asked who exactly she would turn into. The dog said that he would make her a cute little girl, who of course would have pink hair. Next, he began to compile her story. This is the daughter of a simple servant, who is commanded by the main character. Our heroine, in bewilderment, began to say that even trees on the street provide more benefits. The dog didn't want to listen to her and almost immediately began sending her through the gate. He began to say in a calm voice that she should not worry, because the system for controlling the resurrected would be necessary for her. At that moment, the dog was shocked. Looking at the girl, he screamed and told her that she was the first buyer of the full package of resurrection life insurance. The dog immediately told her that she definitely didn't have to worry. The girl asked what it was, and he just madly said that now he understood why she had an S level. She is the only one who was so lucky during the resurrection. Moreover, she is the only buyer in the whole world. All people were jealous of our heroine. In any case, the dog screamed again and told her that under no circumstances should she delay going through the gate any longer, because she would have the protection of God himself. This really surprised the girl. At this moment, something strange began to happen. Within a moment, she fell and began to energetically fly into the abyss, continuing, of course, to scream. A window appeared in front of the palace that appeared, talking about the privilege of a full life insurance package. There was a period of training, support for rapid growth, as well as payment of money. During training, the survival difficulty is adjusted to Class F, and the range is limited. Since the genre of the original is endless reincarnation, a round of the original is assigned, which will begin after training. The girl gradually woke up, just at the moment when the system was loading. A moment later, she jumped up, not understanding what, where, or who she was. The girl looked around. Finally, coming to her senses, she remembered that she had died earlier, which means that what she saw was not a dream. Approaching the mirror, our heroine immediately screamed, because reincarnation really existed. The system then said that the synchronization with Alet Rodaline was complete. 10 minutes later, the girl finally adapted, and looking in the mirror, she could only think about how beautiful she was. However, she could not understand what she needed to do, because she was simply shoved into this body and forced to play in it. Moreover, this is the body of the daughter of an aristocrat, who abuses power in relation to the main character. How so? She needs to find out which of the aristocrats. At that very moment, a complete map of Count Gillette's castle appeared in front of her face. There was also a warning that the Gillette couple's son is a scoundrel. Seeing this message, our heroine slammed her fist into her palm. She knew who he was. Countess Gillette's son is a bully. He was originally the son of a fencing master, but was not talented and bought a knighthood with money. In the original, he almost died while trying to go into the dungeon, but he was saved by the kind protagonist. The main character did not want a reward, but the scoundrel said that he would reimburse everything and took the count to his mansion. However, our heroine knew what happens to people who meet such scoundrels. The scoundrel showed himself to be a good mercenary to the main character, and when he arrived at the estate, he washed his hands of it and kicked the guy out. As soon as the main character leaves his castle, an explosion of the underworld occurs nearby, and the castle is incinerated by evil spirits. Looking out the window, Alette thought that the sweet potato period was a long episode, but compared to another disaster. The disaster that will unfold at the Gillette estate will be enough to escape from here. The problem was that it could happen anywhere, anytime. The underworld is already spreading throughout the world like a tumor, and the explosion will only take lives. Our heroine, falling to the ground, became a little sad. Once the real story begins, only death will await it. If only she knew the original in detail. Resurrection to Save the World is something she read when she was in high school. The girl screamed, telling the system that not all readers remember stories so well. If she had read it once and remembered everything, she would have entered the best university in Seoul. At this moment, the space began to distort, and a menu appeared in front of our heroine, notifying about combined training. The girl was shocked to be heard. The system said that all books purchased or read by the resurrected person during his or her lifetime should be kept. Ailette immediately found Resurrection to Save the World. She was very glad that she bought and read it during her lifetime. Quickly flipping through the pages of the book, she saw all the chapters, and luckily, she had the last chapter. Breathing out a sigh of relief, she realized that this would improve her chances of survival. At this moment, she thought, what if you call the system and ask something else? The girl decided so. She asked what else she didn't have in her pocket. The system immediately said that she would immediately receive a lump sum payment of cash. Ailette was a little surprised. A moment later, gold coins rained down from the sky. She was at a loss because everything that surrounded her now consisted only of gold. The system also added that monetary compensation is based on the living conditions before the death of the bearer. As a result, she had 120 million in insurance. Having come to her senses, the girl thought again. She now understood that if she had money, it meant something else. Just at this moment, once again, the system notified that the personal store was loading. There were a bunch of exclusive items that our heroine could buy. Ailette felt rather strange because it was a little surprising to spend her posthumous compensation after death. But still, right now, our heroine had 120 million money in her hands. She couldn't wait to go shopping. The system notified her that she would be able to recharge her wallet at the rate of the world of the living, but still purchases should be made carefully. At that moment, she saw a package for changing abilities, which allowed her to select some combat abilities. The price is 10 million, but there is only one thought. Buy. In a world of S difficulty, this ability is definitely necessary. Seguwa has magic, super strength, and supernatural abilities. Next was the subject of supporting rapid growth. It doubled the speed of achieving all abilities. Buy. Ailette decided to buy it thinking that her progress would be faster, but as it turned out, the purchase was not available. A moment later, it was said to use a stronger product. The girl received ultra-fast growth support, which was not for sale. Protecting the god of the underworld increased the indicator of all competencies by 5 times. This is rated as a cheat thing, but it is a limited privilege. The girl understood that changing abilities, super fast growth, a mandatory training period, and combined training, all this is for the S level. At this point, the system notified that it had completed setting the background for the story level. After all, this is a story with endless reincarnation. It was important for her to find out how many levels of reincarnation the main character had gone through. According to the novel, the hero returned to the starting point of the disaster. The main character is a kind and faithful holy man who serves God, which means that for people in treacherous alliances, he is just an excellent prey. As a result, in each reincarnation, the good protagonist gradually becomes callous due to losses, betrayals, and all sorts of cruel situations. Our heroine hoped that the level would be high enough after all. The further the hero goes, the greater the chances of saving the world, and therefore her. The system told Ailette that after the tutorial, the 17th level of the story would begin. This probably should have made the girl happy, but there was one thing, but in this glass story there is one very special level, and this is the 17th. The reason is simple. As soon as the main character returns to his homeland, he is killed by the final boss. If this is so, then destruction is not far off. Falling to the ground, Ailette tried to understand why she was doing all this. She couldn't understand where she ended up, because if the main character dies when everything just starts, it will be bad, and the final villain is a key figure in the hero's worldview. Even if she saves the main character, it's worth fighting the villain after 70 rounds of reincarnation, but definitely not after 17. Nevertheless, raising her head, our heroine decided that things would not work out that way. She has no choice but to fight. She began to think that there was no main character. She will have to become strong on her own, which means she will believe in herself. Just at this moment, the system said that training had begun. When the original stories begin, the only correct answer will be improvement. She was encouraged to improve her excellence in order to be in the top 100. The reward for training was hidden, and the penalty for failure was death. Quite a severe penalty for failure. Ailette once again began to contact the system, but at that moment an unknown girl burst into the room, shouting the name of our heroine. The girl screamed, saying that she scared her. Ailette asked her who she was, but the stranger just laughed. Suddenly, she gathered her courage and began to scream incredibly loudly, saying that Ailette was hiding and that she had found her. Within a moment, an angry maid burst into the room, responding to the girl's screams. She asked Ailette in bewilderment what she was doing here instead of helping in the kitchen. Our heroine looked around and then, in bewilderment, asked if this was really about her. Help in the kitchen? The woman grabbed her hand and led her along, saying that this was not the time for her to play with toys. At that moment, a man came with a boy who asked the woman to stop because Ailette was still too small. The boy confirmed his dad's words, saying that he was right. Our heroine, looking at the guy, noticed that the boy had the same hair color, which means he was her brother. The man asked the maid to think again. He asked what if his daughter got hurt in such a dangerous and busy place. Ailette at that moment realized what was going on. These two were her family. The woman started screaming and telling the man to go about his business because he had a lesson. She could not understand how long he would continue to cover his daughter, who is already 10 years old. She asked them who would pay for their food, but at that moment the boy intervened and reminded that Nellie was 11 years old and did not work. The maid screamed in horror and told them that this was different. Because her daughter did not need hard work, she would be in the car market. She continued to scream, saying that she didn't want to hear anything. The maids are under her authority, which means she can say whatever she wants. Someone unexpectedly turned to our heroine. It was Nellie, who asked in surprise if Ailette would cry today. She also recalled how she slapped her recently. Our heroine was surprised. Nevertheless, it was nice that she immediately noticed the antagonist. Meanwhile, the woman told everyone to stop screaming and go about their business until the boys were sent to the laundry. The man was immediately seriously frightened because only the strongest maids are sent there, but even they come out weakened from the heat and hard work. Ailette smiled and took a step towards the woman and said that she would help her in the kitchen. When she had a rough idea of relationships, she needed to clean up the mess. Turning her head towards her family, our heroine knew that she did not want to see her family pitying her. She told them that she could definitely handle it. In any case, her store sold more than just superpowers. For example, there was a household ability package that included all household chores. Our heroine bought it and activated cooking. She felt strength in her hands. The system only indicated step by step that cooking abilities had been activated. It was time to finally try them out. After some time, the guys were in the kitchen. Someone was actively and skillfully chopping vegetables. Many kitchen cooks looked at all this and were completely bewildered by such skills. Of course, this is what our heroine did. Ailette told the girls that she cut up mini carrots and Brussels sprouts. Then, taking the cauldron, she added that she also cut the garlic and onions and chopped the mushrooms. But that's not all. She left the stale ingredients aside and also cut the meat and asked if the size of the pieces was right for them. Unfortunately, even this was not all. The girls' list of completed actions was off the charts. All the kitchen workers were terrified. Suddenly, Ailette said that her hands hurt. The other girls immediately started telling her to sit down and rest. Happy Ailette sat down on a chair and thanked her for allowing her to rest. After only 3 seconds, she jumped up and ran further to complete the tasks. The women were shocked. They talked among themselves because she succeeded in everything that was assigned to her. Moreover, the worst thing was that she enjoyed this hard work. Our heroine, meanwhile, felt her experience growing and accumulating. The girls, looking at the little assistant, were only touched and admired her. They immediately surrounded her, saying that they could not even think that Leonard's daughter was like this. Someone treated her, and someone said that she was doing great. While friendship and warmth emanated from there, disgust and anger emanated from the angry maid. She thought that this was not why she had brought the girl here. She wanted to mock her for her own pleasure. At that moment, another woman approached and asked Ailette to come to her so that she could try the creamy stew. Everyone was shocked, because the chef does not allow anyone near the dishes, because tasting is the pride and privilege of her profession. The cook who brought Ailette here screamed in bewilderment and asked Chef Paisha what she was doing. The chef turned to Miss and asked why she was wasting her time here instead of doing her job. Paisha asked to leave her area of responsibility. The woman was only more enraged by these actions. Her revenge was now only a matter of time. Meanwhile, Paisha was still calling the girl, who came up to her and took the ladle in her hands. Having activated the ability of a worthy sommelier, the girl finally tried the stew. Ailette thought for a moment, and after a moment said that something was missing. She suggested adding dried peppers. Paisha smiled as if expecting this answer, and then asked Ailette Rodeline if she wanted to learn to cook. Everyone in the kitchen was amazed at what had happened, and our heroine was only thinking about how interesting this turn was. Paisha, looking at the girl, saw that this child had undoubted talent, and then there was nothing to think about. "You can't miss out on talent?" Ailette, stunned by the question, looked at the woman and asked again. She decided that she should agree. The reason for this was the opinion that this way experience would accumulate even faster. Well, also, one of the nice things is to put one unpleasant and offended person on life. The chef told the girl to go to the kitchen at 7 a.m. tomorrow. The girls were surprised that the chef would teach the little girl how to cook. Ailette smiled at the woman and told her that she would be happy to come here tomorrow. After some time, it was already getting dark outside. The girls asked Ailette to rest a little because at this rate she would get calluses. Our heroine laughed and said that everything was fine and she could handle everything herself. Meanwhile, she will soon raise her ability to a new level. This invaluable experience could not be missed. The girls were surprised by her resilience, but in any case they asked her to call for help if needed. After some time, only she remained in the kitchen. All this reminded our heroine of her part-time job during her lifetime. Before or after the resurrection, everything is the same. If she had known that this would happen after death, she would not have worked so hard during her life. Or rather, she means that you just had to end up in this romantic fantasy world. She would now like to be the sweet child of a powerful king, or the secret offspring of an influential count. After all, everyone should have access to the love of loved ones, the opportunity to feel the care of the world. Continuing to study the test, the girl could not believe that she had already done so many useful things. At that moment, a guy, the girl's brother, ran into the room. He was very worried and hoped that everything was okay with her. Ailette suddenly became thoughtful. What is this boy's name? Meanwhile, the guy continued to say that he was very late because the history lesson had just ended. In any case, he came up to her and said that now he would do her work for her because she did a great job. Ailette sheepishly said that everything was fine, but the guy refused and said that he would help her, but he wanted to know where to start. Our heroine scratched her head and said that when you come to the kitchen, the first thing you need to do is wash your hands. Just at the moment when the guy was reaching out with his hands to the plate, the girl noticed traces of blows from the rods. While rereading Sagukwe during short breaks, she found information about the Rodolin family. Leonard Rodolin is his and Prince's father. He was a promising elite alchemist from the Golden Ivory Tower, called itself the Alchemist Tower. However, he became a tramp because he hated his bosses, and Count Gillette did not fail to intercept and hire a single dad with 2 children on the cheap. The world alchemist devoted himself to the Count under an Arab contract, and his children, Prince and Ailette, also grew up as employees of the Count. That is why Ailette is a servant who does housework, and Prince, instead of a scoundrel, became a servant who is beaten. The girl asked her brother what was on his hand. The guy, covering his hand, said that he could not answer the questions correctly during the exam. Changing the subject, he said that they had not communicated much today, so to make up for the loss, he would do his homework. And yet, our heroine thought that this could not happen to a 12-year-old boy. Ailette asked why he didn't treat the wounds with ointment. They should ask their father. The boy screamed and said that his father should not find out. He still wants to go to class even if he gets a spanking. Ailette was surprised that Dad didn't know. Prince asked his sister in bewilderment why she was so strange today. He reminded her that she had promised to keep the secret about him and the pudding he had eaten. Ailette sighed and resigned herself, but she asked later to go to the laboratory together and look for medicine for him. She will help her brother bandage his hands. Prince's face changed at that moment. He was very embarrassed and happy at the same time. Our heroine asked what happened. The guy, almost with tears in his eyes, answered her that for the first time in 4 years, she called him her brother. He recalled that he was stupid and tactless, so Ailette said that she did not want to know him. Changing the subject, the guy told his sister that things in the kitchen apparently were not particularly easy. Scratching her head, Ailette replied that she worked hard and grew up instantly. Anyway, she would turn to her brother. She knew that she should look after her caring brother. Prince laughed and looked at his sister and said that she didn't look particularly tired. She didn't even sweat. However, he was happy because he finally felt like he had a little sister. Ailette was also happy in this case. In our heroine's past life, her brother was also 12 years old, so she feels you quite naturally. Suddenly, a girl looked into the room and told the guys to finish their work and finally go have a snack. Ailette was happy. She suggested Prince to quickly finish washing everything and go to everyone. At that moment, Nellie had already entered the room, laughing at our heroine, telling her that she was responsible for washing the dishes. She told the girl that she was a poor thing and that if she were her, she would simply not wash her because her hands would be chapped. In any case, she said that now she will prepare tea and sweets for Madame, and they are poor things. Our heroine sighed heavily, thinking about how much Nellie annoys her. At this point, the system notified the girl that her cooking level had increased. She gained skills in brewing tea and preparing basic snacks. Making tea was quite an interesting skill. Meanwhile, Nellie continued to mock her brother and sister and say nasty things to them. Not seeing any reaction, the girl asked if they were listening to her at all, when suddenly Ailette jumped and thereby hit Nellie in the chin. Our heroine felt Nellie's stone head and sat down on the ground in disappointment. Nellie also screamed and said that her head was no less light. At that moment, a woman turned to her and asked her not to be reckless. The child who will serve the madam is unable to tame his temper. Nellie immediately jumped up and addressed Mrs. Izella. The woman, in turn, asked the girl if she had finished weighing the tea leaves. Holding her head, Ailette immediately assumed that they were talking about a tea party for the Countess. In this case, it was necessary to act. The girl approached the headmaid and asked about tea and sweets. She asked the woman if she could make tea for the lady, which surprised her a little. The woman asked in surprise whether Ailette was standing in front of her. Our heroine confirmed her words and said that she wanted to prepare tea for those who worked hard together. The headmaid decided to trust and agreed. Nellie sighed, thinking that tea was not a particularly important task and she should try harder. After some time, our heroine was busy preparing delicious and aromatic tea. All the girls, including the maid, watched the girl and enjoyed the smell. After another couple of minutes, Ailette stood with a tray on which there was tea, as well as a delicious snack. Approaching the girls, she wished everyone a bon appétit. Looking at all this, Prince, in bewilderment, told his sister that she was doing well, and the girls were no less surprised. They decided to try the tea brewed by a newcomer and were seriously surprised. This tea was incredible, but it was their regular tea. The woman, even looking at Paisha, who was drinking tea with joy, said that she also wanted to taste this tea. The chef replied that if she wanted it that much, she should ask permission. Our heroine was just standing behind with a mug of tea and talking about how she could try some tea. Already holding a cup of tea in her hands, the woman simply looked at it for quite a long time. After a couple of minutes, she finally made up her mind and took a couple sips and was surprised like everyone else. She immediately turned to Ailette in horror and called out to her. Our heroine was frightened by her tone. The woman just at that moment screamed that she had just tried this tea and it was just stupid. Paisha shielded our heroine from Isella, telling her that she had no right to talk to a child like that. The woman said that she was of sound mind. She needed to admit that this was stupid because Nellie's skills in the kitchen were no good. The girl, as soon as she heard these words, was in a stupor because initially she wanted to enjoy Ailette's failure. How could she earn praise from Isella, Paisha? She asked not to be rude because the girl was just studying, but Isella told her that Nellie had no talent. Turning to our heroine, she said that her tea was perfect. Isella decided that from tomorrow she will teach her, which means that from tomorrow she can always come to her. Nevertheless, Paisha also joined the battle for Ailette, saying that the girl was born to cook, and she will help her polish her talent. Realizing that there was no other choice, the women took our heroine by the hand and said that they could teach her together. Our heroine was a little surprised. She began to embarrassedly ask if this was true. At that time, Nellie felt more depressed with every sentence. Ailette turned to her with a crazy smile and told the mistresses to take care of her. After some time, Ailette finally returned home. Seeing her brother, she asked if he had anointed his hands. The guy looked at his sister and apologized, saying that there was no ointment for his hand in Dad's bag. These words shocked our heroine because she thought that the conscientious alchemist was full of all sorts of ointments. Prince at that moment told her that maids often steal ointments to moisturize the skin. Ailette screamed and asked why he didn't tell anyone about this. The guy looked away and answered his sister that they were all accomplices. The butler, the maids, even the history teacher, they are all at the same time. Ailette was shocked. It was unthinkable to even realize all this. The attitude in the Raudeline family left much to be desired. Healers are prized in this world because supernatural powers are difficult to awaken. Because of this, the number of capable people is small. However, the government monopolizes human resources. But there was something that could replace the shortage of healers. And this was the healing potion of the alchemists. Looking at this potion, the girl decided that Leonard Raudeline was truly a high-class alchemist, a fable of golden ivory. Prinz, meanwhile, sighed heavily and said that nothing could be done. He will anoint his hand next time, of course, if there is anything left. Ailette sat down next to him and asked if his hand hurt much. The guy turned to his sister and said that everything was more or less normal. As it turned out, the guy was rather sad because his sister first offered help in applying the ointment, but she was not there. Our heroine decided that if he was so sad about this, then nothing could be done. There are some ingredients and equipment left in the room, which means it's time to start doing alchemy. The girl purchased the alchemist's package and was now definitely ready to make a healing ointment for her brother. Unfortunately, at this moment the system notified that at the first level it can only recognize ingredients, make moisturizer and soap. Apparently, the healing ointment will become available only after raising the level. Nevertheless, she decided that she could handle it, because she could make creams and soaps. The girl immediately ran somewhere and asked her brother to help her, and then she would help him. Prinz looked at his sister in surprise and said that there was no ointment, but his sister assured him that there would be one soon. The action moves to evening, when the sun has already set below the horizon. Leonard was returning home from lectures. Entering the room, the man was shocked by what was happening. There were children on the floor, as well as a bunch of his alchemy stuff. After putting the children to bed, he assumed they had fallen asleep while they were playing with his ingredients. After that, he decided to sit for a while and turn to the table, when he suddenly discovered that there was something standing on it. There was a whole bunch of strange bottles and a note on it. Did children really do alchemy? In the note, our heroine told her dad that she did everything to her liking. He can give a beauty potion to the Countess and soap to anyone. Leonard was at a loss. Looking at all the bottles, he couldn't believe that his daughter had done all this. And the idea of a beauty potion as a gift had never occurred to him. Having opened one bottle, the man decided that his daughter was a genius, and then he decided not to repeat the mistakes of his father. Having smeared the gel on his hand, he thought that the idea was good, but the execution was unlikely to be good because it was the work of a child. Just after these words, he felt the power of this gel. The feeling was incredible. The gloss and softness were refreshing, and the gel was not sticky. Looking at the bottle, he realized that even if he was a complete bride, he would still appreciate it. These are luxury cosmetics, which means his daughter is definitely a genius. Leonard then looked at Ailette and decided that starting tomorrow, he will start teaching her full-fledged alchemy. The action is brought into flashbacks of our heroine. Sitting on the floor, the girl listened to the screams of loved ones. As it turned out, it was the funeral of my parents. Relatives standing around the corner argued over the girl's fate and thought that it would be better to give her to a shelter. The screaming continued for a long time, but eventually they approached the girl and told her to get up. Now she will live with her uncle and aunt. Already in their house, our heroine lay on the bed and cried. She couldn't stop thinking about the loss. To her surprise, at that moment a pillow flew towards her, and at the same moment a voice came from behind. There was a girl standing in the middle of the room who told her to stop making noise and finally go to sleep. Looking at the girl, she reminded her that she lives in someone else's house, and not everyone here likes her. The next day, our heroine sat in the hall and talked with her aunt. At this time, she explained to the girl that they were now in a difficult financial situation. As a result, she said that she would not be able to support her financially, but our heroine accepted this too. The next day, she saw relatives coming home happy and with bags of things. Our heroine went to them saying that she had prepared food for them, but the head of the family told her that they had already eaten. This continued for a long time. They came with popcorn from the cinema and food from fast food. Every time the girl went to them and said that she had prepared dinner, but there was always only one answer. We ate. Soon after this, the door to their room closed, and our heroine was alone again. Sitting at the table, the girl thought about why her relatives always go to restaurants if they are in a difficult situation. Finally, seeing the letters the next day, our heroine went to her uncle and aunt and said that she knew everything. Her father's and brother's car accident insurance, settlement money, and even the sale of the house. They stole it all. The man and woman looked at her like she was an outcast and told her not to be rude to them. Did she really think that she was the only one paying money for her maintenance? Ungrateful. Finally, they told her that if she continues to behave like this to you, then she can get out of their house. The next day, she sat in the park with her thoughts, but even here she could not be alone. At this moment, the happy family opposite was joyfully walking and discussing everything they could. Because of this, our heroine could not hold back her tears. She began to beg her entire family, father, mother, brother, not to leave her alone because she couldn't cope. As it turned out, all this was Ailette's dream, but even through the dream she asked her dad and brother not to leave her. Leonard calmed her down, saying that it was just a bad dream and that he was nearby. Opening her eyes, our heroine asked if Dad was really nearby and if it was really him. Leonard smiled at his daughter and said that he is always there. The man said that he would stay with the children until they fell asleep again. Closing her eyes, the girl asked her to keep her promise. After some time, our heroine woke up and was a little surprised that right now these guys were holding her hands. At that moment, she remembered her insidious dream and realized that everything that happened was for real. She cried and asked her family not to leave her. Getting out of bed, she somehow laid her father on the bed and decided that she should unwind and reread Segoué. Opening the book, she thought that there was a place in the book that talked about the Raudeline family. And then finally she found the lines. When the Count's evil son disappeared, a servant approached the Count and greeted him embarrassedly. The guy smiled and said that he was serving here and that his name was Prince Rodaline. He apologized that Master Ramdio might have been impolite. Prince began to escort the man to his room instead of the master. After some time, they approached the room, and the guy told the guest that this was the best of all. Looking around, the man noticed that there were women's things everywhere. Could he really have stopped here? Prince sighed and asked Sir not to worry about it because these were his late sister's things. Ailette, having read these words, was in a stupor. The book instantly fell out of her hands. She couldn't believe that according to the story she would die. Our heroine began to read again, thinking that this couldn't be true. How can you make such ridiculous turns? After reading everything again, the words did not change. Prince really said that Ailette Rodaline died. Nevertheless, she began to read further. Prince said that there was a sealed dungeon in the Count's fortress. One day, his sister poked her head in there and everything happened. The girl was shocked by her fate, but be that as it may, she wanted to know what was wrong with the son of Count Gillette. Just blowing up the castle isn't enough. Our heroine knew from the very beginning that there would be troubles and obstacles, but she could not allow herself to just die quietly. By remembering the plot of the book, she can change it. As a result, she decided that it was worth reading the entire book, and she did this all night. Ailette reread the entire book, and the ending of the book is as stupid as it gets. Her life is insignificant, but the main character is no worse. She started shouting to Mr. Writer and asking if there was any point in a life of leadership like hers. Nevertheless, she understood that cruelty was not limited to the main character. Even if she manages to escape death, surviving in this world will not be easy. In that case, she knew that she would now need the ability pack that she had purchased earlier. Our heroine carefully reread the book and now knows for sure that healers are valued in this world. The main character suffered because he did not have a healer. This only means that Ailette Rodaline must become a healer who will help the main character. The system notified that the soul of a legendary saint had been selected. The abilities suitable for the chosen activity were activated. Rising into the air, the girl felt the power passing through her body. Suddenly, she sank to the ground. The system said that supernatural abilities could not be activated due to lack of compliance. As it turned out, I had to go through a qualification quest. This certainly surprised our heroine. Sometime later, Ailette was in the church, cleaning up the trash that had accumulated here. Having finally finished, she thought that from now on she should clean up here better. However, when she raised her head, she saw a quest that needed to be completed. The task was a 1,000-day morning prayer to God in churches, temples, and chapels. Ailette was disappointed that the qualification quest was an early prayer and that she couldn't even use her privileges. In this case, she understood that only honest work remained. In addition, she was glad that there was an abandoned chapel on the Gillette property. With her hands folded, the girl decided that it was time to pray to God with all her heart. After 30 seconds of silence, our heroine began to think, what is it worth praying for? Even in life, she didn't really believe in God, but how could she sincerely pray to God inside a book? As she stretched, the girl thought that in order to be sincere, she had to start with faith. Suddenly, our heroine remembered that this was a good idea, because in this afterlife there are gods too. With her hands folded, the girl began to turn to the Bureau of the Resurrected. She asked to be granted supernatural power. A moment later, the system notified our heroine that she had successfully completed the quest. In that case, she decided that she would put her heart and soul into it. Once again, beginning to turn to the gods of the Bureau, the resurrected ones, she asked if they could hear her. Turning to the dear gods, she said that they brought her to this world, even though she was a simple girl who lived an ordinary life day after day. Suddenly, the silhouettes of her uncle and aunt from her childhood appeared before her eyes, and our heroine realized that, in general, she had not had a very ordinary life. Turning again to the gods, she spoke of her experiences and how she barely survived when she was kicked out of her home. Nevertheless, she was put in a semi-basement, and her mother forced her to cook. She thought that she had no need to regret the life she had left behind. One thing was only comics and TV series, which she did not have time to watch. However, here she has a resurrected support system and life insurance, and more importantly, she has a loving family. When she looks at Prince and the alchemist, she remembers her brother and father and thought that they were even somewhat similar in appearance. Our heroine felt awkward because no one actually listened to her. Opening her eyes slightly, she saw that progress was not yet complete. What else can I talk about? Suddenly, she remembered another problem. After her death, the advance payment for her one-room apartment would go to her uncle, and this made her very angry because she did not want to help them. She will again do only good things for her family, and her uncle will eat everything again. She saved a lot of money despite the lack of support. At this point, the system asked to remain calm, because the peace-building spirit reports that the deposit for her apartment was used as life insurance. The system continued to report that the spirit was interested in her. Also, the test skyscrapers noticed the prayers, but they were busy designing the tower, and therefore the prayers were unanswered. In the end, the system said that some of the gods it designated would answer it. At this moment, the peace-building spirit notified the girl that her sister drinks and fights every day, and with her life she is not able to go to a higher educational institution. While her uncle went all in on the shares of a company dealing with hair loss, and as a result he squandered everything and fell ill with a psychosomatic illness. The spirit then added that her aunt recommended investment stocks to friends, but she was accused of fraud after she embezzled a lot of money. The girl thanked the spirit for telling her this. She was glad to understand that her relatives had brought themselves to complete collapse and ruin. Suddenly, the system notified Ailette that the spirit was watching her. She asked why, to which she was told that the spirit felt responsible for the one who had come into his world. Our heroine immediately remembered the age of the great resurrected ones. Could all this be connected with the consequences of the work of the gods in the afterlife? The system continued to say that the spirit wants to confess. Due to bugs, the soul extraction system took not only the dead, but also the souls of the living. The girl, having heard this information, could not believe her eyes and ears. Her death is the result of a bug that happened because of God. The peace-building spirit looked around and discovered an eye tracking the chaos in the world. He asked for the child to be returned, but this would not have happened due to quality control surveillance. Of course, the eye of monitoring the chaos in the world shrank, wanting to disappear. All this was not surprising for our heroine. Apparently, this god is like a poor office guy. In any case, she decided that she was already dead, so there was no point in crying over a life not lived, but she asked if she could skip the quest as compensation. The spirit said that this has not yet been approved and requires effort. In this case, our heroine asked to be made infinitely strong so that she could defeat the final villain. The peace-building spirit rested his head on his hand and looked patiently at Ailette. Our heroine realized that this could not be done either, because it would be dishonest. Suddenly the system said that the spirit had decided something. Instead of receiving superpowers, she must create her own destiny and praise hard. The system asked whether Ailette accepted these requirements. The girl, realizing that there was nothing else left, decided to agree. But why did the spirit begin to react this way? After these words, a window appeared in which the system said that the world-building spirit was pleased that she was his first believer. Ailette, continuing to hold her finger up, did not understand anything. But at that moment, a golden glow appeared from the sky. The system notified our heroine that faith in the world-building spirit now appeared on the continent thanks to it. As a result, she becomes the first believer in the world-building spirit as well as his favorite. He will favor her. The status of God's favorite gave her the power of level 10 supernatural power, and this ability itself will come into force from the moment the supernatural powers are activated. Dozens of messages poured in from the system and other spirits. Although our heroine did not understand what was happening, she will henceforth be a very pious believer. The action moves to Countess Sandra Gillette. Applying the gel to her skin, she felt how soft it was. Looking at the potion, she decided that the alchemist had tried and done something worthwhile this time. She believed that even if she fed her son a ton of potions for health, he still would not have achieved results in fencing, but the people from the tower did not lie to the campaign. Nevertheless, the Countess could not understand why this bastard did not give her this potion earlier. At that moment, the woman was called by her daughter, Bianca Gillette. She asked her mother if she could give her a hand mirror, because anyway, she does not listen, but is only busy with her face. Sandra smiled at her daughter and asked what she was talking about. She is always with her. After silence, she asked what Bianca was talking about. The girl sighed and said that they were discussing the preservation of the Gillette family. The woman asked in bewilderment what she was talking about. Bianca thought that she should consider that her grandfather was the last in their family to lose the title of fencing master. all this was sad for their family. Looking at my mother, she asked me if it would be better for her to become the mistress of the house and bring a competent and skillful groom. Sandra was shocked that her 10-year-old daughter thought about this. At that moment, the maids entered the room and brought tea to the Countess. Sandra told her daughter that they should hold off on this for a while. Moreover, she heard that she kicked out her playmate today. She wanted to know if Bianca had problems with her friends. Bianca sighed and said that everything was wrong. The problem was that she had no peers at her level. Raising her head to the table to see what they would have for breakfast today, the girl saw a unique delicacy. Isela told the Countess's daughter that this apple soup was prepared by Rodeline's daughter. The woman noticed that the girl was pleased with her ability to prepare tea and sweets, so she was thinking of teaching her. Having tasted this soup, the Countess was stunned by the noble aroma. The taste was no less amazing. Sandra asked if it was really the alchemist's daughter. In this case, she added that Leonard gave her skin potions. She decided that it would be worth giving Rodeline a generous meal as a token of gratitude. Bianca asked her mother about the beauty potion. The woman replied that she thought potions were medicine, but they could also be wonderful lotions. Bianca at that moment remembered that Leonard was a conformal alchemist and made ordinary potions. How could he come up with the idea of a beauty potion? Isela, just after the girl's thoughts, added that Mr. Rodeline gave the servants excellent soap and boasted that his daughter made it. Bianca realized whose hands this was and immediately called the maid to ask where she could find the alchemist's daughter. Meanwhile, our heroine was sitting in the garden and picking delicious and beautiful tomatoes. Still, it was funny that even after death she had to work so hard. However, collecting these red plump things made her happy. At that moment, the bowl was snatched from her hands. Raising her head, she saw a smug guy who, looking away from the tomato, asked the girl why she was staring at him. Ailette, looking at this hooligan, tried to remember who it was. Black hair, elegant clothes, angry face. This is the same villain, the Countess's son. The girl immediately smiled sweetly and told the guy that this was her basket. The guy, ignoring the girl's words, tightly squeezed the tomato and a moment later began throwing them at the innocent cleaners. This villain was pleased with himself and his accuracy. Ailette was annoyed at how disgusting this guy was. At that moment, the guy discovered that his basket was already empty. Turning to Ailette, he told her to immediately bring more tomatoes. Our heroine agreed without further ado because what else could a little maid do on probation? The guy continued to happily throw tomatoes at all the service personnel he saw. Suddenly, taking another tomato that Ailette gave him, the guy noticed that it was rotten and not alone. The Countess's little son began to wave his hand in horror and ask what it was. Ailette scratched her head in embarrassment and apologized to the foreman, saying that she had made a mistake in picking the tomatoes. She thought to herself that he shouldn't play with food. In any case, she was obliged to do so, but she still approached the Countess's son and asked the guy to stand still while she wiped his hand. After the girl wiped his hand, she smiled at him and asked if they would play with tomatoes again. Snatching his hand away, the guy said that she might not hope for it. A moment later, he began to run away and say that the girl would still receive for what she had done. In this case, our heroine decided that she should finish the errand in the kitchen and headed there. Suddenly, an enraged Nellie called out to her. The girl told her that she saw everything and even how she rubbed the master's hands. Our heroine asked in surprise whether she had really come here to argue with her. Nellie told her to shut up, and then immediately asked what she said to the master so that he ran past her and said nothing. Our heroine didn't understand what this whole circus was about, but apparently she liked this guy. The girl said that she would not tell her anything. Nellie grabbed Ailette by the dress and told her to repeat everything word for word. The peace-building spirit immediately said that he was not able to interfere in the disputes of believers, he only observed. Nellie said that she began to suspect something was wrong when they decided to train her. Looking into Ailette's eyes, she told her that she could never dream of becoming a master. Ailette realized that it was not the Countess's son. At that moment, the system told the girl that the world-building spirit had revived. Within a moment, Countess Sandra and her daughter appeared on the horizon, walking toward the girls. The system added that the tracking eye can activate the abilities of the resurrected one, and the balanced evil one comes for confirmation and observes. Nellie, at that moment, began to aggressively pull the girl and ask where she was looking. Our heroine apologized and replied that she wanted to say something. Nellie tells her not to dream big just because her goal is to develop her talent, right? The girl mockingly said that she thought correctly, as if she were stupid. The main thing is that I caught the whole essence." Ayelet asked if she would be disgusted, because she was an aristocrat, and they were ordinary commoners. Both Bianca and the Countess had already heard all this. Nellie told our heroine that it was none of her business, because the madam was also of low birth, so she would become the next Countess. Our heroine smiled and asked the girl who told her that, "Is she sure that she will become it?" Nellie screamed at the top of her lungs, saying that she would be the Countess and her mother, and she said so. At that moment, the enraged Countess, who heard everything and was behind, asked if she was talking about her by chance. The girl abandoned Ayelet and, in horror, began to apologize to the Countess, asking how much she was worth here. The woman, meanwhile, was shocked. She asked if she really looked like a simpleton just because she was a commoner. Sandra, of course, knew that children at that age often say nonsense, but she wanted to know who taught Nellie such nasty words. Is it really all her mother's doing? The Countess immediately called the butlers and ordered this minute to throw this girl and her mother out the door from their estate. The butlers carried out the order and began to take away the screaming girl, who could not believe what had happened. She apologized, but it was all in vain. Ayelet just thought to herself how smart she was, and the eye of chaos tracking thanked the girl for such an elegant elimination of the petty, dirty trick. Sandra was incredibly angry and said that the girl's words were not a small thing. Bianca asked her mother to think positively because the maid was causing problems, but they finally kicked her out. Sandra was surprised that this was the daughter of the head maid. Bianca, meanwhile, was thinking about how lucky the opportunity had turned up. They drove out the rats and met someone. At this moment, our heroine looked at the Countess and Bianca in bewilderment and could not understand why she was looking at her like that. In any case, she decided that she should hurry to the kitchen. Bianca asked the girl to wait, and then turned to her mother and said that she wanted to tell her something about Ayelet Rodaline. Coming closer, she told her mother that she wanted to play with this girl. Our heroine was in a stupor at that moment. Playmate of Count Gillette's daughter? It's a dangerous position, judging by the stories of her former comrades. Many related children became playmates for Bianca, but all of them could not stand it for 3 days, running away in tears. However, if Bianca saw them off, the children would run away in panic. Therefore, the girl was slandered as if she was extremely picky. But the truth is that Bianca did not hate anyone at all. But on the contrary, she really wanted to make friends. Just at this moment, the girl could not find a place for herself while waiting for Ayelet Rodaline. She hoped that this time they would go further than usual. As she hugged the book, she thought that she wasn't asking for much. Her standards of friendship merely correspond to those of the future owner of the estate. Bianca thought about Ayelet Rodaline. Remembering her, she could not help but accept the fact that her face was much cuter than she had imagined. Moreover, with such perfect innocence, she was able to expel the head maid and her offspring from the estate without much effort. However, she knew that she would not be fooled by that sweet smile. Her personality fits her standards. Just at that moment, our heroine entered the room and shyly greeted Miss Bianca. The girl greeted the guest and sat down on the bed and told her that she could take the books she wanted to read. Ayelet asked in surprise whether it was even possible to take her books. Bianca nodded, indicating that she was right. Our heroine was confused. Is friendship with Bianca all about reading books? Having examined the literature that the girl was reading, Ayelet was surprised that this was what a 10-year-old girl was reading. After some time of searching, our heroine finally found something worthy. Devil Summoner. Bianca told Ayelet that if she chose a book, she could sit back and read. As a result, Bianca was sitting on one bed and Ayelet was lying on the other bed reading a book. After a couple of minutes of reading, our heroine asked her friend to change the book. A moment later, the girl went to the shelf and took the Bible, which surprised Bianca very much. The girl called Ayelet and asked in bewilderment why she chose the Bible. Our heroine thoughtfully said that she could not understand literature without knowing the Bible. Religion and culture are the basis for all arts. Many works are based on religion: paintings, sculptures, books, music. That is why she decided to learn more about religion if she wanted to understand the summoning devil. However, the monks knew nothing about menopause. Bianca, who had been looking admiringly at our heroine all this time, finally realized what she wanted to study. Just for a moment, the girl became worried, but still decided to ask. One day, she asked Ayelet if she wanted to play with dolls. The girl asked again in surprise. Bianca told her that they had been reading books for 4 days, but now she wanted to try something new. Ayelet happily said that she agreed. She remembers how, as a child, she often played with dolls with her brother. As a compromise, their game was a Hollywood space action movie with robots and Barbies. Bianca, as soon as she heard the agreement, said that she would immediately go get some toys. Ailette smiled sweetly at her and waited. After some time, the girl brought her dolls and began to show them to her friend. Ailette looked at them with affection, talking about how beautiful they were. Bianca said that they will now distribute the roles. She decided to become a terrible countess and a submissive maid, and our heroine will be a flighty count and a cunning young mistress. Of course, Ailette did not expect such a scenario and was a little surprised by this arrangement of roles. Suddenly, Bianca screamed. She finally found her husband and the sneaky vixen. The girl promised that they would be executed today, and now they would be taken to the basement. The final criterion for Bianca was the sense of taste. No one has yet been able to match him. Nobody understood her interests, so she kicked out all her comrades. They, in turn, ran away in complete shock and amazement, without even saying goodbye. Thus, the girl's heart preserved this wound. Sensing that Ailette Rodeline might repeat their fate, Bianca held out the doll dramatically. But nevertheless, Ailette did not fall for it. She began to play the role of a mistress, telling the Countess that this was unfair. The Duke had just arrived and was seducing her, the naive one. Nevertheless, she assured the Countess that they had nothing with him. Bianca looked at her friend in a stupor because she did not expect this. Ailette continued to play her role, telling Madame that she was the victim of a love affair here. Our heroine read a variety of genres in her past life. At this moment, the Count joined in, turning to the lady and saying that he could not be a traitor even if he wanted to. Moreover, he did not know this woman nearby. The mistress screamed in bewilderment and told the Countess that she wanted to serve her for the rest of her life and she would repent of her sins. She will torture herself for the sake of fidelity. Suddenly, screams from the public began to be heard, and the Count in turn began to fall down. Having played her role, Ailette laughed and said that the Count fainted, and then asked whether Bianca liked her game. The girl asked if everything was okay, but at that moment the Countess's daughter dropped the doll, and taking her friend by the hands, asked if she could call her Ellie. Looking at our heroine, she thought that she had been looking for a friend who would understand her for too long. The perplexed Ailette at that moment said that she could be called Ellie. The delighted Bianca told her friend that she could simply call her Bia or call her you. Our heroine was proud that Bianca appreciated her acting. The girl smiled at the Countess's daughter and said that she would call her that. For the first time in a long time, Bia's eyes finally sparkled with happiness. After some time, they talked about everything. Suddenly, Bianca asked Ellie if she could tell her about the torture instruments. Finally, the action moves to the chapel. Our heroine sat here and talked about what happened. She told Bia about medieval torture instruments and many interesting things. Once upon a time, a girl was very interested in all sorts of interesting facts, and the little Countess liked it too. Now she constantly spends time with her. The spirit listened, nodding his head, and the girl asked if she could keep the books that she had already read in the afterlife. The world-building spirit replied that he needed to think about it, but he had already given this work to the novice deity. Ailette was happy and immediately thanked the spirit. The spirit looked at her with a warm smile and said that he wanted to hear more about her life. The girl said that she already has level 4 cooking, and now she can cook everything. She is also studying tea-making, and Isella is thinking of sending her to the artisans. Everything goes exactly as it should in this genre. Then Ailette said that the Count doesn't see anything at all, even if you remember his son throwing tomatoes. Bia responded by saying that at this rate, the Gillette family would not be able to train masters, which would disgrace their reputation. To save the family, she needs to bring a knight-in-law. Ailette was touched by this because these are definitely not the words of a 10-year-old girl, but she is smart and sweet. If Bianca becomes the head of the family, then her family will not have any problems. Although, nevertheless, for our heroine it was also a little strange, because if they have such a smart child, then why did the Gillette family suffer such a fate in the original? Some more time passed. Ailette again came to Bia, who told her from the doorway that she was waiting for the meeting. The girl was glad to hear this and therefore immediately asked what they would play today. Bia told Ellie that there were new books in the library. The younger Countess told her friend that she did not want to go there alone, so she decided to wait for her friend. Ailette smiled and told Bia that she is the best. Opening the door, she let her friend in, saying that she was the first. Bianca laughed and told her to follow her. After some time, the girls finally arrived at the library. Bia assumed that the librarian was away, so she would show her friend everything. Looking at the huge number of shelves, the girl said that she often comes here, so she knows the system. The girl suddenly fell silent. Bia asked in confusion what happened to the library system. Ailette asked what was wrong. As she started to walk further, she said that she thought so they could go and choose their books. She also remembered that Ailette wanted to read about dungeons. Approaching one of the shelves, the younger countess said that there were worthwhile books here. After a couple of seconds, she finally found the most interesting one. It was the book, Dungeon, A Crack in the Underworld. Ailette, meanwhile, felt rather strange. She asked her friend why the light did not penetrate here. Having not heard an answer, the girl turned to her friend, but at that moment something incredible was happening. In place of the book that Bia pulled out was an unknown dark energy that began to grow. After a moment, it began to cover the girls and consume them, so they both grabbed each other's hands. Within a second, there was no one in the library except a book that had fallen to the floor. After some time, the girls began to come to their senses. Bia's head was pounding, but she could still ask what was going on here. After that, she raised her head and discovered with horror that right now they were in the cemetery under the bloody moon. Bianca began to shake with fear and ask what they were doing here, if they had literally just been in the library. Meanwhile, our heroine guessed what exactly happened. The system told her that they had entered a public cemetery under the Gillette estate. It was a dungeon. Suddenly, she remembered a fragment of the story when Prinz talked about the things of his late sister being in the room. She went into one of the dungeons and stayed there. Ailette, with her hand on her head, realized in horror what was happening. Today is the death day of the character given to her. Looking at Bia, she decided that she, too, apparently, would stay here. Apparently, this is the reason why her character did not appear in the original story. Bianca at that moment turned to Ellie and assumed that they were in the underworld. She didn't know what to do, because even the head of the house said not to come here alone. The girl told her friend that everything was fine, God would protect them. Bia, in bewilderment, said that she was an atheist, but our heroine asked to try to believe. Just at that moment, the system said that the world-building spirit was rushing towards them headlong and was working overtime. Ailette was incredibly happy about this. However, she wanted to know how this happened, since the difficulty level during the training was reduced to F. Was it possible that they were here because of a bug? The spirit, shuddering with fear, said that such a bug could not exist in the outside world. Ailette said she believes them, but it's still a bug. The resurrected cannot die during training. The peace-building spirit denied all this anyway. In this case, Ailette decided that it was all planned. It would be better if she died immediately, but they forcibly placed her in this world. Deciding to put aside her tears, the girl decided to gather her courage, but in any case, she was counting on compensation for the bug. She asked to weaken the dungeon, or as she had previously asked to make it stronger. The system said that the world-building spirit was suffering, but at that moment, skeletons began to crawl out from all corners of the cemetery. Our heroine, in horror, asked the spirit to hurry to them. The system only began to talk about how the spirit was tormented. At one point, she said the spirit made a tragic decision. She gives the girl new abilities. Ailette was incredibly happy about this. She immediately entered the explanation window and was shocked. While the spirit was now supposed to go write an explanatory note, one of the skeletons was actively heading towards Bia. Ellie took her friend's hand and asked her not to worry because everything would be fine. She will take care of her. Bianca responded to this by also saying that she would take care of her. Ailette asked in bewilderment if this was true. Bia nodded and said that her feelings were mutual. Suddenly, the main monster appeared. The dungeon owner, Ardemang, stood in front of the girls and greeted them personally. Looking at the visitors, she was surprised that they were so small. She asked if they had been sacrificed. A perplexed Bianca stood in front of her friend and introduced herself, and then offered a deal. She will order the sacrifice of 1,000 children in exchange for their freedom. Ardemang laughed and was surprised that the girl would be the head. In any case, the dungeon owner accepted the conditions. It seemed that everything would be simple, but Ardemang asked to leave Ailette as collateral. This shocked Bianca. Bia screamed, saying that she would never do this. She promised that 200 people would donate to them, so they should be released. The dungeon owner said that she could not trust human children. She knows about their cunning, so if they want to live, they must decide. Ardamang, looking at our heroine, said that next to the girl was an ordinary maid. She can throw it and save her life. Our heroine, meanwhile, was tired of enduring all this, so she decided to simply shut up this dungeon owner. Bia at that moment took the girl by the hand and asked her to stop. She is the head of the family, so she must protect her friends and family. Looking into Ellie's eyes, the girl said that she was not just her servant, she was truly her friend. Holding her hand, she told her that Ellie was smart, and she would know what to do when she got out of here. In the meantime, she will wait for the rescue team. Ailette thanked Bia for saying all this, but she knew for herself that she couldn't do that. Looking into her friend's eyes, she reminded her that she said that everything would be fine. She just has to trust and not worry. At that moment, the girl turned to Ardamang and shouted that she would protect her friend. A moment later, a glow appeared above her face, and she screamed, "God is coming!" All these are abilities that the spirit gave her. The system said that the rating of our heroine was changing quickly, and now she was in 7th place, but due to abnormal fluctuations, she was excluded from there. However, invincibility, omniscience, and omnipotence were now available. Ailette received the divine powers of a world-building spirit. Ardamang, having seen all this, could not believe her eyes because this is a deity, a power that should have already disappeared due to God's renunciation of the world. Ailette smiled at the creature from the underworld and told her that she was the successor of God. At that very moment, she used omniscience. Suddenly, the system gave her access to a keyboard and a knowledge search engine. Our heroine was a little in a stupor. She assumed that this system knows everything. The girl Googled divine abilities in order. Ardamang, not understanding what was happening, decided that she could not allow the two girls to leave this place. Starting to collect a deadly sphere that will consume people in its path, Ardamang told the girl to prepare for death. Meanwhile, our heroine finally found how to activate the skill, and she finally screamed, "First place among all skills is omnipotence." Unexpectedly, the system told her that only skills below rank 11 could be used due to the low absorption rate of the Advent body. At that moment, the owner of the dungeon activated the sphere, and within a moment, arrows of dark energy flew in different directions. Reviewing the list of skills, our heroine finally discovered the available skill Barricade and immediately activated it. Once she defended herself from the demon's attack, she found another skill, God's Punishment. Activating this skill, she launched it at all inanimate things, and all the skeletons, just like the dungeon owner, were very seriously injured. Once the attack was over, there was nothing and no one left except Ardamang. The pathetic mistress of the dungeon lay on the ground, unable to move. Suddenly, the voice of a monster came, asking for help. Ailette was surprised that Ardamang was still alive. The demon continued to beg for mercy and mercy. Ailette suddenly thought about these words. Finally, finishing thinking, the girl said that she would immediately cure the owner of the dungeon. Ardamang, in bewilderment, she began to scream and ask to stop, but after using the healing skill, the monster fell into pieces. Healing is a mortal punishment for a vulnerable creature, so to speak, a special favor for the one who wanted to kill them. The system immediately began to congratulate our heroine, telling her that she had eliminated the owner of the Ardamang dungeon, the Baroness of the Codex, and the 2039th in the Order of Witchcraft. Now the cemetery buried under the Gillette estate belonged to Ailette Rodeline, the dungeon conqueror. At that moment, the girl discovered a reward for the defeated boss on the ground, book and bag. Taking it in hand, Ailette guessed that the books were an item that taught passive skills, and the bags were some kind of artifact. As it turned out, the bag was the thief's item, and the book was indeed a skill. Notorious in the world of the undead, Ailette decided that she would look into this more closely later. Suddenly, Bianca's voice came from behind. The girl told her friend that it was probably scary, but nevertheless it was all over. At that moment, the girl, in bewilderment, grabbed her friend and asked if she really was an apostle of God. Bia couldn't believe that her friend was a saint at such a young age. Ailette, looking at her, didn't even know what to say to her. She was the first believer in the world-building spirit, wasn't she? The girl said it was something like that. Bia, folding her hands, was sure that God had not left their world. He sent his child here. Our heroine immediately realized that she had turned everything upside down, and moreover she had made it a pyramid. Suddenly, Ailette fell to the ground, and Bianca asked her friend in bewilderment what happened to her. The system told the girl that using omniscience skills would lead to a new fever. She will need 24 hours of sleep. After a while, she started to fall asleep, but finally told Bia to take care of everything. Bianca was terrified. With tears in her eyes, she asked the girl not to die because they had just become friends. She couldn't believe that they would just leave her so easily. Ailette, still barely conscious, told her friend that everything was fine and that she was not dying. Meanwhile, in the church, the monks were screaming in horror that he had finally returned. A powerful divine aura means only about him. The divine spirit has definitely returned to this earth. People almost cried with happiness because he did not go away for 100 years, which means that they were not forgotten and God was only testing them. The man began to say that the kingdom of Winchester is considered the Holy Land, not the kingdom of Elfenheim. People ordered to organize a search team. They had to quickly bring her out of the land of unbelievers and choose her as a great saint. People believed that she would finally atone for their sins, and at that time, a guy with white hair was watching them. Suddenly, the guys behind him said that all this was illogical. They couldn't even remember when they talked about how hope would save the world. One of the guys said that in this case it turned out well, because he would leave monasticism. Another guy asked in surprise if the church would ever let them go. Adjusting his robe, the guy said that even if peace comes, they will be forced to carefully monitor neighboring countries, so the church picks up orphans without families and puts marks. After that, they turned to that guy with white hair and asked him if he wanted to say something. Is he jealous that a new saint has appeared? The guy smiled and said that jealousy is one of the 7 sins, so they should be careful with their words. The guy with black hair was annoyed at how boring he was, and his friend asked him to calm down. The guys turned around and talked about hoping that someone would go to the master of ceremonies. The guy with white hair looked at his mark and decided that it really must be difficult for those guys. Nevertheless, he was also curious about who they were talking about, but he also felt something strange. The aura was a little different from the strict order. This could not have happened, which means that she is either a saint or a sectarian. The guy wanted to know who it was. Who can emit such a divine aura? Meanwhile, our heroine finally woke up from her deep sleep. She was incredibly pale. The system immediately said that the peace-building spirit was considering whether she was okay. Ailette said she felt like she had been asleep for 10 days. The world-building spirit breathed a sigh of relief, for he did not know that super skills had such side effects. Ailette smiled and said that at least she survived. Nevertheless, even if only for a short time, she felt incredible strength. They didn't even have an A-class boss. Then surely those forces weren't enough to break the S-class underworld. In any case, the spirit is proud of the girl. He promised that by next time he would become stronger and the power of God too. Ailette was happy. How the spirit insisted that this was a bug, so you shouldn't abuse this power. The girl agreed and said that she herself would become stronger. She survived in the world without relying on the help of the main character, but she will have to train for a long time and prepare a lot. The spirit thought it over and encouraged me to continue to work on prayer and study. The girl suddenly asked the system if she knew what a multi-move game was. The peace-building spirit would prefer that the girl call it a pyramid business rather than a game. At that moment, Bia ran into the room, who was incredibly happy that Ellie had finally woken up. She ran to her with tears in her eyes, asking if she was okay. Ailette said she was full of energy after the penalty. The girl asked again, and our heroine corrected herself and said that she felt much better after such a sound sleep. Bianca smiled and said that she was glad, because Ailette had been sick for 2 days and she was already starting to worry. After this series of events, our heroine suddenly felt something. She believed that she was just living in a book. But she was wrong to think that it would be just a set of fonts on thin paper. People in this world also care about their loved ones and friends. Just like on Earth, they are looking for themselves and the foundation for their faith. They also love sweet desserts and flowers in gardens. Everyone shares their feelings with their loved ones, so perhaps the souls of the people who live here are quite real. If in the original God left this world, maybe it would be better if the world-building spirit came to power here. At that moment, Bianca told her friend that she had not told anyone about what happened. The appearance of the dungeon and her divine coming were significant events, but she did not want to decide anything while she was unconscious. Ailette said she did the right thing. However, the girl said that she wondered if she had so much power, if she was going to join the punitive squad and defeat the underworld. Our heroine thought that if she wants to become stronger, then most likely this will happen. So she told her friend that most likely this would be the case. Bia said that she would also help. Although she is not a great warrior, she can help with human and material resources. Our heroine hugged her and thanked her with tears in her eyes. Bianca said that she is the one who is grateful because she is both her friend and her rescuer. Almost immediately, she took out a notebook and said that she would ask Ellie to bring more books about the underworld. Ailette suddenly asked how she could punish the underworld. Bia told her that there are 2 ways to get rid of the dungeon and punish the boss. The first is to simply leave it open. Since the difficulty of the dungeon we are currently boss in has been greatly reduced, adventurers are gathering resources. The second way, which is much more difficult, is to close the dungeon. If a dungeon has no valuable resources or is too dangerous, you can close it and extinguish it completely. The girl immediately realized that closing the library dungeon was their way out. It would be nice if it were profitable, but all there are skeletons and a cemetery. Our heroine at that moment suggested that it was not easy for her friend to drag her from the wasteland to the exit, but at that moment Bia said that the skeletons helped her. Ailette was very surprised by this news. The girl said that the surviving skeletons got closer and they didn't look evil. She asked them to help her, otherwise she would punish her, and they complied with her request. Ellie said in horror that it was scary. Suddenly, our heroine remembered something and rushed to look for it. Bia asked in surprise what she was looking for. She took out the reward for the boss's destruction from the box. The book, Infamy, Liberating the World of the Undead. This skill allows undead creatures that see it to generate fear. The weaker the undead, the stronger the effect. Our heroine immediately told her friend that it was time for them to go. Bia asked in surprise why she was suddenly doing this, to which Ellie replied that it was time for them to earn money. The action moves into the past. The knights told the knight how glad they were to be returning to the castle. They thanked him for the long training trip. The prince told the guys that they did a great job, and one of the knights asked the prince what he would do first when he returned to the castle. The guy said he would like to try farming. The knights were surprised that the prince would engage in such hard physical labor. He told them that during the training trip it was the farmers who performed best, so he would let them taste his first harvest. The guys joyfully grabbed it and started throwing air, shouting, "Glory to the prince!" The guy laughed and asked them to stop. Unexpectedly, their happiness was ended after a loud explosion behind them. Turning around, they noticed a devil crawling out of the ground. As soon as the Baroness saw the people, she told them her name and then added that she would take them to hell. The action moves to the present day. The same company stood in front of us, albeit in a more deplorable state. They all watched together as our heroine and Bia, who suddenly appeared in front of them. Looking at the terrifying smile, the prince asked the guys what kind of frightening creature this was. One of the knights asked to stay behind him. Bia, in bewilderment, asked her friend how she could make money in such a place. The girl asked to look at all these open spaces and all these obedient workers. There is only one answer: they will engage in farming. Our heroine bought the skill of a druid farmer for this. The owner may treat his father poorly, but the alchemist's potion is a profitable business. If they can independently resolve the issues of supply and demand for herbs, then the profit will be considerable. Ailette asked the master spirit if she was right. Having heard no answer, she screamed again. Finally, the system answered our heroine that the world-building spirit, gasping for breath, runs to her instead of working. The girl decided that the spirit must be a little busy. He said the last few weeks have been crazy with support system upgrades, and he's tactfully scouting the slacker fields. Ailette thought about the sad reality in which even God must work, but nevertheless, people near death will have to work. And even all these skeletons. She ordered the entire skeleton to clear the earth from one end to the other, and also to find a source of water and dig a well. The guys, who could barely stand on their feet, could not help but notice how difficult it was for them. Many of them hoped for peace when Ardamung left. To their horror, a new tyrant has appeared. The prince asked the guys not to talk like that, because the previous mistress forced them to work exhaustingly and, moreover, made them murderers. Although this was a family order, how many adventurers did they kill? Rest instead of atonement for sins is only a dream for them. Having fallen to the ground, the guys began to feel sad, asking the prince who would help them. Moreover, they are already dead, and they do not want to be treated as if they were alive. Suddenly, our heroine screamed and asked who was lazily clicking bones because she heard everything. Already at sunset, the girl decided that there was probably enough work for today. Soon after, she called the skeletons over and told them that they had done a great job. She asked to dig 7 graves here and call it a day. The guys, in bewilderment, decided that this tyrant had killed 7, but Ailette said that she heard everything and was talking about them. She recalled that they wanted to rest in their graves. Since there are 7 skeletons, these graves will be for them. The skeletons looked at our heroine in incredible shock, not believing what they were hearing. They slept 5 in one grave due to lack of space, and she is right now offering to sleep 1 in each grave. Our heroine also told them that if they worked hard, she would reward them with tombstones. She promises to put their names on them as well as flower crowns, since they were previously human. She knew that they were no longer alive, but nevertheless, this was what they most desired. The prince's dead squad looked at the girl and was already thinking that she was just a saint. Our heroine suddenly noticed that the skeletons were approaching her. She asked in bewilderment what was wrong and why they stopped being sad. At that moment, they picked her up and, just like the prince, began to throw her into the air. Bia, looking at all this, decided that this was just an ordinary gesture of gratitude and joyful chanting of skeletons. Ellie is already on good terms with her subordinates. Finally, the action moves forward 3 weeks. Our heroine told her friend that she had finished reading a book about the underworld. She also said equally important and good news for business. There will be a clean harvest here. Their underground farm works 3 times faster. As soon as the girls climbed the slope, from there they immediately saw all the beauty in front of them. The girl was incredibly shocked by such beauty. She immediately called the skeletons. She told them that they were incredible fellows because they cultivated their farm so beautifully. A moment later, one of them approached the hostess with a basket of the first harvest. Ailette couldn't believe that the first harvest appeared so quickly. After a couple more moments, other skeletons with harvests began to approach her. Coming to Baya, the girl said that the skeletons are trying very hard. Was it all because of her aura of fear? The friend told her that they had a special attachment to farming. Nevertheless, she was wondering how she would deliver all these products. Our heroine took out her bag and said that she knew one way. Thanks to the magic basket, she placed everything inside the space without difficulty. Bia, clapping, asked her friend in bewilderment how she did it. Ailette laughed and replied that it was Ardamang's trophy. The bag has about 15 square meters of space, so you can put bulky things in it, and it doesn't even feel the weight because it's connected to the subspace. Our heroine already knew that she would prepare a bunch of potions from the collected herbs. Bianca was very happy with how everything was going, and then said that she was organizing a secret pharmacy. Ailette asked if she would do this herself. Her friend told her that she knew enough about companies, so it was better to do everything ourselves. First, they had to deliver stores to the territories for testing. She held out the sheet and showed the business plan. Ailette was shocked. Although she failed to pretend to be a healing child, becoming a lady in a rich chair is no longer a dream. Calling the spirit, she asked if he was watching, because she was going to spend a lot of money on charity. An unexpected system said that an inspection of the new resurrected support update was being carried out. Ailette immediately said goodbye to Bia, telling her that she would go to see their farms. Moving away from her friend, she asked to see the update topic. The update included saving books purchased and read after resurrection. Our heroine understood that Mr. Spirit was cool because this was exactly what she asked for. Then she saw that the update had affected the store as well. A new item has appeared, the right to change genre. Ailette was surprised by this item. Was it really possible to change the line of life with this right for money? Our heroine's face changed dramatically. This meant that her unfulfilled dream could come true. Just at that moment, the girl looked at the price, and it turned out that this happiness was worth 10 billion. She decided that nothing would force her to buy it. However, there was something else besides the strange garbage. For example, a package of synchronous growth that could be shared with a friend who has a badge. Ailette immediately looked at Bia and noticed that Bia didn't have a badge. Apparently, the previous package was mainly combat and labor. While our heroine was swimming in her thoughts, right at that moment, the prince approached her. Ailette even jumped back, telling the skeleton that he scared her. As it turned out, he brought her a drink. To her surprise, she saw the badge right next to the skeleton. The system said that he could become the god of the druids and bring about a revolution in the rural world. Our heroine immediately decided that this works for evil spirits. However, in addition to all this, she learned that before his death, this skeleton had a knack for agriculture. The system offered to give Ailette a package of improvements for 3 million. She was shocked. Would this really work for someone who was already dead and turned into an undead? However, she decided to give it a try, so she gave him a growth pack. As soon as the prince came to his senses, our heroine asked him if he knew what to do. Smiling, the guy said that he knew. That very minute, the prince rushed forward and began to do all sorts of things. Bia, looking at the skeleton, was surprised that everything worked out so cheerfully for him. Of course, he had no choice, because he obeys because of his notoriety, and besides, he will not get out of here, which means he will not eat 3 million and run away with them. The girl understood that now 1004 would work without her visits to the farm, and this costs much more. And in any case, that wasn't even what made her happy. She was glad because the prince did what he wanted and was happy. Returning to the palace, Ailette tried to find at least someone who would have a badge, but she could not find anyone, even though the entrance was quite high. However, she suggested that the average supporting actor may not be the person with potential. Taking a closer look at the guy who was standing outside the window, she noticed that it was Prince, and that the most incredible thing was that he had a badge. The girl rushed to the window to see what skill the guy had, and it was simply incredible. She immediately ran inside to talk to her brother, but to her horror, she saw a terrible picture. The Countess's son kicked her brother to the ground, and he flew in the other direction. Looking at the almost defeated prince, the villain told him to get up and continue to fight, because they weren't done yet. Our heroine immediately ran to help her brother. She wasn't going to leave him in the lurch. A moment later, she fenced Prince and told the impudent, dirty trick that he would not touch her brother. The guy asked in bewilderment what she was doing, and then he remembered that this was the same girl with the rotten tomatoes. In any case, he told her to go out, for he was practicing with the sword. After that, he asked the teacher if he was saying it correctly. The man sitting on the chair confirmed the young lord's words and said that strangers should leave. Our heroine screamed in bewilderment and asked what kind of training they were talking about if they used living people in it. Looking at her beaten brother, she added that this was literally violence. The Countess's son sighed and told the girl that she was an incredible bore, and then said that she could become his rival. At this moment, with the last of his strength, Prince stood up and stood in front of his sister. He would never allow his sister to be bullied. The guy asked him not to pretend to be cool and decided to test his reaction and went on the attack. Suddenly, Bianca came into the room, screamed, and asked her brother what he was doing. She was unhappy with his unworthy behavior. The girl immediately went to her friend and asked her if she was okay. Then she turned to her brother again and asked how long he would suffer from childish nonsense. The guy started screaming in horror and said that this was just a training session organized by the teacher. At that moment, he jumped up and ran towards them. Bianca told them that the hierarchy is clear, but is it educational policy to one-sidedly reconcile violence against servants? The girl advised them to stop training because they are very traumatic. Bia asked Ellie to take Prince away and take care of him. As soon as the guys left, the girl continued to scold the guys and finally said that he would report everything to his mother. The action moves to the Ailette Rodeline room. She just emptied everything that was in her bag. Prince asked his sister if she was angry, and he apologized. The girl was not angry. She just wanted that idiot to get what he deserved, but unfortunately, for now she can only make a potion for her brother's wounds. The guy was shocked that his sister was going to make not an ointment, but a real potion. He noticed that her skill had improved since they made potions together. The girl said it was true. From that day on, their father began teaching her alchemy. Ailette's father was an elite alchemist. Although he is a little gentle, there is no teacher like him anywhere. At this moment, the system congratulated the heroine for raising her level. Now her alchemy level was 8. Ailette increased the effectiveness of alchemy, and she also experienced creative inspiration. The girl paid a lot of money for the privileges of reincarnation. After some time, the girl finally finished developing the potion. She immediately asked her brother to drink it. Holding a glass in her hands, the girl asked her brother what was wrong. The guy sighed and said that all potions are bitter, so he can't decide. Ailette was very surprised and said that if he doesn't drink, she will take it. Moreover, everything useful is bitter. The guy immediately said that he would drink it and, deciding not to wait long, began to drink it in one gulp. Our heroine suddenly became thoughtful. In her memories, she saw how her brother in real life hated bitter things in the same way. However, when he had to drink it, he always asked for chocolate milk. Ailette came up with a brilliant idea at that moment: medicine with the taste of chocolate milk. Thanks to creative inspiration, the girl decided that she could create something new. Meanwhile, while the guy was still standing with a glass in his hand, he suddenly disappeared. Prince asked in bewilderment what happened. Our heroine told her brother that in a minute she would return him. The girl began to grab herbs and oil. She ground and mixed. The creative inspiration was clear. Suddenly, an explosion occurred from all this liquid. Prinz, of course, was glad to see the show, but remembering that he needed to drink, it became creepy. Just at that moment, the sister handed him a glass, saying that everything worked out and now he can drink it. Looking at this liquid, the guy was skeptical because it looked like poison. In any case, the guy decided that his sister was trying, so he needed to drink it quickly. As soon as he took a couple sips, his face changed from disgust to surprise and admiration. It was very tasty due to its chocolate taste. Ayelet, seeing her brother's face, decided that this was a success. The guy, meanwhile, said that he had never tried such sweet potions, so his sister would get rich if she sold it. Looking at his sister, the guy said that she was incredible. But at that moment, Ayelet came up to him and said that he was actually incredible. Prinz had the potential of a swordmaster with hidden power worthy of an Auror. The price was 11 million, and the future of the continent depended on the girl's decision. Ayelet, of course, was not going to skimp on such a thing, so she told the guy to take revenge for himself. The action shifts to the next training session of the Countess's son. The guy was in tears because he couldn't understand why he had never hit his opponent. He also couldn't understand how the guy dared to knock him down. Prinz approached the master in bewilderment and asked if he was okay. At this moment, the guy's teacher, in bewilderment, told Prinz that he was growing before his eyes day by day. He was delighted with the deft and clever counterattack, but he just needed to work on his technique a little. The guy surprisedly thanked the teacher for the advice. The Countess's son jumped up and asked what this meant, since he was his teacher, not Prinz. The man apologized and said that he had not seen such incredible talent for a long time. The guy was very angry. He knew that this kid was certainly not a talent, but an ordinary simpleton. You can see it in the face. Kicking his wooden sword, the guy was sure that if he had a real weapon in his hands, he would— At this moment, he thought again, if it weren't for that wooden sword, he would actually be able to defeat Prinz. The action moves outside. Prinz, meanwhile, helped workers carry the item inside. Meanwhile, while he was cleaning, he realized that he felt strange. Since that day, he has been lighter and stronger. At this time, the Countess's son stood on the balcony and thought that he could knock out his hated rival without a sword. Throwing 2 vases of flowers from the railing, he asked Prinz to dodge it and not get hurt. At that moment, the guy, sensing the approaching danger, turned around and broke the vase with a wave of his shovel. Immediately after that, he hit it again and sent it back to the sender. The system said that from now on, all sneaky attacks are blocked automatically. The guy, staring at the balcony, asked if anyone was there. The guy, meanwhile, was sitting on the floor in bewilderment and realized that this freak really had eyes in the back of his head. Prinz asked whoever was there to stay put. He was coming. The voice asked not to come and apologized for accidentally touching the pots. Our heroine laughed to herself, realizing how stupid this idiot was, and Prinz thought that he heard a familiar voice. At that moment, our heroine ran out to her brother and approached him. The guy asked in surprise what she was talking about. The girl said that this was her potion and fondant. After that incident, inspiration struck her. There were concoctions that tasted like grape, coffee, mint, steak, pasta, smoked salmon, and even blueberry muffin. After that, she put fondant in Prinz's mouth and said that it was to replenish his energy. The girl said that she knew about her brother's nightly training, so he should chew. That little bastard Ramdio also takes herbs. In any case, looking at her brother, she told him that he must grow up and go to the Academy of Knights. The guy thanked his sister for her help. Our heroine replied that it was not difficult for her, and moreover, she needed to try it on someone. The guy laughed and then said that this is not just a nutritional supplement. He remembered what his sister told him then. She always supported him when he lacked skills and told him that he was incredible. Thanks to her, he becomes the best version of himself every day. Smiling, Prinz thanked his sister again and told her that she really was the best. Our heroine was even embarrassed by such an amount of sincerity. She said in disbelief that if he was so grateful, then he owed her 100 minutes of gaming. Suddenly she realized that she was confused and said what she told her brother in real life. She wanted to correct herself, but at that moment, Prinz called one of the workers and asked to help him. It was very successful. She immediately asked him to go quickly, and she also needed to deal with something. The guy laughed and said that they would see each other a little later. Ayelet agreed, but asked him to forget her words because he has no time to play. He must train. Prinz said goodbye to his sister, but still he began to wonder why his sister suddenly said this, because she had not played with dolls before. Nevertheless, the guy could not understand why he already missed her. However, he decided that it was time to run to the rescue. Meanwhile, our heroine was running down the corridor and thinking that no one should understand that she was not a real Ailette. This would be super bad in a resurrection novel. However, what should you do if this suddenly happens? She decided that she should ask God. Suddenly, our heroine dropped one of the potions on the ground. The girl immediately apologized to the woman opposite. The woman silently lowered herself and picked up the bottle, and then asked the girl what kind of potion it was. Ailette said she made it herself. Raising her head, Miss said that it was magnificent and very original. Our heroine tensed from this strange aura. Rising, she said the name of our heroine and added that she knew her, but the girl wanted to know who she was. At that moment, Countess Sandra came running and in bewilderment asked her mother what brought her here. Our heroine, having heard these words, immediately realized that Cattleya Gillette was standing in front of her. She remembers her character in the original novel. The woman was one of the cardinals of the church. The main character was her parishioner. Cattleya is an exemplary cardinal. She is hardworking, strict, and reserved, but most of all, she has special talents. Our heroine remembered all these talents very well, and they were quite interesting, and therefore she immediately understood why the woman looked at her like that. Looking at Cattleya Gillette, the girl admitted that this is an interesting character and even better live. At that moment, the system said that the world-building spirit liked the girl's interest in the world around her. Ailette at that moment said that she was interested in what the main character looked like. She hoped that he was very handsome. He most likely has silver hair and eyes the color of the sea. The spirit asked if she wanted to meet with him. Ailette said that she dreams about this because he is the main character, but she is undergoing training, and the main character will not be here soon. The system told our heroine that the spirit had given her information that the meeting could be arranged by deception. Meanwhile, Bia stood outside the door and came to visit her friend. Ailette immediately opened the door for her and asked her to come in. After that, she asked what brought her friend to her, because it seemed her family was on a walk with her grandmother. The girl said it would be okay. She doesn't want to be there because her grandmother hates her very much and has been doing this since an early age. Cattleya constantly turned away from her, and when she looked, she did not say a word. Nevertheless, the girl knew that her grandmother was not bad. She probably only had reasons for this. Ailette, looking at her friend, understood that she was wounded in the heart, but even so, she protected her grandmother. She loves her even despite such treatment. Our heroine could not understand how this happened. Grabbing her friend by the shoulders, she asked her to listen. At that moment, the butler came into the room, looking for Ailette Rodeline. Just to his surprise, he found little Miss inside. The man told them that Mrs. Cattleya wants to meet with Ailette Rodeline. At that moment, Bianca remembered the words of her mother, who said that Cattleya hated her because she was a commoner. That's why they wanted to forbid her to communicate with Ailette. At the same moment, the girl told the butler that she would go with her. The butler apologized and said that the lady wanted a one-on-one meeting. Bianca wanted to object, but at that moment, Ailette told her friend that everything was fine and that she could handle it. Our heroine had a plan. As she approached Cattleya, the woman turned and greeted Ailette Rodeline. The woman thanked her for taking her time away, and then, pointing to the table, she said that she had prepared sweets for tea. As soon as they sat down at the table, our heroine could not understand how many people all this had been prepared for. At this point, the woman said she heard that she had become friends with Bianca. She wanted to know what kind of relationship they had. As a result, the question was straight to the point, but that was even good. Making her sweetest smile, Ailette assured the lady that she was Bianca's closest friend. Our heroine began to say that Bia is cool and smart and funny. She likes her curiosity, and that she has read all the books. In addition, she remembers all the names and counts much faster than all adults. Ailette, looking at the woman, thought that everything was as she had imagined. Cardinal Cattleya doesn't hate his granddaughter at all. Looking at Cattleya's attempts to hide her smile, Ailette understood this. Suddenly, the girl asked if she had come today to visit Bianca. The woman asked in surprise why she thought so. Ailette told her that most likely Cattleya was waiting for her to die. The lady looked at the girl in bewilderment and asked what she was saying. The girl then explained that Cattleya suddenly came here, but Bianca survived against all odds. Is that really the only reason? Looking at our heroine, Cattleya, she told the girl that she was far from an unusual child. Either way, she wanted to know who she was. Cattleya Gillette has a secret. Her special ability is life-death. This gift allows you to see how much time a person has left before death. Katlia sees all this with her own eyes. For example, she saw the rest of the life of her beloved granddaughter. Ayelet answered the woman that she was wondering why the lady remembered the name of some simple servant. Looking at the woman, she said that all this happened because she and Bianca were destined to die on the same day. Katlia was amazed at what the little girl was saying. She asked how she knew about it. Ayelet knew that those given life-death see the rest of their lives. However, they cannot participate in the lives of others or divulge what they have seen. Katlia Gillette was ready to say goodbye to her from the very birth of her granddaughter. However, unable to accept this pain, she turned away from it so as not to hurt her and herself. However, now, our heroine told the woman that she did not need to distance herself from Bianca, because she would live. The lady, looking at the girl, once again asked the same question. She wanted to know who she was. Our heroine wanted to say something, but at that moment the system screamed, saying that the leak inspector had received the report and was already rushing to her. It was someone new. Looking at his name, she already understood what this guy was doing. At this time, she was still sitting in front of Katlia and looked strange. The woman, sighing heavily, told the girl that she didn't have to speak, because she saw everything herself. She saw a very strange number of years of life on it. In any case, she knew that so many years simply could not fit into one life. Katlia immediately realized that the girl was reincarnated, so she knows the future, and thus she changed the fate of Bianca. She was glad that her Bianca was saved. Our heroine said that this girl is truly wonderful. She is smart and well-read, and she has stood up for her many times, so she is very happy to have such a friend. Katlia at that moment could not hold back her tears and began to repeat to the girl again and again how grateful she was to her. Nevertheless, she was upset that she had treated her granddaughter so cruelly. If she knew how everything would be, she would love her properly. The woman hoped that Bianca would at least someday take her hand. Suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her. Of course, it was Bianca who was listening to them. Katlia, in bewilderment, asked her granddaughter how long she had been standing there. Skipping this question, the girl asked if everything she heard was true. Was Grandma really so far away only because she was destined to die? The woman lowered her head and asked to be forgiven. She reluctantly wounded her granddaughter, fearing her own future wound. Katlia, like a grandmother, cannot say kind words to her or hug her. She did not have time to finish, because at that moment, Bianca hugged her grandmother as tightly as possible. Starting to sob, she talked about how glad she was that her grandmother did not hate her. Of course, feeling guilty, the woman knelt down and hugged her granddaughter. After some time, Katlia approached our heroine, who moved away so as not to interfere with the family reunion. The woman, taking off her cross, told the girl that she had a very bright soul. She asked to accept this gift. This was in memory of her close friend, and she hoped that Ayelet would continue to be Bianca's friend. Our heroine happily accepted this gift, and Katlia added that Ayelet could address her. The girl immediately said that it wasn't worth it, because she was just glad that they were both happy. However, at that moment she remembered something and said that there was still one thing she wanted. Ayelet wants to go to Seongwancheon, and this was the trick for getting out of the training zone that the spirit said about. Katlia saw that Ayelet is a loyal child, so this is not a difficult request. The day of the sacrifice was coming soon, so she offered to go together. At this moment, the system said that it received the issuance of quests with the help of the power of God. Our heroine could finally get out of here, and what's more, she would finally see the main character. The action moves forward sometime. Katlia told the workers that they had to go, and also calling Ayelet, she said that it was time to finish with thanks. The girl who said goodbye to her loved ones said that she would come over now. Sitting down next to Dad, she said that she would be back soon. Leonard asked his daughter to obey her aunt, not answer strangers, and be careful with food. Ayelet said indignantly that she was no longer a child. At that moment, Bia came to the girl, who apologized and said that this time she would not be able to go with her. Then she leaned over and asked if everything was okay, because yesterday she saw a huge amount of things that the girl had packed in Seongwancheon. Ayelet waved her hands and told her that everything was fine because she was just in the mood for a trip. Although, in fact, Bia's fears are not unfounded. Under the protection of the training period, the castle is an F-level survival space. But in reality, this novel is a world with a survival difficulty level of S, and she will encounter it as soon as she steps out of the gate. However, the girl thought that the main character had not returned yet, which means it didn't really matter. Bia at that moment called the maid and said that if everything is fine, then she will give her friend macarons from Chef Pasha. Our heroine could not stop looking at them because they were very beautiful. Smiling at Bia, she said in a whisper that for this she would then tell her how old she really was. Reborn. The system immediately indicated that a leak inspector was watching it. Ailette, swallowing hard, said that she would tell me someday. However, at that moment one of the drivers said that they were already leaving. Cattleya asked our heroine to stay close to her because now she will use the cosmic transition stone. At that moment, the guy took this stone out of his pocket and immediately activated it. The space around began to change. After some time, the voice addressed the girl and said that they had arrived, and now she could open her eyes. Opening her eyes, the girl immediately noticed a huge number of people. Cattleya smiled and reminded that today is the day of sacrifice. Many children want to test their potential to apply for stigmatization. In any case, the woman asked Ailette to stay close and not leave her side. Meanwhile, the guys we knew earlier were looking from the balcony of the church and talking about how there were a lot of newcomers this year who could be recruited. The guy with dark hair said he didn't want to recruit anyone, and the girl behind him said he was stupid. He knows how many gifted children they have, but he himself cannot awaken the power. In any case, he ignored these words, but noticed a guy with blonde hair. He asked why he was just standing here, to which the guy replied that he was praying for the children. The guy, in bewilderment, asked if he really wanted them to go through. Are stupid prayers really his hobby? The guy with white hair told him that he was doing this so that they would fail and return home. Suddenly the guy began to twitch, and his hand began to tremble in pain. Strange words appeared right in front of him. The guy standing next to him asked what he just saw, to which the white-haired man told him that everything was fine. In this case, he advised to stop wasting time and follow him. The action moves again to our heroine and Cattleya, who was showing the restaurant to the girl. The food here is simple and mostly children eat here. Looking around, our heroine realized that all this was not simplicity, but real poverty. At that moment, a guy approached the woman and turned to the cardinal and said that she should appear at the council because the meeting on the budget for this quarter had been postponed. Cattleya said that it was a little difficult because now Ailette immediately told the lady that if it was because of her, then she didn't have to worry. Everything was fine. In this case, the lady apologized for leaving her. She asked Pavel to show the Seongwanshan girls around instead of her. The guy said that you can rely on him. Soon the woman left the boys alone. Pavel looked after the departing Cattleya, and finally there was silence. The guy immediately after that told the girl where the children were and asked her to play with them, and he would come now. Ailette decided that the guy hated children. Quite a shameful escape. In any case, she decided that she could handle it herself. It's time for a task from the world-building spirit. She didn't come to Seongwanshan to see the main character. She is here for the elephantips, which are being replaced by weeds. Just at that moment, she discovered one. This herb is an important medicine for treating the plague that will hit the continent in the distant future, but it is possible to collect and prepare all this herb in advance. This is literally green wealth, and people will quickly realize this and start trying to make money too. It turns out that business and personal interest coincide. She decided that she should collect the grass before anyone saw. Just at that moment, that white-haired stranger sat up to her and asked what she was collecting. Looking into Ailette's eyes in surprise, the guy asked if she was homeless. While the guy was saying something, the girl looked at his shiny silver hair, his eyes changing color from blue to turquoise. As she wiped the dirt off the girl's face, she felt a hand that was kind to everyone, even strangers. Our heroine was shocked because it was the same main character, Thessalid Argent. The peace-building spirit immediately asked the girl to be careful with her statements in front of the main character because all this could have consequences. The leak inspector also carefully watched the girl, while she tried to calm them down and convey that she knew all this. Suddenly, the guy turned away and said that he had to be kind. Ailette looked at him in surprise and then nodded. Thessalid's unique ability is the discipline of the 7 sins and 7 virtues. All of them strengthen the guy's divine power. But also vice versa. The manifestation of pride, anger, stinginess, envy, anger, lust, gluttony, and idleness only weakens the divine power. Because of this discipline, Thessalid is forced to become a sweet potato, loyal and good-natured. However, he was disappointed that he had to comply with all this. The guy at that moment told the girl that he felt the energy of the relic, and that's why he came. But he did not expect to see the little girl. Alet asked what relic we were talking about. Pointing his finger at the pendant, the guy said that it was a relic of Saint Agnes, one of the heroes of the dungeon closure, who are honored on the day of sacrifice. Our heroine was shocked that Cattleya gave it to her. Remembering your best friend is a holy hero thing? How could she give her something like that? Nevertheless, the guy approached the girl and said that this was very strange. He did not feel divine power in her, but then why did she have this sacred relic? Our heroine said that she did not steal this thing. It was the work of Cardinal Cattleya. Deciding to change the topic, our heroine asked the guy if he wanted to eat. The guy, after thinking a little, answered her that he was just going to the restaurant. Our heroine smiled and said that everything is fine because there is nothing to be ashamed of your physiology. Looking at the guy, she couldn't stop admiring how cutely he blushed, and Thessalid was surprised because even looking at the girl, he was having fun. Taking out macarons, the girl treated Thessalid. The guy immediately turned away, saying that he couldn't eat that, and moreover, he needed to return to his comrades. Our heroine asked the guy in surprise if he really had friends. Thessalid puzzled. He asked what she was talking about. The girl immediately began to apologize, saying that she didn't mean anything like that. Apparently, it was a problem with the setup, because she remembers Thessalid's childhood in the original. Only he survived. He ended up in that dungeon, and all the children except him died. Apparently from then on, the day of sacrifice began to take something away from him every year. Suddenly our heroine began to list everything. Sacrifice, friends. Thessalid, looking at the stranger, asked what was wrong with her. At that moment, the guys standing in the temple began to hear a strange noise that was coming from somewhere unknown. Our heroine at that moment realized that a dungeon synchronization was taking place, which would destroy Thessalid's childhood, and it would happen today. The shaking reached them too. While the earth was trembling, the spirits were perplexed that the disaster had begun right now. Libra criticized the creator. Sinister, who regulates the balance, also says that the day the S-class turns on is a fair day. Alet told them all how much she hated them. At that moment, Thessalid grabbed our heroine by the hand and pulled her towards him. The guy told her that she wouldn't get hurt next to him. Meanwhile, there was pure chaos in the church, because all the children began to be swallowed up. A moment later, our heroine began to come to her senses, but in a different place. Looking around, she saw children, as well as a huge number of gifts around. Our heroine was not very surprised. Right now, they were in the S-level dungeon Toy Mansion. The girl thought that this was a dungeon of average difficulty in this world, but still the average level is S-class. Thessalid told her that she was sitting on it. In any case, he began to look around and noticed that small children were touching all the toys in bewilderment. The guy began to reach out to them and ask them not to touch them because this is not a dungeon. At that moment, a voice began to come out of nowhere, confirming the guy's words. This is not a dungeon. A voice came from the opening portal, which said that the mansion of Count Orsha was full of fun and exciting activities. Rodrigo, the Count's butler, finally climbed out of the portal and greeted the young, pure souls. He couldn't wait to start the fun. All the guys looked with trembling legs at the man who came out of the portal. Rodrigo at that moment rang his bell and told everyone that they should not be so afraid. He asked the children if they wanted something tasty. As soon as the bell rang, dolls ran out of the doors. Rodrigo said that these were welcome treats for their little guests. While the dolls were handing out treats, the butler asked the children to eat more boldly, and also drawing their attention to the toys, he said that it was all theirs. Some children happily began to eat what was presented to them. Suddenly, one of them said it was delicious. Thessalid at that moment, he shouted and told the children that they should not eat demon food. However, the warning was too late because within a moment, the guy was holding his neck and trying to grab a breath of air. Following him, the rest of the children began to cough and fell to the ground. A moment later, a stuffed toy appeared in place of the child who was coughing. Our heroine, looking at this, was seriously scared. What if they can no longer be saved? The system said that this is a black magic debuff to preserve and extract human souls in a fresh state. Count Orsha in danger turns into a toy. At the same moment, all the children began to scream in horror and run in different directions. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. Rodrigo was deafened by the screams. The butler asked the guys in surprise if they really wanted to get out of here. In that case, he said that he would tell you how to do it. They just need to survive in this house. He will release the last one who can survive from the dungeon. A quest appeared before our heroine. She must get out of the dungeon and defeat the bosses. Looking at Thessalid and remembering the words about the only survivor, The girl now understood why the guy was the only one to survive in this dungeon. Suddenly, behind our heroine, a guy shouted, saying that he wanted to go home. A moment later, splashes of blood flew in different directions, and a toy reappeared in the place of the lying guy. The system notified our heroine of a violation of cruelty measures during training. In this case, the system triggered a reduction in psychological shock. Thessalid, who was defending himself from monsters, asked the girl to come to her senses. A moment later, the loading was completed and Ailette instantly jumped up from the ground, picking up one of the boxes in the process. A moment later, she threw it at one of the clowns, who was walking towards the little girl's soul. Our heroine screamed and asked all the children to pull themselves together. They must run or defend themselves and never stand still. The children, having listened to Ailette's words, began to run in different directions, but nevertheless together. The girl thanked the system for caring for the resurrected. If this was a boss fight, she would almost use the coming of a god. Boga is a fast-growing communication skill that has no feedback, so you have to be careful. We need to assess the situation and calmly... Suddenly the girl screamed in horror, telling Thessalid that there was a clown behind him. Thanks to this and his reaction, the guy turned around and defended himself from the blow of the scythe. Then, using punishment and baptism, the guy waved his hand and destroyed the monster. Ailette breathed a sigh of relief. She knew the guy could handle it. Thessalid at that moment asked in bewilderment how she knew. The girl started saying that when the skin and the blade meet at that angle, it usually... The guy interrupted her and said that was not what he was talking about. He wanted to know how she knew his name. Our heroine was in a stupor. She couldn't say that she had read it. The system immediately said that the leak inspector was gawking. However, at this moment, Rodrigo ordered his minions to seize the remaining children. Ailette told the guy that now they have no time to chat, so they should get out of here first. At the same moment, they turned around and began to run away from the clowns with scythes pursuing them. After a while, they were sitting in the closet, and Thessalid was talking about how they should sit here until the clowns leave. Turning to his partner, he wanted to ask if she was okay. Meanwhile, Ailette sat incredibly breathless and said that this was a good idea. The guy laughed and said that he understood. In that case, she should have regained her breathing. Our heroine knew that as soon as they left, she would need to train. At that moment, the girl saw a wound on Thessalid's hand and told him that it was poison. At the moment when she reached for his hand, the guy reflexively turned around and grabbed her hand. Ailette was surprised by the guy's reaction. She smiled and told him that if anyone saw him, he would think that she was the villain. Holding our heroine's hand, Thessalid reminded her that she never answered him. He wanted to know how she knew his name and who she was. Ailette changed the subject anyway, and said that it wasn't as important right now as his injury. She asked to have her examined. The guy sheepishly said that it was a scratch and that he would take care of it. The girl said that the wound was poisoned by the undead, and that it would rot if nothing was done. Holding out the flask, she said that the stigmata had awakened their divine power, and they did not have healing abilities. The girl asked not to endure her pain and drink the contents. This potion had the best detoxifying effect. Thessalid admitted that she was quite knowledgeable. He was wondering how she found out about a disease of this level and where she bought such an expensive potion. Holding the potion, Ailette smiled and told the guy that he was quite curious. Then she asked if he had any more questions. The guy said something was very strange. His superpowers have not diminished despite the revelation of his duty of discipline. Our heroine realized that he was talking about 7 sins and 7 virtues. Is this system not working, or is it just her? If you remember, he threw taboo words at her, but even now the 2 taboo words, duty and discipline, are spoken at the same time. In any case, he added that this does not mean that divine power stands still in the performance of good deeds. The guy, looking at his mark, said that it simply did not increase, but did not fall either. Ailette was delighted that going through this system was another benefit of reincarnation. The guy again asked the girl who she was. Ailette smiled. You said that this is a very important secret. Thessalid was already beginning to lose control, but at that moment our heroine said that she would tell him something. Looking into his eyes, the girl said that she was on his side, and therefore he could trust her. After that, the girl reached into her bag and asked the guy to take food, because he was wandering here and there, and probably hadn't eaten. Smiling, she told him that as soon as he eats, he will have strength and energy. Holding this pile of products in his hands, Thessalid decided that he could still trust her because she was not bad, even if she was wearing a relic. At that moment, Ailette, looking out of the closet, said that the clowns had left, so they should eat quickly and finally show them. Thessalid said he was late, but still wanted to know her name. The girl turned and said her name was Ailette. The guy embarrassedly repeated her name and then thanked her for the medicine and for the goodies. Ailette couldn't get enough of how cute Thessalid was when he was being so shy. Nevertheless, coming out of the closet, she asked what their plan was. The guy said that he wants to find his friends, and together with them they will defeat the boss. Our heroine told him that she would go with him. Potions are a must for battle, and someone has to supply them on time. The guy said in bewilderment that it was dangerous, but the girl turned to him and said that if they lose, everyone here, including her, will die. She said that she would rather go with them than hide from death. But in reality, she is going to go to the boss's room and watch over everyone until the Holy Spirit comes. Suddenly, a demon's voice came from behind them. Rodrigo asked the guys how they could hear him. Having finally established a connection, he asked if they liked the game of hide and seek. Due to the abundance of stigmata, the survival rate of the Eastern Core is higher. On the other hand, he said that the Western Core was simply terrible. Most likely the silver-haired stigma is the weakest, or maybe he can't do anything alone. Rodrigo continued to say that the game was over and he was feeling hungry, and there was a wonderful lunch served in the dining room, so everyone had better get there within the hour. The butler believed that no child would be late for dinner, but after asking the children to pay attention to the fireplaces, he said something. The mansion of Count Orsha is a centrally controlled chimney with state-of-the-art air conditioning. This only meant that they would be able to see the power of a living flame, hellfire, in every fireplace. The butler mentioned that in an hour the flames would engulf the entire mansion except the dining room. In this case, he advised them to hurry up if they did not want to become cookies in the oven. Ailette told the guy that Rodrigo wants to play with his food. The dinner party food will contain dangerous hallucinogenic drugs. She knows this because she read it. The children will not be able to resist and will start eating. They will eventually go crazy and suffer at the hands of the children nearby. It won't be much fun. Thessalid, I asked the girl how she found out. Our heroine told him that it doesn't matter because they need to stop it. The guy asked how they would do this, but at the same moment Ailette told him that it was time for them to go play with fire. Meanwhile, time was already running out. Rodrigo timed it, so he began to act second by second. Entering the pantry, the guy started calling Helbrus, saying that it was time for them to work. At the same moment, a fiery spirit flew out of the lying skull with the thought of time to work. Rodrigo asked him to warm up the mansion everywhere except the dining room, and it was also worth warming up his bathroom. Helbrus suddenly said that he was hungry. Rodrigo told him that there was a corpse there, so he could eat it. Helbrus sheepishly reminded that he is a vegetarian. Rodrigo told him to stop clowning around and finally get down to business before he threw him into the permafrost. He ordered the temperature in the bathroom to be raised to 666 degrees, and if the water was even a degree colder, he would throw him into the ice. Realizing that there was no other choice, Helbrus only began to say that he hated ice, and even more he hated bad employers. He was incredibly sad because he had been eating only bones for 200 years. He wanted to eat at least a little fragrant and tasty grass. At that moment, he landed on the ground and felt something strange. Helbrus, I discovered that in this place, literally everywhere, there was a whole bunch of aromatic herbs that he so wanted to eat. He was incredibly happy that he finally got tasty and edible food for the first time in 200 years. Meanwhile, one of Thessalid's acquaintances was pulling a fork with a cake, asking his friend to open his mouth. The guy with black hair knocked him out of his hands in bewilderment, asking if he really wanted to die. He wondered what the demons did with the food. The guy, in bewilderment, asked if he was interested in what he had just done to her. The guy said he didn't try it and doesn't know what they did with the food. At this moment, he turned his head. He asked to look at the other children. At that time, they were angry and fought among themselves. The guy was 100% sure that the food was hallucinogenic. The children suddenly went crazy and started attacking each other. Just at that moment, they were attacked by one of the distraught children. Nevertheless, they managed to defend themselves. The guy asked for help, and his friend asked in bewilderment if he was going to use his superpower against the boy. The guy, looking at this boy, noticed that he had the eyes of a demon. At that moment, Rodrigo entered the room, finally shopping. He was glad that everything had already begun when he arrived. The knives, forks, chopsticks were all very sharp, and the crazy food kept the children mad. He ordered them to quickly cut and stab each other. His plan was about to come true. At that moment, a huge pile of unknown smoke flew out of the fireplace and engulfed the entire room. Rodrigo coughed in bewilderment, but did not understand what was happening because everything was fine. The guy asked Helbrus what he was doing and that he should get out of here. The flame told the owner that he could not control himself. Rodrigo, in bewilderment, began to talk about how he had literally just cleaned everything out, and because of him. At that moment, he fell silent, and then, in bewilderment, asked Helbrus why he was green. Suddenly, all the knives and forks began to fall to the ground. The children did not understand what they were doing, and some even began to cry because of a cut on their finger. The guys were surprised that the dope had finally passed, and Rodrigo could not understand what this outrage was. Looking around, the butler noticed a strange grass near Helbrus. Looking at the eternal flame, the guy asked him what it was. Coming closer, he asked what Helbrus had eaten. The flame began to apologize to the owner, but at that moment he threw it to the side, saying that he knew it. It was an antidote herb. Rodrigo looked at Helbrus and told him that he was a fool, because he gave him a task, and the flames instead sprayed the antidote throughout the mansion. The butler, having lost control, began to trample the flame, telling him to get out of here. Rodrigo was incredibly angry. In any case, he decided that there was no need for this lunch now, which meant it was time for the next game. With a snap of his fingers, an earthquake began, and a moment later a monstrous mole crawled out of the ground. The guys from the temple saw the new enemy and tried to understand what it was and what he was doing. At that moment, the mole began to sing a song. Corpse, licorice, blooming. It was a game analogous to the game, The Sea is Agitated Once. Suddenly, a bunch of children started screaming in horror that something was sprouting on their heads. Rodrigo happily said that the seeds grow well, which means they will be excellent fertilizers for the most beautiful corpse flowers. He decided to explain everything a little. Corpse flowers take on different colors depending on the soil. They are simply adored in the demonic world. Among them, purple-black ones are the most precious flowers. They sprout only once every 1,000 years. The butler said that he had never seen such a thing either, but perhaps he would appear today. The guy, of course, did not count on this, but if this happens, he will definitely become a popular star. Meanwhile, the mole continued to hum the song. The guy with black hair asked the children not to move because most likely the flowers grow faster when the mole turns around and sees them moving. Turning to Ephil, the guy again told him not to move. As soon as the guy turned around, he saw that licorice would soon bloom on his friend's head. The guy started pulling him by the head, saying that he was an idiot because he had a flower on his head, but inside his head there was only grass. Rodrigo at that moment told the guys that they could not hope to be able to pull out these flowers so easily. If they try to do this, they will quickly pierce the skull. In this case, the guys decided that they had only one way left. They must kill the butler and the mole and get out of here. Smiling, the butler assumed that they wanted to attack him, but so be it. Judging by the Ephel flower, things are pretty bad. Meanwhile, Thessalid and Ailette ran down the corridor to the dining room. Suddenly, the girl asked to wait a little. The guy asked her if she was okay. Our heroine, finally exhaling, said that now they can go. The girl who had that purple-black licorice on her head said that they should quickly find other stigmata. The action shifts again to the butler. The guy said that he had more hopes for these two, but, looking at them, he asked if this was all they were capable of. Meanwhile, the flowers on the guys' heads weren't particularly pleasing. Having seen no reaction, Rodrigo, as he thought, decided that they suck. After that, he told the mole that it was time to finish. At this moment, the black-haired guy was on his last breath. Ephil, in bewilderment, told the guy to get up, because they can't die because of a bald doll. The guy said that he did not expect such expressions from his friend. However, he would like Thessalid to be with them. Ephel asked what these disgusting desires were. The guy asked him to shut up, because they all know that Thessalid was the strongest of them. And the guy would certainly kill this mole by dancing. The guys, looking at the flailing mole, decided that this was the end. Suddenly, Thessalid burst into the room, breaking through the door and repelling the mole's attack. Rodrigo looked at the guy with his mouth open and tried to understand how he ended up here. Ephel, at that moment, he joyfully looked at their savior and told his friend that he was right. The guy killed him dancing. The butler was incredibly angry at what this cruel stigmata brat dared to do. He decided that he would turn right away. He suddenly fell silent as Ailette entered the room, asking if it was all over. Rodrigo was incredibly happy because he saw the purple-black licorice with his own eyes. This is a real miracle. The guy started slapping the mole, who was unconscious, and said that this flower could get a fortune if you put it up at auction. In any case, he decided that now was not the time for chatter. The guy called the girl and asked her name. The girl introduced herself in surprise. The demon began to call her with his hand and says that he really liked her, which means he has a special offer. The guy invited her to greet the great Count Orsha. The guys looked at the monster in bewilderment and thought that he was talking complete nonsense. At that moment, our heroine, without even thinking, said that she agreed to his proposal. The guys looked at her in bewilderment. They asked if she had thought before asking such a thing. Ailette said she has a condition. The girl said that he wants Rodrigo to free all the children from the dungeon. The butler was a little taken aback by this proposal. However, after looking at the cute girl with a flower on her head, who will lead Rodrigo into a new life, he decided that it was worth accepting this offer. Suddenly, to the butler's surprise, a wooden cane flew straight at him. Thessalid stood in front of our heroine and said that he would never let her go. Although the girl was flattered by these actions, these words will not stop her. She has her own plans. This way she can rescue the children from the dungeon and then go straight to the boss's room and feed him honey chestnuts. Rodrigo instantly became angry, telling the boy that he would clarify the prices for licorice and soon kill them all. As he left, he said that the only one who would survive would be the little girl with pink hair. The girl asked him to stop, but it was too late. The system said that the express bus to the boss's room seemed to have crossed the water. Thessalid at this point asked what was wrong with Ailette. The guy asked if she really wanted to sacrifice herself. He told her that no one asked her to be a hero. Thessalid. Looking at the girl, he said that she was not a saint or special. There is no point in her sacrifice for those she doesn't even know. Of course, if this were the original, then these words would be a crime of anger in violation of humility, kindness, and mercy. But for our heroine, everything is different because of the benefits of reincarnation, so she can only forgive the sincere feelings when he said those words. Ailette was upset that she was scolded by a 10-year-old. Thessalid's friends, meanwhile, were shocked because they heard such words from him for the first time. But he was right. Our heroine could not understand why she was in the role of a whipping girl. She screamed and began to apologize for her mistake. Looking at Thessalid, she decided that she should calm him down. The girl said that she wouldn't do it again. The guy lowered his head and thanked her, and then apologized for being so angry with her. At that moment, all the children began to cry, talking about how much they wanted to go home. Our heroine, looking at the guy, said that they need to reorganize, so it's better to change place. They immediately began to head to another place, but along the way the girl noticed a strange glow. Having picked up the stone that used to be Helbris, the girl carefully studied it, trying to understand what it was. At this moment, Ephael turned to Ailette and asked her not to hesitate, otherwise Thessalid would get angry again. Taking the stone with her, she decided that it was worth taking care of them for now, and then about something else. Meanwhile, a certain voice called Count Orsha. He gave him an order. The man called everyone to him, saying that he was waiting for them. Meanwhile, we were introduced to the same black-haired guy. It was Hestio Riginel. We were already familiar with Ephael, but nevertheless it was presented again. Joyful Ailette thanked the guy for introducing her to his friends. The guys indignantly said that they were not friends. In any case, at this moment our heroine took out a whole bunch of medicines from her bag. The guys asked in bewilderment what it was. Our heroine said that these were healing potions. She knows a little about alchemy, and these potions are for when Thessalid's friends get hurt. The guys immediately told her that they were best friends who couldn't live without this friendship. Ailette thanked her friends for their honesty. Suddenly, Hestio noticed the grass that was fed to that fire demon. Our heroine laughed and said that it was time for them to finish off the boss. I decided that this was actually a good idea. The guy said that they have an equal number of those they will lead against the boss. Thessalid, in bewilderment, he said that there are only 11 stigmata. Is it really? Hestio said that this is so. The butler said that all the stigmata in other buildings destroyed. All the stigmata were destroyed, and at the same moment a gloomy silence hung between the guys. Our heroine began to talk about how if their morale dropped so much, then Hestio suddenly said that it was time for a hero and the divine coming. The girl asked them again. The guys said that recently a powerful divine aura was felt in the kingdom of Winchester. The order is also desperately searching for this hero. Our heroine immediately realized that she should be more careful, because if she was caught, she could be drawn into the sect of this order, so she should be careful. The world-building spirit was immediately proud that the fame of his aura was spreading. The spirits then began to argue among themselves, and our heroine asked them to shut up. The girl told the guys that their union is not bad, and if they work together, they will definitely win. Thessalid agreed, and advised him to focus on defeating the enemy. Holding a sandwich in his hands, the guy said that if they didn't succeed, then they would move on to Plan B. Hestio asked what plan they were talking about. Ephael told a friend that he heard it. We are talking about a condition that will allow the only survivor to leave this place. Hestio immediately slapped Ephael on the head for saying such nonsense. After some time, the guys actively fought against the army of toys. Immediately afterwards, they sat and drank the potions that Ailette gave them. After that, they again fought against armies of crazy dolls, and all this was repeated a considerable number of times. After a couple of hours, the guys finally stood in front of the giant iron door. Ailette screamed happily, saying that they had finally reached the boss's room. Hestio was surprised that they got there so quickly. All this was the work of our heroine, who spied the path on the map in the system window, and thus they took a shortcut. Hestio suddenly decided to talk about Ailette. She easily led them out along a short path, and the potions in her bag seemed endless. The guys wanted to know who she was. Ephael told his friend that this was certainly not important now, and then he turned to the girl and said that before the fight, he wanted to tell her something. The guy with a serious look asked to give him another potion, because they were very tasty. Hestio screamed in bewilderment because the guy was thinking about his stomach at such a moment. Our heroine asked Ephael if this was definitely the last room, because if they get out of here, she will treat him to something more delicious. Looking at the iron door, the guy said that they would all get out of here. At this moment, the door began to open little by little, and the Count sitting inside watched the opening. As soon as the guys went inside, Orsha said that he was the owner of this dungeon. In this dungeon, he was an S-class giant. A giant spherical body, a silent middle-aged gentleman. The original did not describe his exact strength, but the man was much stronger than Ardamong. However, she couldn't figure out what happened to the system window. Why was it buggy? At that moment, the guys ran to attack, and our heroine asked them to wait because she couldn't do anything from here. Suddenly, she noticed that the guys were fighting much better than she expected. Apparently, it was because their physical condition and combat power had increased through potions. But even so, it was very strange since their combat power was S-class. A moment later, Count Orsha fell to the ground, and the guys began to shout in delight, saying that they had won. After some time, the exit gate did not appear. But why is that if they won? At that moment, Hestio felt something strange behind him, but a moment later he was grabbed by Ailette and jumped to the side. Within a second, a giant beam flew past where Hestio stood, destroying everything in its path. Our heroine assumed that the first thing they would attack was Hestio. The guy asked in bewilderment what would happen if they killed the boss. At this moment, Ailette noticed the system's barely legible words that the boss of the dungeon was a gentleman serving the Count of Orsha. Our heroine told Hestio that there is another boss. Although this is not the owner of the dungeon, he is nevertheless the one who controls the exit gate. Of course this boss was Rodrigo. Smiling, the guy admitted that it was not in vain that he bet on these guys. He especially liked the young lady. Looking at her, he once again invited her to go with him, because if she goes, he will give her the place of the bride. The madman began to say that if the family was against it, there was no need to worry. Forbidden love between demons and humans is very romantic. Our heroine suddenly screamed, saying that this was not love because there was still no ring on her hand. What kind of proposal is this? Rodrigo at the same moment took off and ran for a romantic ring that he had seen somewhere. Hestio and Thessalid asked in bewilderment what was wrong with her, because she was sacrificing herself again. Our heroine said that all this was to gain time. Holding out 3 flasks, she ordered me to drink it. Handing Ephael a bottle, she said that this was his favorite grape flavor. The guy thanked the girl, saying that this was the last thing. However, the guy said that the wounds are not a problem now. Everything was much simpler. With their current level, they simply would not be able to defeat this demon. Ephael said that he assumed such an outcome of events, which means it's time for Plan B. Taking the blade in his hands, the guy turned to Thessalid and said that he didn't really like it, but he was the strongest here. He deserved to survive more than anyone. Holding the blade up, the guy apologized to Ailette, saying that the pain would pass quickly and he would follow her. The guys tried to rush to his aid, but it was too late. Returning to the original novel, Hestio died in battle. Ephael, in turn, killed all the children, and then, following his friend, killed himself so that Thessalid could get out. a vicious evil that saves the strongest stigmata for their cause. Isn't this too much for children? However, our heroine knew that this should not happen. Looking at Iphael, she smiled and told him to try. The guy suddenly fell to the ground, saying that he was very scared. Thessalid, perplexed, asked what was happening. Soon after this, Hestio also fell. Our heroine, looking at Thessalid in surprise, asked why he didn't fall. Didn't he drink the potion she gave them? At that moment, the guy realized that it was a sleeping pill. Suddenly, Rodrigo returned to the room, telling the bride that he had found the ring. Taking off my Ailette bag, I decided that there was nothing I could do about it. The plan she came up with will definitely work. The guy asked what this plan was. Ailette told him that he was in front and she would be behind. The explanation of the strategy has been completed, so go ahead. Thessalid, in bewilderment, he turned around to tell the girl that there were only two of them. At this moment, he noticed that Ailette was emitting a huge amount of divine energy. The girl decided that there was no longer any need to stand aside and hide. Using the divine coming, the aura spread all things in different directions, and Thessalid, in turn, felt that same aura. Rodrigo, looking at everything that was happening in horror, came to the conclusion that his daughter-in-law was a saint. At this time, our heroine activated the mercury barrier. The girl immediately noticed that the level of skills, as well as the speed of assimilation, had increased. Meanwhile, Rodrigo incredibly angrily walked towards her and asked how she had the right to play with love. Since she stole his heart, he promised her that he would snatch her away. Our heroine laughed and asked the demon not to talk nonsense because he is a pervert. The girl used the skill of divine punishment. Lightning began to strike Rodrigo, charging him more and more. After a couple of moments, the guy said that this was barely enough to drown out his anger of unrequited love. Holding his braid tightly, Rodrigo began to laugh and get closer to the girl. Ailette understood that she should under no circumstances get close to him. Just at this moment, Thessalid came to the defense of our heroine. Looking into the eyes of the monster, he told him that he would not dare touch her. Our heroine immediately told the system to find support skills and tell her about them. With every second, Rodrigo realized that everything was becoming more dangerous at the expense of Little Miss. Having started to get even more angry, he ordered Thessalid not to interfere. Just at this moment, the search by the system was completed. The girl suddenly turned to omnipotence and activated the divine hymn. Thessalid, I immediately felt supported. It didn't feel exactly like Hestio had described. Nevertheless, with new strength, the guy immediately rushed into battle against the demon. As soon as the guy struck Rodrigo, he raised his head in bewilderment, thinking that this couldn't happen. Our heroine, who was hanging over Thessalid, told him that it was time to start Plan C. The demon suddenly began to use his skills, telling the guys that they could stand still, because they could not hold Orsha. Ailette knew that this would not be an easy opponent, so turning to omnipotence, she ordered him to be tied up. A moment later, electric vines enveloped Rodrigo's body. They needed to thrust their spear into the gap that Thessalid had torn open. Holding Rodrigo literally hostage, our heroine once again turned to omnipotence, 10th skill that can be used due to divine coming. Break evil. At that moment, a giant beam appeared from the sky, which literally cut Rodrigo in half. The executioner's power is the division of a creature. It is equal to the total amount of evil possessed by the target of the attack. The demon Orsha was evil itself. Rodrigo screamed in horror as his body disappeared. He could not understand why this was happening, because God had left this world long ago. In the end, the evil was destroyed and destroyed without a trace. All that was left of the butler was a strong stream of air, which blew over the perplexed Thessalid. The guy, looking at the girl in bewilderment, said that it was all her. She is the same saint he was looking for at the church. Our heroine, starting to shake herself off, told Thessalid that he had done a good job. After all, the gap between A and S ranks was huge, and without Thessalid, it would have been dangerous. The girl immediately ran for the rewards, and after a moment she was saying that there was a book for doctors and for the tanker, which means they could each take it for themselves. Thessalid, looking at the girl, could not think about the reward. He wondered how this was possible, because he did not feel any divine energy at all. Our heroine said that she knows that the guy is interested in a lot of things. She told him that all this was thanks to the merciful love of God. Thessalid, I asked whether order and kindness have a generosity effect. This is nonsense. Ailette interrupted him and said that she had a request. The girl said that she knew that the order was looking for her, but she didn't want to join anywhere yet. so she asked the guy to keep everything a secret. Nevertheless, she thought that Thessalid would not understand, because he is so insightful and responsible, which means she would have to say that all this is for the sake of humanity. The guy at that moment only said, "Okay." Our heroine, thinking about that answer, began to make excuses when suddenly she fell silent. Thessalid told her that even if she is a saint and chosen one, there is no need to talk about it if she is not ready. The guy said that they were family, and besides, it was time to go home. Our heroine thanked him, saying that he was more understanding than she thought. The guy didn't even know if it was a compliment or an insult. The girl laughed and told the guy that he should open his book. Aylett asked what the skills were. Thessalid answered her that this was submission to the defense. If she is wounded, he can transfer the wound to himself. He can even share the pain between two people. Our heroine could not understand what was good about being wounded for others. Nevertheless, he gained a skill worthy of all this glass. Looking at her book, the girl decided that her skill should be a little better. Her skill was treatment submission. It increased the effect of all healing-type skills by 5 times, limited to a partner who had the tanker skill. The girl made Thessalid happy that his healing skills were improving. After these words, our heroine seemed to weaken. Thessalid grabbed her. Aylett, realizing that everything could not go without pressure, asked her friend for one request. She said that there are actually no consequences to the divine coming, so she will say the rest. Squeezing his jacket, she told the guy that she was glad to see them, but nevertheless they would see each other again. At that moment, the girl fell asleep. As a result, the unprecedented synchronization incident in the Seongwanshin dungeon was completed in just 2 hours of real time. It was a terrible situation, but miraculously there were no casualties. Thanks to the delayed death of the children affected by the doll invasion, all were quickly treated and returned to everyone. However, no one from the dungeon had enough power to cause a divine coming, and the Stigmata boy testified that when he came to, the boss was beaten. It was concluded that the protagonist of the Advent appeared suddenly, and also suddenly disappeared after conquering the boss. All this time, Thessalid was near Aylett and looked after her. The temperature did not subside, and the girl's whole body was burning. The guy wanted to know what the price of this power is. He decided that this was definitely order and goodness. Suddenly, one of the monks called the guy and asked Thessalid why he was standing idle. The guy himself understood that he should help the others, so he immediately stood up and walked forward. Remembering the girl's words, Thessalid suddenly turned to her and said that he was also glad to meet them, and that they would definitely see each other again. Unexpectedly, the system notified that the friend's relic pendant necklace had absorbed enough divine power to react with the legendary Holy Spirit set. A moment later, the golden-haired woman woke up with the thought that she wondered who did this. Looking at the girl in front of her, she assumed that it was she who woke her up, and soon she fell asleep. Looking at her, she noticed that she had a fever, a disease caused by lack of exercise and poor diet. She is literally a holy prodigy. The woman knew for sure that the girl needed strong training. The system notified that the heroic saint Ego had been awakened. Agnes with a sword. The action moves to the Aylett farm. A new guest, Helbrus, appeared on it, who immediately began to enjoy farming and green grass. Looking at the perplexed skeletons and the joyful Helbrus, our heroine asked him to be careful and not burn everything here. Bia looked at the living flame in surprise and asked if it was a real demon. Aylett smiled and nodded. When winter comes to the farm, Helbrus will take care of the geothermal heat. Our heroine also said that the stones that she then picked up in the dungeon must have been demons. Bia asked if everything would be okay. Ellie began to assure her that this is a demon who does not like to kill, but loves greens. Bia looked away and said that she was talking about her because the fever had returned again. Looking at her friend, the girl said that if she had known that it would be dangerous there, she would never have let her go alone. Our heroine was extremely glad that she had such a sweet friend. She hugged her and said that she was fine and she saved the children thanks to Bia. The girl was glad that they avoided the terrible turn of events that plagued the original. Thessalid will not suffer. However, at this moment she began to think, will everything be okay with the main character, or will everything change now because she changed the history of Thessalid? At that moment, a quarrel began between the spirits. The leak inspector criticized Aylett. The world-building spirit was annoyed that the original was just the beginning. The inspector was furious because this was the first time this had happened during training. peace-building spirit published the game so everyone could review it. Our heroine was grateful to the spirit for taking her side, but there was something she was worried about. Ailette told her friend that she was going to talk to God. Bia asked in bewilderment if she really meant to pray. Ellie told her it was something like that. The girl was shocked because this child is truly an apostle of God. Moving away from Bia, Ailette called the spirit and said that she had a question. The world she was sent to is a timeline where the hero returns 17 times. However, the teaching period of this story is before the protagonist's first return. Does this mean that the plot changes during training, and does this change the work? The spirit answered her that it was so. He added that the main character feels like he is with his living friends in each episode, and the skills he shared with Ellie will be preserved. The girl suddenly wanted to ask for her soul, but the peace-building spirit got ahead of her and said that she would not be copied for every round. However, the protagonist, who is the axis of regression, will remember her in all timelines. Regression World ignores probability, says it will delete everyone except episode 17. Ailette thought that it was still good to improve the future of the protagonist's life, but apparently this would confuse the Seelid, who alone would remember her. She already saw in her head how the poor guy would run and look for her, and in response to this people would ask if she even existed. This was certainly not the most pleasant news, but the main character did not go crazy. At this point, the leak inspector asked the girl if she now understood why she should not be arrogant during training. The peace-building spirit also began to get angry that their Shinto spirit was killed. The inspector was now angry with anyone who asked for a good education. The world-building spirit at that moment said that this is not a puppet show, because in the soul of all living beings they form their own destiny. But these were the right words. In any case, our heroine also understood that she decided to take fate into her own hands in order to survive in this world. Then she simply cannot despair. Ailette got up from the ground and opened the store, thinking that she needed to make some very important purchases that she had been putting off all the time. She bought the previous battle pack and chose the Aura Master Energy. She needed to complete an aura task, physical training, and weapons training. The girl understood that this ability could only be awakened when the body was forged like steel, and at least one weapon technique had been mastered. However, she is a resurrected one with advantages, so she will figure things out quickly. After some time, Bia went in search of her friend, but the state in which she found her was not very happy. Sitting on the steps, the girl thought about why her skill level was not rising. The spirit at that moment told her that it is difficult to awaken the aura without the help of specialists. Ailette sighed and realized that she needed a teacher. It would be nice if there were educational video lectures in the store. The peace-building spirit told her there was no such thing, but she hardly needed to worry about that. At that moment, a voice asked the girl in surprise if she really needed a teacher. Ailette began to turn around. After that, the voice told her that she was looking for her in the wrong place, because she was right in front of her. A moment later, that same heroic saint, Agnes, appeared from the relic with a sword. The girl screamed in horror, saying that she saw a ghost. In response to this, the spirit asked to call her Agnes instead of Ghost. Ailette looked at her in surprise, and the girl said that she was one of the heroes of the Day of Sacrifice who stopped the explosion in the dungeon. The girl immediately asked if she happened to know Cattleya Gillette. Agnes was shocked that the girl knew her. She asked how Cattleya was feeling and suggested that she must have become a grandmother. Our heroine assured her that everything was fine with her. Agnes smiled and said that they would definitely talk again later, but now they would discuss the topic with the teacher. Ailette, looking at the spirit, asked if she was a saint. The girl answered her that she accidentally prevented a disaster and she was elevated to the San of Saint, but this is not her main job. The girl asked what her main job was then. A moment later, Agnes's glasses appeared, and she said that she was the first instructor of Seong Wanchen Hell. At that very moment, she screamed and told the Ailette cadet to start training right away. Within a moment, they were on the training ground. Our heroine was shocked that there was such a place in the mansion. Agnes explained to her that Count Gillette had training facilities just like the fencing masters. Although the site has been abandoned, this is enough for them. The girl ordered to start, but Ailette, having examined everything, said that a safety check was needed here, because she needed to start with gymnastics of the new millennium. Agnes screamed, telling her that there would be no gymnastics with her. She must now begin with 20 circles. As a result, after a whole day of screaming, our heroine was lying on the ground, completely exhausted. Agnes finally told the Ailette cadet that she had worked hard, But this is the first day and they will finish for today. The rest remains for tomorrow. Our heroine, barely turning over, thought that she was about to die. After trying to find out how to return the aura package, she noticed that it was not returnable. The girl couldn't feel her muscles. She started screaming in bewilderment, trying to call someone. At least someone should have helped her get up. The scales that judge the soul at this moment said that the girl's physical strength is F-class, and it has already been exhausted. The Tower of Tests was completely unsure whether the girl could climb it. The peace-building spirit told everyone to shut up because it was too noisy. After that, he told our heroine that he was sorry to see her so sad and without strength. Ailette spoke with all her strength about the fact that she only had him. Suddenly, she began to feel a shiver in her body because the sun was already setting. The world-building spirit was confused and did not know what to do. Suddenly, the system said that the spirit could not stand her suffering and made an impulsive purchase. The spirit sponsored the girl with 30 packs of ginseng extract. Ailette did not understand what it was, and all the observing spirits flinched in surprise. The system said that the essence extracted from ginseng, within 2 hours after consumption, endurance is restored. Muscle regeneration increases sharply. It was also said that the effect extended to 2 hours of exercise for 1 week. Our heroine was incredibly happy about such a gift. Having opened one package, she ate the entire contents and almost flew off from off-scale endurance. She experienced explosive muscle regeneration, increased immunity, relief from fatigue, and improved memory. Ailette immediately started calling for Instructor Agnes, who appeared almost immediately. Our heroine, looking at her, said that she wanted to train more. Agnes was surprised by the girl's resilience because just recently she was on the verge. The girl screamed that she was ready. How could it be otherwise, because her spirit was spent on this? The effect will last for 2 hours of exercise, so don't waste a second. The instructor was glad to have such a cool attitude, so she ordered me to run another 20 quick laps. Ailette obeyed and at the same moment ran. By doing all the exercises that Agnes told her to do, the girl felt that her experience was rising and gaining. Agnes was shocked that the speed at which the girl was gaining stamina was simply terrifying. She couldn't understand how she could achieve this in just 1 day. Sighing, she decided that the legend was a legend for a reason. Looking at the girl's enthusiasm, at her face, greedy for hard training, Agnes was just waiting for development. After only 4 days, our heroine's physical strength was at the 17th level. Agnes told the Ailette cadet that she was great because she was counting on a month of training, but everything happened in 4 days. Laughing, she asked if she was eating something unusual. In any case, the girl decided that her basic stamina was enough, which meant she could practice with weapons. The girl suddenly asked our heroine if she knew what aura users are called. Ailette said that these are sword masters. Agnes told her that this was absolutely true. The title of swordmaster means excellence in swordsmanship, but does she know why? At that moment, the girl took out her sword. Having heard no answer, she said that auras are shapeless like flowing water. A swordmaster who wields an aura is one who has achieved perfection in swordsmanship. Auras can imbue any object with an aura and turn it into a weapon. It's called the Aurora Blade. Aurora's blades become stronger as the area increases. This blade is far superior to adamantium, mithril, and auricalum, and depends on the level of proficiency. And finally, she added that as soon as the area increases, you can use the floating ball skill. Our heroine was delighted. She asked the instructor if she could do the same someday. Agnes smiled at her and said that she could, but first, she asked if she would choose an effective and strong weapon. Making a choice will not be easy, and it will bring humiliation to a novice cadet who has not even held a sword. However, looking at Ailette, the girl said that she was lucky because she can handle any weapon. Whatever she chooses, she will train her. Our heroine, smiling, thought that her instructors were also lucky because she has the skills of a resurrected one, which means she achieves all her abilities 5 times faster. Agnes said they would start with the sword. She asked to monitor the position and correct posture. After some time, the girl mastered the 3rd level of fencing. The instructor was surprised that the girl was doing it much faster than she expected. The next weapon was a spear, and everything happened the same as with the sword. Agnes was already a little in a stupor, but decided that the bow would be more difficult because it's not easy to hit the target with it. Our heroine didn't care about this either. The proficiency level was again level 3. Out of curiosity, Agnes decided to give her a whip. a delicate and complex weapon. She should have felt disappointed, but once again she had reached the 3rd level of proficiency. Our heroine's instructor couldn't understand what kind of monster she was teaching without breaks. Sighing heavily, the woman said that Ailette could simply choose what she wanted to wield, as well as one additional weapon. A moment later, our heroine stood with a sword and a whip. This choice surprised Agnes, and she assumed that the girl did not take it by chance. Ellie didn't give in a little about her hellish instructor. Agnes, saint of the kingdom and hero of the continent. She is a strong personality who was in the forefront of preventing the explosion of the Ice Palace dungeon. As a teenager, she mastered all types of weapons and earned the title of Weapons Master. Already at the age of 20, she invented her own fencing style. The weapon through which her fencing art became an example to be followed throughout the world is the Sword of Death. The girl told our heroine that the 2-handed Sword of Death is different from ordinary weapons. It is powerful because it can freely change its length and path according to its aura. Agnes warned the girl that she could only learn this when she reached the limits of wielding a sword and a whip. Would she dare to do this? Ailette screamed, saying that she was sure that she definitely wanted to learn how to wield the Great Sword of Death. Agnes smiled and said that she really liked the enthusiasm. In this case, she immediately said that it would be difficult, but Ailette must train tirelessly. The girl is full of energy and enthusiasm and said that she is ready for this. After some time, our heroine was sitting near Bianca and half asleep. Bia woke up our heroine. Ellie jumped up, apologized, and asked again what Bia was talking about. The friend asked the girl if she was okay. Ailette nodded to her, wiping her eyes. She's been busy lately with fencing, prayers, and the farm, but she suddenly asked Bianca if she was busy with succession lessons. Ailette recalled that her friend told her that she had a huge backside. Nevertheless, she was glad that tomorrow her and Daddy's potions would finally be on display in the store. Thanks to Bia, everything goes smoothly. Then, looking at them, she became scared. She wondered if they could succeed at all, but Bia assured her friend that their potions were excellent. Hearing these words, our heroine was recharged with energy and said that in this case they should sell a lot and earn a lot. Ailette thought that if she earned a lot, then maybe someday she could buy a ticket to change genres and get out of this survival genre. The action moves to the city. Passers-by, meanwhile, looked in surprise at the potions that were displayed on the counter. Taking the potions in his hands, he began to read the creator. Alchemist Road. He didn't even have time to finish reading because behind him, screams began to be heard that said that Fenrir was coming here. All the men were delighted with the shiny and dazzling muscles. And how did he achieve such a result? At this time, the man himself understood that his pectoral and back muscles were in very good condition, which means he was living another day in an ideal body. The action takes place in a Class C dungeon in the southwestern part of the Gillette estate. The workers who were there very often stopped working due to some reasons. This reason was Fenrir, who cut ore and stones without even getting tired. The guy admired himself. He examined each muscle group and showed them off with pride, but he noticed that some muscles were stretched, which meant they needed to be treated. All the men almost fainted seeing this mountain of muscles. This was the ideal male figure. Turning back, Fenrir noticed that time was already running out, which meant it was time to take the muscle recovery potion. Taking a bitter potion from his pocket, he drank it in one gulp. Nevertheless, this bitterness, as always, tied everything in his mouth, but for the sake of form, he accepted it. As soon as he drank the potion, he decided it was time to get to work again. Fenrir immediately began swinging the pickaxe. People were shocked because he was creating a new path with just a pickaxe. The guy's physical strength was comparable to that of an orer. Suddenly, the guy asked if he was new. The man replied that he came here to earn money, and they immediately told him about Fenrir and the fact that because of his aura, no one could approach him. That is why one could only watch and listen to the sounds of Fenrir's pickaxe blows, which could be mistaken for a demon. However, the mine worker said that decades have passed, and since then, the dungeon has been closed, which means that demons will not appear here. A moment later, a giant worm flew out of the wall and moved towards the people. One of them managed to jump away, but the newcomer, unfortunately, did not react in time and became missing. What did the monster forget here? At this very moment, Fenrir asked the guys not to worry. Holding the newcomer in his hands, he said the youth were safe. Looking at the guy, Fenrir asked if he was okay, but the newcomer, after all the stories about this man, could not say a word. After that, Fenrir looked at the monster again. He realized that it was a difficult C-class boss megaworm. Those who are able to deal with the Aurors can defeat him, but only with a direct attack. Local miners will definitely not be able to defeat it on their own. In this case, the man decided that he needed to act himself. Putting the newcomer on the ground, Fenrir rushed to attack the worm. A moment later, he hit him on the head with all his might and thereby stunned him. After that, he grabbed the worm and began shouting that he would tear it apart with his own strength. Using all his strength, the man actually tore the monster in two. After Fenrir defeated the monster, all the people started screaming, saying that he was incredibly cool. Suddenly, Fenrir noticed that all of his potions were broken. The man shouted in bewilderment who did this, but did not hear an answer. As the guy started punching the ground, he said that all his muscles would deflate if he didn't drink this every 30 minutes. At that moment, a stranger approached him and, holding out a flask, thanked him for saving him. The guy decided to repay the favor, even if it's not much. Fenrir tried to refuse, but the guy said he insisted on it. In this case, the man still agreed to take this potion. After examining the composition and the manufacturer, he said in surprise that this was the first time he had heard about the Rodaline alchemist. However, after opening and drinking the potion, he decided that all muscle potions were the same. At that very moment, the man felt the taste of juicy meat. It felt like fatty and delicious food was oozing right into his mouth. The guy shouted in delight, saying that the alchemist Rodaline is a genius, and his potions are wonderful because Fenrir's body sings with joy. All the people began to whisper in bewilderment, asking what kind of potion it was. They decided that the alchemist Rodaline was really cool if he impressed Fenrir. In this case, the guys decided that they would also buy potions from this alchemist. Thus, the action moves to the Gillette Palace. One of the butlers ran to Rodaline in bewilderment and said that they had a disaster because the goods were sold out for a month. Local customers asked for more and more. Leonard was shocked by what he heard. The man immediately began to say that he urgently needed a new supply of potions. Our heroine was glad that they succeeded. The world-building spirit supported the girl, saying that at this rate she would buy a ticket to change genres. Happy Leonard took his daughter in his arms, saying that they needed to hurry up with making new potions. Looking at her father, Ailette was truly happy that her father was so joyful. She told him that they would work like oxen, so it was time to start. After a certain amount of time, a huge pile of boxes was filled with new potions. The guys exhaled heavily and assumed that they had done as much as the clients requested. For several days, the three of them worked like real shafts. Leonard prepared the potions, Prinz helped with everything, and Ailette did the post-processing of the food's taste. The guy, looking at this whole bunch of potions, said that they would definitely become rich if they sold all these potions. Looking at his sister, he asked what she would do when she became rich. She knew that everything would go to the store, but the girl told her brother that she would send him to the Academy of Knights and that she would save what was left for the future. Prinz happily told his sister that he would also spend his share on his sister, and their father watched all this. Leonard came up to them and hugged them, saying that they were the most precious thing he had. However, it would be great if their mother was with them now. The man told the children that as soon as they got rich, the first thing they would do was go to the house where he and their mother wanted to live. Mother Ailette Rodaline. Ironically, the original Ailette also lost her mother early on. If there was a difference, it was not at her birth that she died. The woman simply disappeared. Leonard was just telling his daughter that her mother suddenly appeared in his life, and then also suddenly disappeared. Our heroine wanted to say that this was an escape, but at that moment, Prinz closed his sister's mouth and asked his father how he and his mother met. Starting to remember it, Leonard said that he remembers their first meeting like yesterday. When he was training in the Golden Ivory Tower, he went to the mountains to dig up medicinal herbs, and there he discovered their mother, who was injured. He brought her home and treated her wounds, but he had to stay longer because she had lost her memory. That's how their love began. These were truly happy days. She always told him, "I brought it," and threw him the carcass of an animal from the mountains. She asked him to cook the stew quickly, and he cried a lot when he gutted the carcass for the first time. Ailette wondered to herself whether this was a case of slavery. However, when they turned 4 years old, she suddenly disappeared. At first glance, it seemed that she lived in another world. However, he wouldn't be surprised if she regained her memory and returned home to the world where she lived before. Our heroine asked if he hated her for such an act. Having hugged his daughter, Leonard answered this question negatively. He was very grateful to her for the 2 treasures. Our heroine decided that if everything is as her father says, then she has nothing to answer, although her mother abandoned their family. At this point, Prince said that he didn't think his mom had abandoned them. There was something he had never said before because he thought it was a dream. The guy said he saw her the night she disappeared. Mom suddenly got out of bed and came out with a hoe and a plow. Sleepy Prince, rubbing his eyes, asked his mother where she was going so late. The woman turned to her and said that the black cattle, who did not know the place, came out of the cage. She was going to catch him. Our heroine thought these words were like a pretext. Did their mother feel something strange? At this point, Leonard was horrified that his wife might not have been able to catch the boars. Looking at how her father worried about her mother, Alette was touched by the fact that he loved her so much. Still, she wondered what their mother was like. She suddenly assumed that she might remember this if she visited that house. In any case, our heroine lowered her head, realizing that she would not be able to get out of the mansion. At this moment, the world-building spirit took the opportunity and gave her a task. She needed to explore her hometown, where the whole family lived, and as a reward he would give ginseng extract. The girl suddenly screamed, asking her dad if she knew correctly that she and her mom lived next to the ivory tower. Leonard confirmed her words in surprise. Our heroine went somewhere at the same moment, and Dad asked her what she was doing. Alette smiled at him and reminded him that they wanted to see the house where she and her mother lived. If they want to go there, they need to prepare a week's supply of potions. Leonard was shocked by his daughter's enthusiasm, but at that moment Prince told his father that he would also help because they all had to go there together. Their father was very touched that the children decided to help him fulfill his dream. He immediately began to help them by saying that they would soon go on their first family trip. At this moment, the men asked their daughter if she knew that the prince was considered the strongest man. The girl decided that this was quite interesting, and our action smoothly transferred to the prince's estate. The butler was just greeting him. Looking at the man, the butler told him that since they had not seen each other, he had become even stronger. Before us was Aaron Jake Hisfanril, the current prince. Aaron Jake thanked him for the nice words and asked what urgent business they had that caused him to interrupt his strength training. The man told the king that they had found traces of the missing princess. These words shocked the man. Aaron Jake started screaming and asking where they found them. The butler replied that, surprisingly, they were quite close. Opening the map, he showed that in a forest hut near their mansion, he found traces of the princess's sword. The man, with tears in his eyes, could not believe what was happening. Will he really find his daughter whom he misses? Will he meet Althea? The butler suddenly asked the prince how many years his soul had been living on the ruins of a broken relationship. The man was glad that he took up his hobby, building muscle mass. But what would have happened otherwise? Aaron Jake started posing, showing off his muscles. He talked about how his biceps and triceps were also laughing with excitement. Nevertheless, having grabbed the card, Aaron Jake promised Althea that he would definitely find it. At this time, our guys were getting ready to go to the capital. The children were incredibly happy with the change of scenery and the upcoming meeting. Leonard immediately began to think to himself that now that they had arrived in the capital of the principality, they should finally update their wardrobe and buy beautiful clothes. Meanwhile, Alette found a really cool baton and started telling her dad how much she liked it. If Master Ramdio pesters her, she will simply slap him on the ass. The vacation was going to be eventful. As soon as they arrived in the capital, one of the first things they did was order a delicious dessert. The guys said that it looked incredibly beautiful, and moreover, it looked like a masterpiece from the art street. Leonard started telling the kids that he and their mom were on one of their dates and that Mom was here. At that moment, he heard the words about the ivory tower behind him. The guys were discussing the next owner. The girl assumed that he would be Professor Hickam Sarmatan. He received research grants this month. Another student said that when it comes to regeneration potions, he is the authority. Leonard, hearing this, changed his face. Looking at her father's fist, which was shaking with anger, our heroine noticed that the principality for him was not just a place about which Dad only had good memories. Leonard wondered if Hickam Sarmatan was Hickam Satana. This teacher exploited their father, who was incompetent and only knew politics. Hickam Sarmatan stole research results from everyone, and when he was discovered, he framed his father and kicked him out. The recipe for the regeneration potion originally belonged to their father. Prince, at that moment, looking at his father, asked him if he was okay. Suddenly the man smiled and said that everything was fine, and then remembering what they were talking about, He said that their mother hated this dessert. Ailette, looking at her father, understood that this place left bad memories, and that's why he didn't want to come here. Leonard continued to say that their mother spoon-fed the entire dessert to him, just like he is now doing to them. Prinz asked in surprise whether Mom really hadn't tried ice cream at all. Leonard embarrassedly said that she fed everything to him, and he would tell them the rest when he turned 15 years old. Ailette, changing the topic of conversation, said that she wanted to go to the hut where she lived with her mother. The man said that first they would look around. After some time, the guy stood in front of the entrance to the house. Everything was in terrible condition. It's been 6 years since Leonard left this house. Unlike the stories, this house looked like it was cursed. However, at that moment the children ran inside, telling their father that the house was small, so they would quickly put it in order. Running after the children, Leonard told the children not to overwork themselves because Dad will do everything himself. After some time, Leonard was already tired, but looking at the children, he asked in bewilderment how they weren't tired yet. All this was thanks to the power of the holders of the Aura package. Our heroine told her father that they were almost finished so he could rest. Nevertheless, the girl thought that although they had finished cleaning, the tour of their hometown was coming to an end. Turning her head to the side, the girl thought that she would not be able to complete the task given by the world-building spirit. Having opened the map, our heroine suggested that they had not been somewhere else, or maybe she had not seen something. At that moment, she saw an empty space on the map in front of her. She immediately wanted to know what it was, because it was something unnatural. Ailette called the spirit and asked him if this place was connected with the task. The peace-building spirit replied that this had nothing to do with him. The girl asked God to shake the carrot if it was because of the inspector. At the same moment, he began to shake the carrot vigorously. Ailette sighed. This is what it means. As soon as night fell, the girl quietly made her way through her dad and brother and went downstairs. She decided that she would go to the place where the carrot pointed. This cannot be ignored. Already making her way through the bushes, she assumed that the right place was somewhere nearby, and it was true. Ailette went out to the lake. Our heroine was surprised, but nevertheless she immediately decided that this was not a lake, but a huge crater. Having entered the water, she began to walk further and further, feeling that this was what she needed to do. Within a moment, a huge portal to the dungeon appeared in front of her face. Everything was as she thought. Suddenly, Agnes appeared next to our heroine, who said that this crater should be a trace of a dungeon explosion. The girl assumed that someone had reacted when the explosion started. Otherwise, the surrounding village would have been completely destroyed. Ailette was shocked. Dungeon explosion! This is a disaster bursting out of the dungeon in the form of demons and magical creatures. In addition, no matter what the dungeon is, when an explosion occurs, the difficulty level becomes at least S, and if this is not prevented, then there will be an even bigger disaster. Agnes at that moment said that this was very strange, because the dungeon was completely abandoned. If there had been an explosion, there would have been casualties, but there are no monuments or anything similar here. In this case, all the taming troops that blocked the breakthrough died, and there was no one to tell it to. Our heroine suggested that we need to go there. God said that this was a dungeon without a boss, so there would be no problems, and Libra was skeptical, thinking that the spirit had taken the girl to a dangerous place. However, at this moment, the world-building spirit reported that there were no records of boss items being mined in the dungeon, and this, of course, interested Ailette. At this moment, the girl's thoughts were interrupted. Agnes called her and said that she would have a request. She wanted Ailette to return the ashes of the taming team. These people sacrificed themselves to prevent the explosion. They are not like everyone else. Our heroine went forward, telling Agnes that she would fulfill her requests and honor the souls of the dead. Looking at the girl was incredibly grateful to her. Although the girl sometimes had greedy eyes, she still knew that this was a candidate for sainthood. Finally arriving at the dungeon entrance, the girl jumped inside, telling the S-rank treasure to wait for her. Agnes was certainly shocked by the girl's words, and yet decided that her eyes were full of greed. Having destroyed the next monster, the system told our heroine that she had already reached level 24 physical body strength and level 22 swordsmanship. Agnes told the girl that she cut the desert scorpion with one blow, in which case this dungeon is great for training. The girl told the Ailette cadet to move in the same direction, and the girl proudly agreed. Meanwhile, they were in the black salt desert. As soon as the smoke passed, something strange began to be seen above our heroine's head. Our heroine asked the instructor if it was a skeleton. Agnes told her that these were the ribs of a dragon and perhaps the main boss of the dungeon. Agnes assumed that hundreds of years had passed since the defeat of the monster, but the girl assumed that the time in the dungeon differed 20 times from real time. The girl asked how this could be. Ayelet said the leftovers they planned to pick up have been left unattended for a long time. Suddenly, a very strong wind blew, and the system told our heroine that she had entered the barrier of the Black Temple. Agnes immediately said that they should return, because if they lose direction during the storm, they will be stuck forever. Ayelet said it's okay because she has an ace up her sleeve. Of course, this ace in the hole is the dungeon system map. Even if nothing is visible ahead, she will be able to move, guided by the map. The girl began to walk forward, but to her surprise, she tripped and fell to the ground. Agnes, perplexed, asked her if she was okay. Then the girl said that you need to watch your steps so as not to trip over the hill, but suddenly voices began to be heard from there. After digging up some sand, the girls discovered that it was not just a hill. Ayelet asked if it was Grandpa Zombie. Agnes told our heroine that he was still alive. The girl immediately started asking her grandfather if he was okay. The guy suddenly started screaming, saying that he was very hungry and that his muscles were deflating. Agnes couldn't understand what this nonsense was all about. Who in the other world can think about sports and training? Our heroine began to hand him the candy, asking her grandfather to eat it. Agnes said that the man had completely lost his mind, so she wondered how a man could eat it. However, to her surprise, she discovered that he was eating. After a moment, he said that it would be nice to have another drink without sugar. Sometime later, when our heroine gave the man her potions, he said that he was now gradually coming to his senses. He just wanted to say that he was grateful for the rescue when he suddenly saw a little girl with pink hair and decided that it was his daughter Althea. Our heroine didn't understand what he was talking about, but Aaron Jake immediately grabbed her and started hugging her, saying that he had been looking for her for 2 months. The girl was barely able to tell her grandfather that he had made a mistake, because she was not Althea, but Ayelet. Agnes confirmed the girl's words and ordered her cadet to be released. Hearing these words, the man moved away in bewilderment and asked what it meant. Looking at the surprised little girl, he nevertheless decided that his daughter had long since become an adult. This girl, although similar to Althea, is still just a child. Aaron Jake sighed heavily, saying that he never found his daughter. Our heroine at that moment asked him how he had been wandering here for 2 months without food. The man said that the person he is looking for is in this dungeon. He was stuck in the storm and couldn't move. The girl suddenly asked him not to worry. Our heroine proudly said that she knows the way, which means she should trust her, and then she will lead him along a safe path. Aaron Jake's mind immediately flashed to memories of his daughter talking about becoming a princess and protecting her father. Once again he sighed, thinking that this child really looked like his Althea. Suddenly he picked up the girl and put her on his shoulders, saying that he would take her, and she could only show the way. As soon as she showed him the way, the man rushed from his seat and flew forward. The girl was amazed at the incredible speed. She supposed he was very good in the old days. Aaron Jake proudly said he was still doing well. King, after all. Suddenly, Ayelet pulled her grandfather's hair, telling him that here they need to turn left. Thus, they went through many more turns. However, they ended up standing in front of an abandoned temple. The guys looked at this structure in surprise, and yet understood that this was the place they needed. Having lowered the girl to the ground, the man thanked her for her help, but asked if she was going to go further with him. Although the boss was defeated, he could be dangerous. Ayelet, looking at her grandfather, told him a confident yes, because she also had business there. She also saw routes to S-class boss items and quests. Moreover, she has not even found the remains that Agnes spoke about. In this case, the man told the girl that it was time for them to go inside. A moment later, the system notified that they were entering the boss area of the Black Desert Temple. Already walking through the temple, the man asked the girl in surprise what she forgot in this dungeon. After all, her mother should be worried. Our heroine said that she is not worried because she ran away from home 6 years ago, and since then they do not know where she is. She said her brother told her that their mother disappeared when she went out to catch runaway cattle with a hoe and plow in her hands, but in her eyes, she just ran away. After this, Ayelet asked her grandfather how he lost his daughter. The man coughed and admitted that his daughter had also run away. The girl asked in bewilderment how this happened. Aaron Jake said with tears in his eyes that it was all because of him. He began his story. In his youth, he loved a woman from the common people very much, but their families were against their union and they could not do anything about it. Soon, they all separated from him, but a few years later, along with the news of her death, he learned that after their separation, she gave birth to a child. The man immediately began to act, and after a while letters were sent to all orphanages on the continent. And then, he was finally able to find his daughter. She was surprised that day, but sweet. When he saw her, he immediately realized that this time he would give her the best he had, and the best thing was to give her a family. Our heroine at that moment interrupted the man, and, in bewilderment, asked her grandfather if he was really one of the nobles. She suggested that he was a baron, or a viscount, or maybe even an earl. She immediately apologized for her behavior, and the man laughed and said not to worry and just call him grandfather. In any case, he continued his story, saying that he safely brought his daughter to his home and began to teach her the affairs of his successor. Nevertheless, the upbringing in the family was very strict. Althea found many things difficult because she grew up as a simple girl for almost 8 years. In addition, the man who was supposed to play the role of the father was heartless at that time and directly said what he thought. He didn't know how to give his daughter the love that he never received from his parents. The girl told her father that she would study hard and become a worthy duchess to protect him. He just has to trust. The man at the time simply walked past his daughter and asked her to refrain from calling him father informally. Our heroine interrupted his story and said that it really was too much. Couldn't the girl even call her father father? Aaron Jake, with tears in his eyes, justified himself that he only wanted her to quickly become a real duchess. Ailette told him that he was wrong. In any case, the man continued his story and said that after all this, the worst thing happened. One day a girl named Elisa appeared. She claimed that she was the prince's real daughter. She had information that only his deceased loved one could know. The director of the orphanage and her guardian also said that she was her daughter. Moreover, she looked more like a deceased loved one, and even too much so. When he remembered his beloved, his heart sank. He cared for Elisa as best he could. He did everything to ensure that even the breeze would not blow her away, and Althea saw all this. At one point, Elisa mocked Althea. She said that Dad said he would accept her into the family. I wonder where they will throw the fake. Not believing these words, she ran to the prince's office and, despite her father's words, she asked whether it was true that he had decided to accept Elisa and what would happen to her. With tears in her eyes, the girl began to ask if what he called her fake was true. Aaron Jake slammed his fist on the table and said it was petty and stupid. She still acts like a child, and this kind of behavior cannot be seen in the next head of the house. Clenching her fist, a bewildered Althea admitted that she had never been good enough, and that was why her father decided everything himself. With tears in her eyes, she said that it was useless now, because he couldn't even reverse the decision for the sake of the family's honor. Aaron Jake was losing his temper, and his daughter was asking why he was angry, because he didn't think of her as his daughter, and if she disappeared, he wouldn't shed a tear. The girl told him that she would save him from difficulties and would disappear herself so as not to become a member of this family. Althea, having opened the door, began to leave, and Aaron Jake, in bewilderment, began to call her and tell her to come back. The man explained that he had no intention of giving her up. They were both his daughters. He was strict because he wanted to give her a decent family. However, Althea left, and Elisa turned out to be a swindler who tried to steal his family and property. Our heroine, having heard the whole story, said that she would also run away. The man continued to be sad and says that he did not want this. In any case, she decided to go further, but soon she stopped and was perplexed. Entering the main hall, the guy saw a huge number of stone statues. Apparently, there was a fierce battle here, but now only petrified monsters remained here. Aaron Jake also suddenly shouted, saying that he had finally found his daughter. The man rushed to her and, no longer holding back his tears, could not believe what had happened to his daughter. Aaron Jake told her that they couldn't just say goodbye to her. Ailette at this time stood behind her grandfather and did not know how to help him. Agnes said that her heart hurts, but nevertheless she's even more scared. Ailette decided that the girl was strong enough to protect her family. At this moment, Agnes noticed the weapon in her hand. Looks like she defeated the monsters with just a hoe and a plow. Our heroine immediately remembered the words of her brother, who said that he saw her the night before her disappearance. Ailette screamed in horror, asking if it was really her mother. Aaron Jake was no less frightened by the girl's scream. Turning around, the man asked what she said. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Our heroine said that when their mother ran away from home, she had a plow in one hand and a hoe in the other. My brother said she ran out in her pajamas while everyone was asleep. With every word, the girl came closer and closer to the statue. Suddenly, Aaron Jake, in bewilderment, grabbed the girl and shouted that he had a granddaughter. It turned out to be a slightly sad, happy, awkward, and surprising situation. Our heroine told her grandfather that she would like to share the joy of unexpected meetings with him, but she wants to say something. This girl, or rather her mother, was petrified. However, no fatal injuries were visible on her. Looking up, she thought that the one who used the petrification curse was a monster with eyes similar to those of the boss monster. In this case, our heroine gained hope, saying that everything turned out very well. The girl screamed, saying that her mother was still alive, but they needed to break the petrification curse. The man asked if this was true. Ailette nodded to him, but said that everything he saw would have to remain a secret. Aaron Jake, perplexed, wanted to ask what she was going to do, but the girl made it clear to him that it was better not to ask. Approaching her mother, our heroine knew that if this curse was created by a demon, then it could be removed by the counterpower of a saint. Opening her eyes, she called for the divine coming. At the same moment, our heroine began to emit a divine glow. Aaron Jake looked at his granddaughter in bewilderment and asked where she got such divine power. Where did she get such power? Ailette smiled and said that she was a diligent believer. Then she asked if grandfather believed now. With God's grace, she will remove the petrification, and when it is removed, you need to engrave God's mercy in your heart. Aaron Jake immediately became the most religious person. Having found a skill that lifts the curse, the girl turned to omnipotence and used the baptism of purification skill. Finally, pointing it at Althea, the girl began to emit a glow. Within a moment, the curse began to disappear, and the girl began to swallow air. Aaron Jake couldn't believe his eyes. He really began to believe in God, which means Ailette turned an atheist into a believer. The girl was glad that she had succeeded, and the world-building spirit was satisfied with the spread of faith. The scales, judging the soul, meanwhile, were biting their lips out of envy. At the same moment, Althea began to cough due to the salt in her mouth. The statue was made from rock salt. The girl began to say that they had made a mistake, but in any case, a little time passed. Althea was immediately speechless, like our heroine. The girl stared at the girl in bewilderment and asked Ailette if it was. Our heroine embarrassedly said that it was her, and at that very second Althea rushed to her talking about how much she had grown, but she was interested in why her hair had turned white. The girl was incredibly upset that she missed out on her daughter's sweet and wonderful childhood. Althea asked her how old she is now. The girl smiled and said that she was already 10 years old. It was quite strange to say, because at heart she has long been an adult. Althea screamed in horror, refusing to believe that 6 years have passed. It was both sad and amazing that she was free. Our heroine told her that everything was fine, but at that moment her mother hugged her close. The woman began to apologize for leaving them alone. She assumed they were sad and lonely without her. At this moment the girl had a strange feeling. Did she miss her mother? She didn't really see her, but this is not strange because the feeling is not bad. But on the contrary, the girl felt warm and soft. She couldn't understand why she wanted to cry so much. The girl, moving away, asked her daughter why she was silent. Ailette told her that she simply didn't remember. Althea said with tears in her eyes that there was nothing wrong with it, because she was only 4, but now she would not leave her alone. After these words, she hugged her daughter again. Having called my mother this unusual word, she definitely understood. Even when she became an adult, and even after her mother died, she still needed her. At that moment, the girl was called by her father, who called Althea with a regretful look. As soon as Althea turned around, she couldn't believe her eyes and couldn't say a word. Aaron Jake said that she was right in thinking. He was her daddy, and he missed her terribly. The girl looked at the man in bewilderment and asked who he was, because her father was not here. Aaron Jake tearfully began to tell Althea that he was her dad. To be sure, he even said this in different languages, but the girl still denied his words. The man begged his daughter to return home together. He told her that he would give her his title right away. Althea still stood her ground. She said that she didn't want this because this was not her home, and he had found a real daughter, so it was better to give the title to her. Aaron Jake told her that Elisa was kicked out, and the director of the orphanage deceived him by sending the actress. As his daughter said, it was just a scam against them. The girl said that these words will not change anything because now she doesn't need anything. Her father grabbed her hand and asked her to stop and listen to him. At that very moment, the girl ordered to let her go, and to illustrate her intentions, she threw him over herself. Our heroine was shocked by the strength of her mother. A giant weighing over 100 kilograms is so easy to throw. The spirit whispered to the girl that she must obey her mother. Due to a strong blow to the wall, the ceiling of the old temple began to collapse, so stones began to fly towards Althea and Ailette. A moment later, Aaron Jake appeared above the girls, covering the people close to him with his body. Althea is wondering what kind of recklessness this is and whether he is okay. The man said that all this was nonsense. Looking at his daughter, he said that he had caused her much more pain than all these stones had caused him. The man admitted that he treated her strictly only because he wanted to quickly raise her to be an heiress. Looking back, he regrets what he did as a dad. Aaron Jake understood that he was a terrible father, did not know how to love and care, but nevertheless, now that he can learn to love her, he wanted her to give him a chance. Althea turned her head sharply at that moment. Our heroine did not understand why her mother did this so abruptly, but looking at her, she understood that she was about to burst into tears. The girl decided that she should somehow gently push her. Ailette smiled at her and said that she wanted to see her grandfather sometimes. Althea asked if this was true. Ailette said it was. Plus, they can live together? Grandfather, father, and grandchildren. However, the woman said she couldn't. That house only suffocates her morally. She is not going to succeed in the family, and now she is much happier than she once was with her father. Nevertheless, she turned to her father and told him that her daughter was asking for meetings, so she would think about it, and he had better get up from the ground. The man immediately began to jump with happiness, saying that even if he saw them once a year, he would be incredibly happy. He immediately suggested seeing each other for Thanksgiving. After he told his whole plan, Althea asked him not to fuss, because she would think about it. Aaron Jake, with tears in his eyes, told his daughter that he would do anything for her. At that moment, the angry Althea turned to her father and asked if he could punish one terrible person. His name was Hickam Sarmatan. Ailette at the same moment remembered that Hickam Sarmatan is her father's main enemy. The woman said that this freak exploited and intimidated her husband. Aaron Jake couldn't believe that someone would dare do this to his son-in-law. Ailette also added that that's not all, because he stole Dad's research and kicked him out and accused him of stealing, so they had to work a lot. Althea, having heard these details, now believed that he really should be killed, but her father asked to leave it to him. The girl asked her father if she could trust him. Aaron Jake said that they can definitely trust him. He will administer justice in the name of Hickam Satana. Althea laughed and said that his name is not Satana but Sarmatan. She advised him to remember the name of the criminal, not the justice. Our heroine was glad to see how cheerful her mother was. Moreover, she saw hope in this novel about family regrets. At that moment, the girl asked what her grandfather's last name was. Althea said that it doesn't matter because he is just the prince of a small piece of land. The man noticed that he was the prince of a not-so-small plot. He proudly said that Hisfanril, which means her grandfather Aaron Jake Hisfanril. Our heroine immediately opened her mouth from such news. Hisfanril is the prince who rules the principality of the same name. This is the name of the strongest man on the continent. In addition, she decided that it was the secret of his birth, which rapidly increased her status. Seeing his granddaughter's positive reaction, the man assumed that she wanted to become a princess, which means he again asked his daughter to think again. Ailette refused her grandfather. To be honest, the princess's position was very coveted, even too coveted, but she respects her mother's decision. Looking at her, she said that if Mom doesn't want it, then she doesn't want it either, and if she agrees, then she will be for it too. The prince was upset. Althea immediately started hugging her daughter, saying that this was her beauty. She was glad that she was so persistent and charming. Suddenly she turned away because she felt an incredible heat from her daughter. She could not understand how the girl endured such a terrible fever. The woman decided that she needed to immediately close the dungeon and go to the doctor. At that moment, the girl took her mother's hand and said that all this was nonsense. She told her that the fever would go away in 2 days. They had better stay here until she recovers. The girl said she didn't want to worry her dad and Bia. However, her mom was screaming, telling her that she was very hot. Even grandfather was shocked. Looking at his granddaughter, he decided that this was a divine fever, which means this could be the price for her mighty strength. Finally, the girl again asked them to stay here, and in her bag they could find a lot of food, so they could take it and preferably not quarrel. The actions are transferred again to the memories of our heroine. Standing with cotton candy in her hands, women her age came up to her and asked why she needed it. Pushing her, they ordered her to give it back, saying that it was hers, and moreover, nothing here was hers. Already looking at the cotton candy lying there, the girl said that she bought it for her classmates. The girl, looking at our heroine, thought that it was not she who bought this cotton wool, but her mother. Then she asked why the girl was trying so hard, because it was stupid. She was sure that no one cared about her at all, because her family was dead. Looking at her, they told the girl that she was completely alone. Rumors and surprised looks constantly circulated around her. The girl had terrible encounters every day. Every person tried to hurt her. All her thoughts were filled only with the fact that no one loved or appreciated her. Nobody really needed her. Suddenly, from all this crowd, she heard the words of a guy who told her that cotton candy is unhealthy food because there is only sugar and not a single protein. Lowering his head, he said that besides the fact that there is no protein that saturates the body with protein. Raising his head, the boy's face was different. It was Aaron Jake who was offering the girl a turkey breast. The girl certainly did not expect such a turn of events and screamed in bewilderment. A moment later, Ailette woke up screaming, and her grandfather standing over her told her to wake up, because all this was just an ordinary dream. Frightened by her grandfather, the girl ran to her mother. Aaron Jake said in disappointment that it's okay to scream in your sleep, and Althea asked her daughter if she was okay. Trying to understand how she was, the girl tried her head, but there was no longer any heat. Ailette asked where they were, if this was the end of the dungeon. Grandfather approached them and nodded. She was gone for 2 days, so they closed the dungeon and left, and her mother cried her eyes out. Althea screamed at that moment and told her father that he didn't eat or sleep at all, because he was afraid that Ailette would die, which means he was even more worried. Our heroine asked in surprise if they were really worried. Her mother hugged her daughter tightly and said that they felt bad because she felt bad. In any case, she was incredibly happy that her daughter was fine. Our heroine realized in horror that she had finally found her mother. For the first time, she felt like she was waking up from a long nightmare. Suddenly, the guy's conversation was interrupted by the screams of people nearby. Althea immediately recognized this voice. Ailette jumped up and told her mom that it was her brother and dad. They're probably worried because she's missing. As soon as the girl ran away, Althea turned her head to her father and stared at him. The man lowered his head, realizing that it was time for them to say goodbye. He asked not to wait for Thanksgiving. It's better to take care of yourself. Althea smiled and told her father to take care of himself too, and they would meet again someday. Meanwhile, Ailette was finally found. Dad asked her where she had gone because they were very worried about her. Leonard began to say that if she had disappeared too, he would never have forgiven himself for this. But at that moment his gaze was attracted by something behind his daughter. Between the bushes he saw the one for whom he was ready to do anything. His beloved stood in front of him and smiled. Leonard refused to believe what he was seeing. The guy asked if it was really her. He didn't understand why she was here if she left him. Despite all these words, Althea silently hugged her husband. The girl said that she couldn't live a day without him, so she didn't leave them. She explained that she fell into the dungeon and was stuck there. She began to apologize for being gone for so long, and she also added that they should cut off Hickam Sarmatan's head. Leonard told her that none of this was important now, because what was important was that she was back. He talked about how much he needed her and asked her to stay close. Soon after such a long separation, they began to kiss. The atmosphere was quite interesting. Ailette was thinking about what to do. Stand still or close your eyes, Prince. However, just at that moment, the guy rushed into his mother's arms, thereby interrupting their conversation with Dad. Prince, with tears in his eyes, told her that he believed until the very end that she would return, but was afraid that she had been wounded, and this delayed her return. The woman hugged her equally beloved son and said that she was unharmed. She was glad that her entire family was alive and well, and also retained her pride. Ailette smiled and asked her mother if they were crying a little, as if they were proud. Althea laughed and said that was true. Her proud and whiny son. After that, the guys called Ailette and told her to come to them for a reunion. Our heroine could not refuse this. She happily walked into the arms of her family. The system notified about the successful completion of the hometown tour task. Actions are moved forward a month. While riding in the carriage, Aaron Jake asked Edgar how long it was until Thanksgiving. The butler answered the prince that he would be there in 208 days. The man was dumbfounded by this because last time it was the same. Edgar recalled that he asked about this 20 minutes ago, and the day is not over yet. He was glad that Your Majesty had become happier recently. Aaron Jake smiled and asked if it was really that noticeable. In any case, he told the butler that he was right. Lately, he has been feeling refreshed. Coming out of the carriage, he asked if he had already spoken about his wonderful grandchildren because those Raudoline potions were prepared by them. He advised Edgar to take a couple of muscle potions. Nevertheless, heading to the Golden Ivory Tower, he said that it was time for them to complete the task entrusted to him by his daughter. After some time, newspapers with news were distributed to all houses. Ailette, just that very morning, went out onto the porch to pick up the latest news release. Her face, as soon as she read the title, changed into a very gloating smile. A moment later, she ran inside to Dad and asked, "Take a look at this article." The newspaper reported that Hikim Sarmatan, the master of renewable energy, had been kicked out of the ivory tower. It was also said that he framed the student. Leonard smiled at his daughter and said that this man was truly bad. However, there was no longer any emotion on his face. Does this mean that he already knows everything? In any case, it wasn't the Golden Ivory Tower that was worrying now. A month has passed since their mother returned. There have been some changes. The first is that they moved from the shack to their luxurious home. Bianca persuaded the Count and his wife to give them a place in the annex. The second news is that my mother successfully entered the service of the Countess. As a swordmaster, her mother became her bodyguard, and the mischievous Countess surprisingly became very fond of her. She fell in love with her just as Bia fell in love with Ellie. Mom just smiled, because liking someone was unnatural for her. Our heroine was glad to have such good friends. The system suddenly said that the eyes watching the chaos of all things smiled happily. At that moment, Althea approached her husband and asked him and Ellie what they were doing here. Leonard handed her a drink and said that they had come to her for tea. Suddenly, the girl leaned against her husband and told him that he seemed to smell even better now than before. The third news was that all the residents of the Count's house finally saw true marital love, and she learned to be tactful. Out of embarrassment, Leonard told his wife that he only brought her a drink, so he had to go, and Althea would be better off talking to her daughter. Ailette laughed because her dad ran off with the drink he brought, and at that moment her mom said that she really wanted to talk. At that moment, the woman took out some sealed object and said that it was a gift. Agnes appeared behind our heroine and said that she already guessed what it was. This is a real adult weapon. Our heroine decided that this was the S-class item that she never obtained in the dungeon of the Black Salt Desert. Hugging this gift tightly, the girl asked her mother if it was true for her. The woman said it was, and then she noticed the calluses. She knew her daughter was into martial arts, but these calluses were not like Prince's calluses. She thought she got the gift right anyway. The woman also recalled that she missed 6 of her daughter's birthdays, so it can be considered as compensation. Our heroine said that she would accept this gift in 6 years. Althea was very happy about this, but she also said that there was something else waiting for her at the picnic. After some time, Ailette and Prince observed something strange on the plate. The guys asked if it was really a piece of coal from hell, but Leonard dispelled their thoughts and said that it was magic cotton wool. Althea thought it would be easy to prepare, but it turned out to be more difficult. The woman said she heard her daughter muttering about cotton candy in her sleep and decided she wanted to eat it, so she made it. Our heroine at the same moment remembered that same terrible dream. Was she mumbling in her sleep? However, because of this nonsense, her mother prepared a whole dish for her. Althea embarrassedly told the children that next time she would do better. But now there was no point in forcing herself to eat. Ailette snatched the plate from her mother and said that she would eat it all because she really wanted this cotton wool. As soon as the girl tried the cotton candy, her mother asked her how the food tasted to her. Ailette smiled, saying that this was the best cotton wool she had ever tried. Again, a month has passed since Mom returned home. With a few changes, life at the Count's mansion finally got better, and she and her family began to live so beautifully that they forgot about the sorrows and hardships of their past life. The action takes place in the dark and bloody desert of Sanarak, which no living person dared to set foot on. Meanwhile, one of Mr. Sanarak's subordinates was telling him that divine power had been released again. The demon said that this report, of course, is very fast. By this time, he himself had learned that this was the same surge that killed Ardamang and Orsha Rodrigo. He was horrified that even Rodrigo had disappeared. The power was terrible. The subject told the Majesty that the judge-executor had appeared and this was out of the ordinary. In any case, the demon was saying that it was not this that was important now, but something else. Speaking about strict order and the path of goodness, he was curious about whose whims it was. This demon was the second in the ranking of the underworld, the devil Carpheus. He ordered his subordinates to find out about everything as soon as possible. The demon wanted to know who dared to cross the demon's path and interfere with their plans. The action moves to early morning. At this time, the head of the family was making coffee. Turning his head towards the rustling, he noticed that his wife had woken up for some reason. As soon as a sleepy Althea approached him, he asked if she would like coffee, but the woman refused. Looking into her daughter's room, she asked if she had gone to morning prayer again. She couldn't believe that the girl was really praying. Leonard said he was also a little surprised, but it had been more than 2 years since she had gone out to pray. Although then he said that he was mistaken, because almost 3 years had passed. The daily prayer quest was finally completed. The system began to congratulate our heroine on the completion of this quest, and now all the conditions for awakening divine power have been met. The girl flew into the air, and the system began downloading information. In a moment, divine power was awakened, and Ellie was now a saint. Our heroine was incredibly happy, because the rating is higher than a cardinal, which means this is a degree close to human limits. All the gods at the same moment began to congratulate our heroine. Some of them even cried. Ailette was glad to hear these words. On such a day, the slanderous taskmaster's praise. At that moment, Agnes called the girl and said that today she communicates even more actively with the gods. The girl also congratulated her on awakening the power, because, as expected, divine power worthy of a candidate saint of the legendary class. Ailette smiled happily at her and thanked her for her kind words. Agnes suddenly asked the saint what she would do now. The girl said that they would start with what she had wanted to do for so long. Opening the bag, she began to pour out her treasures. She said that she had saved up all this money from trading both herbs and potions. The spirit asked if she was ready, but the girl was looking forward to this day more than her birthday. Ailette said she puts in everything. A moment later, she was already flipping through the pages of the store, thinking that she would buy skills related to divine power. Thus, she bathed literally everything that caught her eye. After all, something will come in handy. At that moment, the girl remembered that she had a bruise due to her recent training. She decided to try to cure him with her new skill. Using her healing skill, her bruise began to disappear before her eyes. Agnes asked in bewilderment if she had just used a new healing skill. Ailette told her that this was the first time. However, the skill level was 11, and without her enhancements, it would have been level 1. When it was above 100, she healed Ardamang, which means that if you use the skill without coming, the level drops. Our heroine said that no one dares to make her worse, which is why she will persistently hone her skills and become stronger. The instructor asked Ailette how she would practice the shutdown. Was she going to hurt herself? Skeptically, the girl said that everything would be fine. The action moves to the Elfenheim Church. This light inside appeared here after 200 years, which means that a person who has reached the level of a saint has appeared. The monks were sure that this was the hero of the divine coming. Apparently, he was hiding quietly due to training. They wanted to find him as quickly as possible and bring him back, but nevertheless they did not find a single trace. At this time, Cattleya silently watched the monks, who were arguing non-stop about how best to find this man. Unable to bear these empty words, she headed towards the exit to take a little rest. Unexpectedly, Your Eminence Cardinal Cattleya was called. As it turned out, it was Thessalid. The guy said he heard that the woman was at Earl Gillette's castle last Thanksgiving. He wanted to know how they were doing. The woman said that it had been a long time since she stopped paying attention to the political world and the dungeons. So far, everything was going peacefully. At this moment, the guy asked what about the servants. Cattleya asked him again. Thessalid answered her that there was one child who visited the city and ended up in a dungeon pit. He remembered that the girl was a servant of that place. The woman immediately understood that he was talking about Ailette and answered him that she was saved and taken out of there, and moreover, more than 2 years had passed. Didn't he care? In any case, Cattleya said that the girl was doing well. She has grown up a lot and is already quite a teenager. Thessalid was glad to hear this. The guy thanked the woman for her time and said that he was leaving her. As soon as the guy turned around, he met friends who were interested in what he was talking about with Cattleya, because Cardinal Cattleya is not particularly kind to stigmata. The guy, looking at the guys in surprise, told them that he was interested in how Alet was doing. The guy started screaming in bewilderment, asking him what kind of pompousness this was. After awakening and being appointed a knight, he became strange. Thessalid laughed and said that everything was fine with him. Marvelous. If he used honorific words, the divine power would increase, but he couldn't. He is an awakened Auror, and not just ordinary, but divine. For the sake of this power, it was necessary to devote time to divinity, but, thanks to his new friends, he couldn't do that. Hestio was just telling a friend that with such pompousness they might stop being friends. Ephael asked in bewilderment when they decided to stop being friends with Thessalid. The guy asked if he wanted to be friends with the pompous Thessalid. Laughing, he said that he didn't want to. Thessalid laughed and said that he understood them, so he wouldn't do that again in front of them. The guys asked if he still couldn't forget the girl they met in the mansion. They believed that they were unlikely to meet. Thessalid in turn told them that they would see each other. He promised her, just like she promised him. The guys suddenly looked at each other and said that if they thought like that, they could now get out of Seongwoncheon. The council was going to send the stigmata to the place that the church needed. Although he didn't like it, even this was better than being locked in a suffocating place. Looking at their friend, the guys told him that perhaps he would be able to meet a familiar face there. The Sealid was immediately inspired by this idea. It was very good. Get out into the world out of Seongwoncheon. Meanwhile, our heroine was sitting on the porch and leaning her head on her hand, looking at her parents. At this time, they turned to their son and asked him to eat well there, and also to write to them more often. The guy smiled and told his parents that he would definitely do it, but parents should also take care of themselves. Of course, all the hype was connected with Prinz entering the service, that is, at the Knightly Military Academy. Knight Academy is a boarding school located in the capital of the Kingdom of Winchester. It is a representative military academy that is admired by young people. People from all over the continent flock there, wanting to master the skill. This is good news since she promised to raise her brother to be a swordmaster, but at the moment when Prinz was already going to his sister to say goodbye to her, the girl understood something. It was depressing for her to think that she wouldn't be able to see him for the next few years. The girl said that she would send him potions and pills every month, and if anyone offends him, he can contact her. The guy laughed and said that he understood her and asked her to take care of her parents and Bianca. At this moment, the enraged Ramdio shouted that it was time for them to leave. Our heroine asked why this guy was going there if he was unlikely to graduate. Prinz laughed and said that the gentleman wants to learn and become a knight. In any case, the guy was already saying goodbye to his sister, saying that he might soon be late. Alet waved to her brother and thought that this was much better. In the original story, Ramdio bought his knighthood. But now, probably, the guy, under the influence of Prinz, said that he would achieve everything himself at the military academy and even went there himself. Looking at him, the girl thought that it would be good for him to learn knightly manners and experience the bitter taste of life. Althea, at that moment, noticed how her daughter was looking at her brother. Approaching her daughter, the woman said that if Alet wants to go to the academy, they can ask her grandfather, and she will go there at any time. Our heroine began to wave her hands, saying that she didn't need this yet and she didn't envy the guys at all. At this time, the whole family had already become very close to their grandfather, and Althea had completely reconciled with her father, thanks to the fact that the prince secretly came to them. In any case, Alet said that she will train in the castle because she still has a lot to do. She also noticed that even though her brother left, she still had Bianca and she wouldn't be lonely. Just after a while, the girls met, and Bia told her friend that she was leaving for the capital. Alet's shock was difficult to describe in ordinary words. The girl asked what this meant. Bia explained that social season is coming soon. Although it's too early for her to go to the debutante ball, she decided to take a closer look at the political world, and it has been unstable lately. Our heroine immediately remembered the original story, which had such a setting. The Winchester royal family is in turmoil over succession disputes. Over time, the prince and princess will begin to confront each other, and the nobles will also enter into a fierce, invisible war. The girl was afraid of how much Bianca would have to endure in that place. She just said that she was leaving the day after tomorrow, but it all depends on the situation in the palace. Our heroine thought that longer could mean a whole year, but at that moment, the girl took her friend's hand and said that she needed to tell her something. She should have been careful about the first prince. He is not what he seems. She also said that the third prince has a brother complex, so you shouldn't provoke him. And the first princess, like the first prince, is also not what she seems. The leakage inspector, of course, almost fell out of his chair at this turn of events, but the girl said that everything was fine. After these words, she took out the decoration for Bia. Ailette told her friend that this was a hair ornament, and she was going to give it to her for her birthday, but is giving it now. Smiling, she said that she would definitely need him in the secular world. It was actually an item that added to the attraction. Ailette, looking at Bia, told her to make many friends in the capital. The girl smiled and thanked her friend, and also said that she was enough for her alone. In any case, she asked her to live in peace with everyone, and soon she would introduce her to everyone. After talking with her friend, they finally began to say goodbye. The Eye of Chaos was sad, for Ailette would be alone for a while. Our heroine said that she might be bored, but that's okay. Everyone takes a new step on their path, and it won't just stand there. The world-building spirit admired the girl, and also winked at the Bureau of the Resurrected, saying that there would be a major update soon. Ellie said she would be happy to wait. As a result, a trial period began for all the guys. Our heroine continued to train. Prinz, in turn, was in a military school and trained every day, no less. Bianca was studying the documents and preparing for the trip to the capital. After some time, the day came when the girl finally went there. Ailette immediately occupied herself with alchemy studies with her father and was happy. While she was farming, she noticed that the architect of the test tower was looking at her with eyes tired from work. In any case, there was no news, and the girl only trained in the same way. However, during one of my training sessions, something incredible finally happened. With the next swing of the sword, an aura flew out. The girl was shocked by this, but just at that moment, Agnes appeared, calling the cadet Ailette. The woman looked at the girl with pride and congratulated her on becoming an Auror. Our heroine was incredibly happy about this. Plus, the system notified about a global update. Agnes told the girl that as soon as she saw her with a fever, she did not expect her to grow up so quickly. She ran 30 laps and fell, but now, our heroine recalled this time with a laugh, and then decided to admit that if Agnes had not been her instructor, she would not have achieved this. Recalling the girl's strength, she said that it was very cool when she threw 7 Auror swords into the air. She is a role model for Ailette. The girl smiled and said that this all sounds very sweet and unusual, but still this is just the beginning. She told the girl to think about the day when she would take off her insignia and fight next to her. Ailette promised to do her best. However, at that moment she said that Agnes is just a heroic saint, and she is legendary, so she shouldn't accept her insignia. At that moment, the world-building spirit rushed in and began to congratulate our heroine on becoming a swordmaster. Ailette smiled and thanked Mr. Spirit. Agnes, in bewilderment, asked Ailette if she was really talking to her heretical god whom she worshipped. The girl told the instructor that this is not a heretical god, but a master world-building spirit. Agnes at that moment said that, having become an Auror, the girl would have to go to the dungeons and gain practical experience. Training here will no longer be effective. At this moment, the peace-building spirit threw down a congratulations banner and began to wave his hand. As soon as the girl turned around, he pointed to the system alarm. The system said that maintenance of a large-scale content update was underway. As soon as the update began, the girl called the instructor and told her not to worry. Her world-building spirit has just given her a real training ground. The update was called Challenge Towers. The hero, resurrected in a new world, could now prove his strength by challenging the top floor of the tower. The action moves again to the temple. The monks talked about how the power of the saint was felt not long ago, but there was no news from the master, so everyone was upset. Looking at Sir Argent, they asked him to hurry up with the results of the search for the saint. As soon as the monks left, the guy said in disappointment that he thought that the saint had died because there was no divine power left in the world. However, since the last discovery, Argent felt that the presence had become even more obvious. He finally saw hope of capturing the saint, but at that moment, Thessalid stood in front of him, who called his brother. Argent congratulated the guy on his knighthood, but still the name was strange for him. However, what was even weirder was that the guy was calling him brother. In any case, the guy had no choice, because Xiong Wanchen asked the cardinal to take care of the orphan, and his father picked him up. The guy told Thessalid that he heard that the Tower of Saints was reorganized into a heresy investigation bureau. He knew about the mission to the outside world and wanted to know what happened. Thessalid got caught up in my thoughts. If Seong Wanshin didn't treat Stigmata like a tool, or at least if he had at least one good healer with him, then everything would not have been so difficult. The guy told his brother that everything went fine. Nodding his head, Arjun asked where his next mission would be. Thessalid answered him that the day after tomorrow they were leaving to cleanse the Akoni region and preach there among the indigenous population. Looking at his brother, the guy understood that this was a den of heretics. He said the guy should be well aware of the rules of the church when missionary work fails with heretics. Thessalid, member of the Bureau of Heresy, so he has the power to excommunicate. Anyone excommunicated from it has no human rights, and killing him is not considered a sin. Patting his brother on the shoulder, he told him to listen and obey orders. Then he said that that was all. Finally, the action moves to our heroine, who has just finished getting ready. Agnes said that this tower is like a subdimensional training ground, reminiscent of a dungeon. The girl told her that entry was free. In any case, the instructor suggested that the cadet use the most suitable sword, and therefore pick up the sword given to her by her mother. Our heroine was glad that she was finally allowed to use a real sword. Agnes told her that her aura was awakened, and she could not be with a wooden sword all the time. In that case, the girl got him, the black desert sword that her mother took out from the dungeon. It's time to use it. Once all the preparations were made, the girl finally stood up and summoned the Tower of Challenges. Within a moment, she was in the tower, among hundreds of stairs and descents. Looking around, Ailette couldn't believe what the beginning of the tower looked like. It was simply amazing here. There was also a sign for her here that forbade the use of the divine coming. Agnes at that moment told our heroine that the cadet should not relax when entering the training site. No one should take her by surprise. Our heroine said she wouldn't let that happen. Within a moment, the first floor of the tower began to load. Sometime later, Ailette was on the battlefield waiting for the boss to appear. A moment later he appeared, and the boss of the first floor was an adorable slime. Agnes, as soon as she saw this cuteness, could not control herself because he danced too cutely. Nevertheless, Ailette was not going to spare even such cute creatures, because this was her opponent. Having accelerated, she hit the slug with all her might. A moment later, splashes of mucus flew in different directions, and Agnes was in shock. Unexpectedly, inside the monster, our heroine discovered a trophy, apparently an element of alchemy. The instructor told her that she was really merciless. Immediately after the victory, the girl returned to the tower, and the battlefield, as well as the boss, began to disappear. Also, at this moment, a staircase began to appear behind them. It looks like once you defeat the boss, you can move up to the next floor. In this case, Ailette was only going to go up. She told Agnes that it was time for them to get up. At this rate, our heroine walked along the floors and cleared all the monsters in the dungeon without any problems. Finally arriving at the 15th floor, his boss was an endless zombie summoning circle. Our heroine was incredibly happy about this test because she had one trick up her sleeve. The girl ran after the zombies, saying that her healing levels would be ideally useful here, but for some reason all the evil spirits ran away from her in horror. At this moment, she decided that it was all because of the passive skill of undead infamy. In any case, she asked them not to run away. After some time, she sat among a whole bunch of destroyed zombies and ate, thinking that she had raised the healing level to 10. Agnes asked in surprise why she uses healing as an attack, and what's more, having an appetite after fighting zombies is truly amazing. Our heroine knew that the system blocks mental shock during training, but at the end of this period, the mind barrier will be dispelled. In any case, for now, she needs to continue to observe in a dull state, because this world seems to require a lot of endurance. Nevertheless, she was wondering now how Thessalid was doing. Now, everything was going according to the plot of the original, and he was probably going through various painful events. Finally, having put away the food, the girl said that she had lost her appetite, and the rest was generally over. She decided it was time for her to resume her training. There was little time left. She, meanwhile, had to quickly become the useful healer that Thessalid needed. At first, the architect of the tower was proud of the girl, but a week later, when she destroyed the boss of the 100th level, he was amazed. It was too much. Agnes, in horror, asked Ailette to wipe the blood from her face, because sometimes it seemed that she was the boss of the dungeon. Walking up the steps, our heroine said that it was sad, but she was just a girl who wanted to become stronger to save the world. At this moment, the tower architect began to tremble, because the 101st floor is the beginning of real problems. because before that there were flowers. Ailette answered him that she was already anticipating something unusual and wanted to see it as soon as possible. In a moment, the environment changed. The girl found herself in the forest. Agnes suggested that from the 101st floor the battlefield would turn into a special environment. It's like a dungeon. However, this is even better. It is not always necessary to learn to fight only on the polished floor of the hall. Combat experience with terrain features is very important. Our heroine was just making her way through this forest and admitted that everything was different here. She never thought that she would suddenly become involved in mountaineering. Suddenly, an explosion occurred right above her. Ailette was frightened and raised her head in bewilderment. Is this really a volcanic eruption? The strangest thing was that one of the stones seemed to be flying towards our heroine. At the last moment before arriving, Agnes told the girl to dodge, otherwise it would be bad. As soon as this something landed, our heroine raised her eyes and saw a strange glow from the smoke in front of her. Suddenly, a giant stone monster crawled out from there. The boss of floor 101 was a magma golem. The monster didn't even let the girl come to her senses and immediately went on the attack, hitting the ground with his fist. Our heroine, as soon as she found a window to strike, swung her blade, but it only scratched the golem. Agnes told the cadet that she should not attack the monster in areas of hard skin. You need to look at the enemy and find out where his most vulnerable spot is. Immediately after these words, our heroine fell into the water, which was undoubtedly very unexpected. As soon as she surfaced, the instructor added that she also needed to monitor the situation because she needed to avoid such mistakes and take advantage of the location to attack. At that time, the magma golem stood in front of the girl at a distance with a huge cobblestone. At the same moment, the giant threw this huge thing towards our heroine. Having cut this cobblestone in two, the girl dodged this naive attack. Ailette asked Agnes how she could make the golem look at her because she had an idea. The instructor advised her to attract the monster's attention with a bright and sweeping movement or scream, and she could also swear at him. The girl heard the instructor's advice, so she started screaming and calling the stupid golem to her. Hearing the insults, the giant began to get so angry that the ground beneath him literally melted. A moment later, a menacing mountain of living stones appeared in front of the girl. At that moment, our heroine waved her whip and hit the golem on the cheek. Not understanding why the giant was still standing without action, she ordered him to finally start moving. The golem literally immediately burst into flames because he had definitely run out of patience. Soon after, the giant exploded, releasing a large wave of flames as it did so. Using her whip, the girl threw it at a branch, and a moment later she was flying on the whip as if on a vine. Agnes was surprised that our heroine was as stubborn as a tank, but she couldn't understand what she was going to do here. The girl said that she was taking advantage of the location, as the instructor advised, but at that moment Agnes screamed in horror. It turned out that due to her lack of vigilance, the girl did not notice the approaching threat and was thrown aside. Now our heroine was on the edge of the cliff. Agnes told her that it was dangerous to have her back to the enemy. The instructor also said that there was no turning back. She couldn't escape. Taking her sword firmly into her hands, Ailette told her that she would no longer run. Swinging her blade, she said that she wanted to plunge the blade right into the monster's heart right now. At the same moment, she thrust the blade into the ground with all her strength, and it immediately began to crack. A couple of seconds later, both of them, along with the giant, were in open fall and flying straight down. However, thanks to the whip and her skill with it, she caught it on a branch and held on while the giant flew down. After some time, she stood on the remains of a giant who had weakened due to water, which was the golem's weakness. She specially lured him into a mountain stream. After that, she proudly plunged her blade into the heart of the golem and thereby destroyed it. Our heroine asked the instructor if this was a level A boss. She confirmed this, and the girl decided that this level was not so weak. She thought that Ardemang was also of a similar level, which means her divine advent skill was simply a fraud. In any case, Ailette said that they would conquer the next floor tomorrow, because today her legs could no longer support her. Suddenly, the action moves to the temple, or rather to the dungeon. On the other side of the bars stood monks who addressed the guy. Looking at Thessalid, they asked him if he knew why he was here. Having heard no answer, the monks ordered the prison guard not to give the guy a sip of water until he had completed a 3-day probationary period. At this time, the guys Ephiel and Hestio were watching all this from around the corner, but did not stick their heads out yet. As soon as it became quiet in the dungeon, the guys decided that they should go out, and they headed to their friend. Already standing in front of Thessalid, they asked how he was feeling. They suggested that he was cool in the new room. The guy, in horror, asked Ephael and Hestio what they forgot here. The guys interrupted him and said that this was not the main thing now. Handing him bread and water, they asked him to hide it in his bosom and eat little by little when no one was around. They didn't hide the fact that it wasn't particularly tasty, but in any case, it was better than starving. The guy thanked the guys for their help. Ephael, at that moment, I asked the guy how he was, because Xiong Wanchen continued to reproach him and torment him, even despite the fact that he saved a bunch of people and cities. Sighing heavily, the guy said that everything was fine. Ephael also looked away and told him that he had always been like this. Hestio, he suddenly added on his own that Xiong Wanchen was taking out all his anger on Thessalid. More than once or twice he ignored the rules and acted in his own way. The guy said that the Akoni region refused to execute heretics again. Then he asked if he knew one interesting detail. Among the stigmata, only Thessalid never killed heretics. Ephael, in bewilderment, he asked if their friend was on the side of evil. Hestio replied that it didn't matter. Thessalid must prove that he is on Xiong Wanchen's side. While Thessalid was tightly clutching his friend's food, Ailette once again appeared in front of his face, who said that she was always on his side. Ephael, looking at Thessalid, who in the moment seemed to have forgotten that they were there, asked if everything was okay. Turning his head to the side, the guy told the guys that everything was fine. Nevertheless, he himself could not understand why, when despair pulls him down, he suddenly remembers her face. The actions are just transferred to our heroine. At that moment, her father told her that in the afternoon they would go on a picnic with her mother, and so he invited her too. Ailette told her dad that she still needs to learn something, so they should go on a date together. In this case, Leonard told his daughter that he ran, and Ailette good luck with her studies. As soon as the door closed and Dad went about his business, she asked the system to let her into the testing tower. A moment later, the portal in front of her began to activate again, which would soon take her to another space. It's been a few days since she dedicated herself to training. After the 101st floor, the speed of passage decreased significantly. The higher she rose, the stronger the monsters became, therefore 1 floor in 1 day. Soon after, she went 1 floor after 2. During all this time, there were many interesting and terrifying bosses. After this, it all came down to the fact that she could pass the floor every 4 days. When she was on the 130th floor, the speed of her passage was 1 floor in 1 week. Then every 10 days, and on the 170th floor, sometimes it took a whole month to just 1 floor. Time flew quickly and her skill level grew steadily. In moments of rest, she always studied. On the 210th floor, she found herself in a not very pleasant situation because the wound she received was quite severe. However, her healing skill was already level 60, which means it exceeded the level of a real healer. Her swordsmanship level had also become the prerogative of an expert aurer. She handled the sword with a pen, all this thanks to the fact that Agnes officially introduced her to a private fencer. And again, time began to fly incredibly quickly. Her last achievement was defeating the boss of the 275th floor, and our heroine was already an adult. Agnes praised her student, saying that the reward for teaching exceeded all her expectations. Ailette smiled and told her that she was a great teacher. In any case, the instructor said that now the girl copes well with demon dragons. Although starting from the 265th floor, there are entirely demon dragons. Our heroine turned to Mr. Architect and asked if 10 evil dragons in a row were too much. He cleared his throat at this moment. However, she decided that she should take the item and get out of here. Agnes noticed that there were only bones, and Ailette told her that she would take them. The instructor, in bewilderment, asked why she needed this, and she told her that it was all for her beautiful underground farm. Walking to the farm, she thought that she was stuck in the tower and had not visited the guys for a long time. As soon as she called the guys, she only opened her mouth in a stupor. Everything was so bad that the bones of the skeletons were broken, and they themselves could not move. Helbris explained to the hostess that they tried so hard, digging a fish pond, but unexpectedly broke down. Ailette recalled that she asked them not to overdo it, because he constantly complained of fractures, wear and tear, and osteoporosis. In any case, the girl said that it was all right, because she had the perfect gift for them. She took the demon dragon bones she got from the tower and started cutting them. A moment later, Agapan and Hyas were renewed and now had dragon energy flowing in their bones. The guys immediately began to run around like crazy, saying that they were now bursting with demonic energy, but the hostess asked them not to overdo it. Turning around, the girl saw looks full of hope that they too would not be left without a gift. Ailette laughed and said that she brought enough bones for everyone. As soon as she finished with the skeletons, Helbrus called the hostess and asked if there was a gift for him. Our heroine, taking a crystal out of her pocket, told him that of course she would have a gift for her beloved Helbrus. This item was the forgotten heart of the fire dragon. Helbrus started jumping around happily, thinking that if he ate this, he would become super strong. At that moment, the flames soared into the air and exploded like a firework, indicating that he adores his mistress. After that, he began to absorb the demon heart crystal with great pleasure. A moment later, he sank to the ground, and Ailette asked him if he already felt the power of the dragon. Helbrus said that he didn't know and that he needed time to digest it. Moreover, he suddenly became somewhat sleepy. Soon, he simply fell asleep. Returning home, our heroine was glad that she checked the farm and patched up her hard workers there. Now it was time to learn alchemy. Suddenly, the father came into the room and was glad that his daughter had returned. He asked her to follow him and see who had finally returned. As soon as she followed her father, she saw that her brother was standing on the threshold, who had come to see them. Prinz greeted his sister. After some time, the guys went to train together, but one of the swords kept flying away. It was the Prinz sword, which could not win its sister. He suggested that she invite the strongest person to become her opponent. Our heroine smiled and asked how it happened that his little sister constantly defeats him. Did he do well at the School of Knights? The guy laughed and said that she was embarrassing him, and then he asked her if she had heard that the clerics had strong swordsmen of her level. The girl asked again, and Prinz said that he didn't know if she remembered, but a guy was looking for her as a child. Thereafter, he said his name, Thessalid. Our heroine stared at her brother carefully. Having moved under the tree, the guy said that a huge underground mine had formed above El Torini. Fortunately, the conquering team managed to close the dungeon. Nevertheless, the fortress began to fall out of the gates. El Torini was threatened with complete destruction by the falling castle. But at this ill-fated moment, he, Thessalid Argent, appeared. This guy used a siege spear filled with divine power and aura. In this way, he destroyed the falling fortress. Ailette understood that as written in the book, Thessalid was becoming stronger. Although this is clear, he is the main character. Unexpectedly, Prinz told his sister that the guy was not being treated like a hero. The debris of the destroyed fortress still fell on the city. There were no casualties, but the city suffered significant material damage, and all merchants are trying to compensate for the damage caused by the store. Our heroine was incredibly angry, because if it weren't for the guy, the city would have been completely left without people. Is it really that hard to say thank you? Prinz smiled and suggested that Thessalid would indeed be glad to hear these words. At that moment, the guy started calling Ramdio. In this case, he told his sister that he had to go. After that, he turned to her and said that he bought the famous macarons in the capital, so they would eat them together later. When she remembers the macaron, she only remembers the main character who was so embarrassed when she handed it to him. The guy must have matured a lot now. In any case, she thought that she was wasting her nerves because she would not be able to go to him until she turned 20, when the school period ended. She knew that was the plot of the original, but she hoped that Thessalid would be less sick. Even though she doesn't have time to wipe off the sweat, she would like to see him. Deciding not to sit idly by, our heroine again went to the Tower of Trials, but the next boss was again a dragon. Ailette and Agnes covered their ears with their hands, not understanding why the dragons scream so loudly when they appear. The girl asked the architect how many dragons he actually created, but in response to this he only shuddered. Ailette thought that it was time for other bosses and good weapons to appear. She defeated many bosses, but did not receive weapon items. The architect suddenly ordered to look forward, and not to the sky. Looking ahead, she saw the beginning of a quest, the reward for which was a ticket to choose one rare boss item. This is exactly what our heroine needed, because now she will definitely be able to choose a weapon. Agnes was very surprised that the cadet suddenly became cheerful, and moreover was happy to fight the dragon. The dragon at that moment began to taunt people, saying that he would take her life painlessly. Agnes laughed at these gangster speeches, but Ailette's reaction was still amazing. The instructor asked her if it was because of these speeches. Our heroine laughed and said that this is how she reacts to the treasury under the dragon. She was sure that there would be at least one sword there. The instructor smiled and told the girls that her reasoning was correct. She was glad that Ailette would finally change her weapon. Ailette was no less happy, but still, first of all, she should deal with the dragon. At the same moment, she ran to attack. After some time, our heroine was sitting at home and wiping her honestly deserved sword. Agnes smiled and asked if she really liked him that much. The girl answered her. She was incredibly happy, still would. She spent 3 days and 3 nights in that treasury to choose this sword. Looking at this blade, the instructor now said that if her eyes do not lie, then this is the best sword in existence. In this case, she told her student that she would look forward to her growth with a new good sword. After this, Agnes asked our heroine that after 20 years she could leave the Count, but what she wanted to do first. The girl smiled and said that first she would find Thessalid. Agnes smiled and asked if she really missed him that much. Maybe he is her first love? Our heroine knew that this was not so, because the main character on the 17th round of regression was destined to die as soon as it began. This means that you will need to quickly find him and fill him to capacity with healing potions so that he does not die. In any case, Agnes told the girl that the battle with the dragon was not easy, so they should go to bed early, because tomorrow they will have training again. Reaching for the candle, our heroine told the instructor that she was right. It was better to go to bed. Already lying on the pillow, the girl thought that everything was not as easy as she thought. Running without a break to get better is really difficult. Turning on her side, Ailette asked the system to show her rank. After a moment, she showed it. Her rank on the list was 281. The training quest to get into the top 100 in the world has already been completed. In any case, she knew that the world she would face was a history of complexity. The architect suddenly asked the girl if she would take a break. She probably turned the other way and said that she couldn't take a break, because she needed to get to the 300th floor of the tower and quickly leave the Count's castle. She knew that Thessalid was now walking along the difficult road of deprivation, and she should become better for his sake. It must be dawn in the church now. Thessalid is the main character who must pass trials before going back in time. In any case, she hoped that the guy was now having good dreams. Soon after this, the girl fell asleep. The action moves to Thessalid. At that time, the guy was sitting in the middle of a field in which it was raining. There were dozens of corpses around. The demon standing above him said that the guy should be proud of his achievement. All the corpses in this valley are heretics whom he killed, which means Seong Wanchen will be proud of him. Looking at the guy, he continued to talk about how he exterminated the heretics. He stopped the ceremony that expanded the power of the Demon King, and this achievement is worthy of praise. However, Thessalid was not happy about this. He told the demon to shut up. He felt that all the virtues were blaming him even now. Either way, the monster wouldn't stop shutting up. He asked the guy to tell him whether he liked being a hero. Raising his head, the guy looked into the eyes of Carpheus and promised him to kill him. The demon laughed and told the silver mouse to try it. After a moment, he began to disappear. As a result, the guy was again left alone among a field full of corpses. Thessalid tried to come to his senses, but the sound of the rain was so loud that it interrupted his thoughts. He finally fell to the ground. It's time again. The story developed without a hitch, and our heroine met her 10th autumn in this world. All this means that the training is over. Thessalid has regressed, and there are only 6 months left until the very beginning of the original book. The action moves to our matured heroine, who, while on a boat, was sailing towards something unexpected. At this moment, Agnes told her student that the monster had appeared again, which meant she needed to try not to fall off the boat this time. The girl asked the instructor to be calmer, because she had been training her balance on this swing for 2 months, and it was all thanks to her boss. The floor was already 298, and the boss was the damned Undidseal. At first glance, it may seem that this is a beautiful mermaid, but below the waist she has a far from beautiful fishtail. In fact, it has the merciless tail of a huge snake. Our heroine, only thanks to the tumbler boat artifact, did not fall into the water. As soon as the heroine found the right moment, she jumped towards the giant creature. By then, Ailette was a swordmaster, meaning she was no weaker than Agnes. In her hands was a 2-handed whip sword. Deftly handling her weapon, our heroine attacked Undidseal in the back, grabbing her arms and cutting her back. Due to acute pain, the aquatic creature began to scream, and following this, the sea began to rage. Nevertheless, our heroine continued to attack the monster. Running through Undidseal's limbs, she caused her injuries. After her successful attack, the girl jumped down and headed back to the boat. Suddenly, Agnes shouted to the girl to be careful. Undidseal's tail was flying straight towards them. A moment later, the boat was smashed into pieces, and all that was left was to hope that Ailette was alive. Fortunately, A few seconds later, she climbed out of the water and got caught on a piece of the boat. Agnes asked the student if she was okay, to which she replied that she was okay, but it was a pity for the boat. Our heroine knew that the lack of floor under her feet was a big problem. The girl immediately thought that it would be very nice to use the divine coming. Suddenly, she remembered one interesting skill. Agnes asked if they were going to start over again, but after climbing onto the board, Ailette decided that she would continue. The instructor was surprised by this choice, but in this case, she advised her to hurry up, because Undidciel was going to use her ability. A moment later, the sea creature began to scream, and the system warned our heroine that a tsunami of destruction was approaching. Ailette, feeling a huge current behind her, only looked at the monster in shock. A moment later, a wave covered the girl. Undidciel, after this attack, I was sure that the pathetic little man was finally defeated, but our heroine at this time used the hopeless Mercury barrier skill. Ailette, raising her blade, smiled proudly, looking into the eyes of the monster and asked if she liked the view. She added that her field is her fortress. The goddess of the Sea Kingdom was incredibly evil, but nevertheless she was not going to give up. She immediately began wagging her tail and creating deadly waves. Our heroine was not going to look at this with folded hands, so at that very moment she ran on her last journey. After some time, the girl stood with awards in her hands, and Undidciel behind her gradually disappeared. The system congratulated Ailette on successfully clearing the floor, and our heroine said in surprise that although the boss of the floor was strong, the reward was just as good. In her hands were the tears of a mermaid and the strings of the harp of the King of Spirits. The first is the best material for potions, and the strings could be useful as wire weapons. Agnes admired the girl, saying that such a boss would require an elite team of 12 people, but she dealt with everything alone. Ailette smiled and asked if she was happy for her. After all, the girl had already bought all the skills she needed in the store, so even without 12 people, she attacked, healed, and strengthened herself. The architect at that moment told her that he was shocked, because she was at 298. She was already ranked 7th among the strongest players on the continent, so he asked her to stop. The girl, walking towards the stairs, said that although the 7th place was not bad, the 17th episode had not yet arrived, where the final darkness rages. The architect was shocked that she was going to the 299th floor and tremblingly asked if she could go there in a month. Ailette asked in surprise what he was hiding. The architect panicked and told her no. The girl said that she knew when they were lying, but the spirit decided to remain silent. In this case, our heroine said that nothing can be done, which means she moves on. Walking forward, the 299th floor of the test tower began to load, but at that moment the architect of the test tower began to silently scream. Our heroine also noticed that the tower was behaving strangely because it didn't look like it was loading the next floor. A dazzling shimmer, a feeling of a floating body, slight dizziness and motion sickness. Our heroine knew this feeling, all because this feeling was moving in space. The system notified the girl that she was in an S-class dungeon. Our heroine asked in bewilderment how this could happen. She is sure that she entered the 299th floor, but why did she receive a message that she had entered the dungeon? The tower's architect shamefully admitted that he had not completed the construction of this floor, so he connected it to a random dungeon. Ailette told him to build properly. Suddenly, the guy started shouting in anger, saying that she was too strong. She spent 7 years on the entire tower, and he even secretly made a patch for the boss. Our heroine asked in bewilderment if he had secretly improved his boss. In any case, she reached out and told the architect that she would keep this a secret from the other gods. If she finds a way out and leaves quietly, then everything will be resolved. The architect was pleased that mutual understanding had been established, but there were still some problems. In the tower, you can challenge and fail the boss several times, but the dungeon is real. Just one mistake can lead to death. Our heroine suddenly asked whether the rule with the ban on the divine coming remained. The architect nodded his head. After all, there are always and everywhere shortcomings. After bending here and there, the girl sat down on the ground. She thought it would be nice if the gates were displayed on the system map. However, the exit gate appears randomly, so you had to walk around it. Ailette suddenly thought about it and decided that she should look in the book. Having opened the menu of the integrated library, the girl began to search for Resurrection to Save the World. As soon as she took it in her hands, she asked her to find the Mucus Cave dungeon in her bookmarks. As it turns out, it was a Wallenstein episode. Little Duke of Wallenstein. This guy was attached to the main character and valued chivalry. However, due to an unwise order from the first prince he served, he was forced to point his sword at the protagonist. Conflicted between belief and order, in the end he convinced the protagonist and put down the sword, leaving readers wondering why everything was fine instead of tragedy. Of course, at this moment, there was a synchronization of the dungeon, which was caused by a curse during the Duke's training trip, in which he sacrifices himself and dies. As soon as the girl remembered this episode, it seemed as if a knife had been inserted into her back. In any case, now she knows what kind of dungeon it is and what the boss is. The tower's architect began to protest because she was thinking about strategy. Alette said that she was not going to catch the boss, but she was just thinking about it just in case. Pointing into the distance, she said that the boss would suddenly appear from that ceiling over there. At this moment, the long-awaited explosion occurred. Our heroine, who said this just like that, was shocked that it was true. Unexpectedly, as soon as the smoke cleared, she saw living people. The blonde guy asked people to hide behind him because the giant was somewhere above. At that moment, black slime flew out of the darkness, which the guy deftly cut with his blade. Alette looked at this guy in admiration. She immediately decided that it was an Auror. The guy who fought back the slime saw that it began to run away. Luckily, they were safe now. He asked the people if they were okay. The man whom the hero began to lift said that thanks to him, they were normal. Another guy suddenly asked if it was safe up there now. The people sitting on top informed them that they were safe. In this case, the guy said that he would now lower everyone with floating magic, so they should have waited. The tower architect advised leaving once the boss attack scene had been viewed. Nevertheless, our heroine, looking at these people, could not simply leave because they were in bad condition. Agnes, peeking around the corner, said that their strength was enough for a Class B dungeon, and that was the very ceiling. After examining everyone, she considered that there were only 8 people, and among them only 2 had good skills. They had 1 healer, but even then it was a child. Agnes suddenly noticed that there was a guy in a cadet's uniform. The girl was glad that there were good talents among the cadets, but with the strength of that child, they still would not protect the squad. The tower's architect was nevertheless worried, saying that he did not want any meetings in the dungeon. Our heroine was still in thought. Suddenly, the monk shouted, asking what kind of stupid squad this was. He asked the captain of the punitive squad what he would do about it. Plus, the healer's assistant was eaten by the boss. The monk continued to shout, but one of the people asked Priest Joachim to calm down because it was all an accident. The boss was accidentally awakened, and his people were also eaten. He talked about how it was a safe place where resources could be mined, and why on earth would you think of using a skill on a boss who was sleeping? Joachim shouted, saying that they did not dare blame him for losing the healer. If he returned to the church, he would no longer be able to send healers to this guy's guild. The guy immediately began to apologize and say that it was all their fault. Agnes talked about how priests sometimes abuse their power under the guise of a shortage of healers. Joachim, looking at the guys in surprise, asked if they could get them out of the dungeon with incompetent captains and poor skills. He wanted to know how they would do it, considering also that there was a burden with them as these 2. At that moment, he heard a rustling behind him and said that now there were not even 2, but 3 people. He looked at Alette and asked how long she would whine and cling to him. Our heroine looked around in bewilderment and asked if he was really talking about her. Joachim shouted, saying that he was sure that she was caught up in synchronization and she would not beg them for a party and would force him to heal people. Agnes at the same moment began to say goodbye to our heroine, saying that it was more difficult for her with such people than with monsters. Walking back home, she wished the cadet good luck. Joachim yelled and said that he refused to increase the squad. He notified everyone that they would have to choose. Take either him or the girl. A guy with blonde hair stood behind the girl and asked how someone could be so stingy with mercy. He doubted whether Joachim really served God. He told the man that since the priest was behaving like this, he would leave this raid because he was not going to participate in anything that violated the Code of Knights. Our heroine was surprised that Justice was still alive. This guy is truly a decent person. The girl approached the guy and asked him to give her his left hand for a second. The guy extended his hand in bewilderment, asking why she did this. Alette silently used the healing skill. All the people screamed in bewilderment, saying that this was a healer and with high-level magic. In a whisper, She asked the guy if she was right that he was hiding the injury to his left hand. Taking care of people is good, but you still need to take care of your wounds. Immediately after this, our heroine screamed, telling all the people who were injured to come to her and she would heal everyone. At the same moment, people ran towards the girl, while Joachim looked at it all in bewilderment. He was shocked that these fools begged him to cure them, and now they say that she is the best. The man suddenly started shouting at people, saying that they couldn't just turn away from him. Ailette, like other people, were a little shocked that the man did not realize what situation he was in. Not seeing any reaction, the priest rushed to the girl, saying that their strong sister's clothes might get dirty. Joachim told her that he would take responsibility and take care of her. She could leave him to catch up and she would go with them. The crowd of people were in disbelief at the way the priest spoke for fear of being abandoned. He never behaved like this with anyone. After some time, all the people were healed, and the captain announced that if they were going together, then in that case they should briefly introduce themselves. The woman introduced herself and said that she was Anne, the leader of the Golden Apple Taming Squad. Joachim, at the same moment, he approached her and introduced himself, saying that he was their reliable holy brother. The guy on the left was Kyle, a member of their team, and his sister Kana was standing next to him. After them, the sorceress Seijin introduced herself, joining as a mercenary. Then the little girl introduced herself. It was Freeze, and the guy on the right was Ash. A blonde guy followed him and introduced himself as Ray. Our heroine said that she was glad to meet everyone, and then said that her name was Ailette. The tower architect sighed, telling her that she got to know everyone too easily. Freeze suddenly asked the girl why she was here alone. Ailette began to scratch her head, and Anne at that moment suggested that they quickly find a way out and talk along the way. Listening to the captain, they went forward. Already walking Freeze, I asked our heroine if she too was asleep and unexpectedly fell into a large hole when she woke up. Ailette suggested that if a girl fell into a dungeon while sleeping and her level is S, then this means that she can die while sleeping. The girl smiled and told her that she apparently got here just like her. Freeze, she said in surprise that she went to bed when she woke up. There was a lot of mucus around and that's why she was very scared. After that, she turned and pointed at Ray and said that this guy saved her. Ray asked in bewilderment why he was an uncle and Ailette was a sister, to which the girl told him that her dad told her so. A man dressed in an academic uniform is always an uncle. Our heroine turned to him and asked if she could call him brother, because her older brother was a cadet at the military academy. Ray sheepishly said that there was no need to do this, and then suggested that she was interested in learning something about him. He is a second-class graduate, currently on a night training trip for a year to become knighted. He applied as a mercenary for money. Our heroine told him that this was very interesting, and also congratulated him on graduating from second grade. Ray smiled and said that he had not been congratulated so sincerely for a long time. Ailette felt both joy and sadness thinking about how he was compared to so many. The guy said that all his life he was put in second place and compared with the first, even if he did not claim. Ailette suddenly thought about it and said that if you think about it, then her older brother also graduated this year, which means he has exactly the same jockey as Ray. The guy asked in surprise what her brother's name was, and as soon as the girl said that her brother's name was Prinz, he became dumbfounded. He asked again in shock. Our heroine asked if they knew each other. She added that her brother was giving a speech at the graduation ceremony when she suddenly noticed that Ray's face had changed. Our heroine asked what was wrong, when suddenly Ray apologized and said that he was allergic to pink hair, so he would move away. Ailette couldn't understand what happened to Ray when suddenly a voice came from behind her. Ash said that although the Knight Cadet's condescending tone is unpretentious, he is known as a person who is polite to everyone. Maybe he sensed something special in Ellie. Our heroine asked in surprise why he spoke so politely. Ash scratched his head, saying that she seems older than him, but they can switch to you. The girl said that she would do it with pleasure, and then asked if he too had joined here alone without a companion. The guy said that initially he was accompanied by another squad, but it was destroyed and quite tragically. While hiding in a cave to escape a demon attack, he encountered the guild, and he is very glad that they took him with them, although he does not own a weapon. However, the guy said that it was dangerous for healers to stray too far from their group, so he advised her to stay close to everyone. Agnes at that moment told her student that this guy was lying. The gait and calluses on his hands, which were noticeable at first glance, meant that he was excellent with weapons. Judging by the stance, she assumed that he was a murderer, armed with a double dagger, and he was hiding it, because he had something to hold on to. But he was a dangerous guy. Our heroine thanked the instructor, but she knew it herself, because she saw it. Ash is a killer from the first team. She should keep in mind that this guy was ordered to kill Thessalid. Sejin, suddenly she started talking about how there was no way out in sight. They definitely needed to get out of here before they ran into the boss. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, and Ray ordered everyone to stop, talking about the approaching danger. Looking deeper into the cave, Joachim began to scream, saying that this was definitely the boss of the dungeon. Kyle couldn't believe it. In any case, the guys decided not to tempt fate, and so they began to run away. Anne told everyone to run as quickly as possible, because they would only survive if they ran away. Just after these words, Kana stopped and notified the captain that they had reached a dead end. The woman stopped in horror and looked into the distance, while Ray advised not to panic and make an arrangement. Drawing his blade, he said that he would command the front, but he needed their support. Most of the squad agreed with the guy, but Joachim distinguished himself here too, and in bewilderment only began to scream, saying that they were finished. Pushing the girl to the side, he told the guys that from now on they were left alone, and he was running away from here. Our heroine grabbed Freeze and then told the priest that he was moving in the wrong place. Of course, these words would no longer help, because he had just met a giant monster. The giant was not even going to think. He grabbed the victim, who ran under his feet and ate him. Freeze, she began to scream in horror, and the architect of the tower also added to this flash mob. Ailette notified all the other people that the boss had arrived. The owner of the dungeon was the evil spirit devourer Oscurius. This giant consisted of hundreds of limbs with toothy ends. The giant immediately launched an attack on people who still did not understand the whole problem. Kana said in horror that the ground began to shake violently, while Anne corrected the girl and said that these sounds were not coming from underground. The reason for the shaking of the ground was the dungeon owner, who jumped at that moment. Kyle looked in horror at all this number of spirits, but Ray tried to calm the squad down by saying that they would chop everyone up one by one. Our heroine thought that the guy was thinking correctly, because the evil spirit Oscuria consists of a colony. Each spirit individually was not strong. The only problem was that there were countless of them. At this moment, the girl thought about Joachim, who, due to his stupidity, ended up inside the monster. Oscuria now swallows its prey and slowly digests it. Anne suddenly screamed as soon as she saw several more bodies inside the giant. Our heroine suggested that these were apparently their eaten comrades. Agnes said that these people are alive, although not for long. Soon after, Ailette, who was lost in her thoughts, did not even notice the approaching danger. Ash came to the aid of our heroine, who advised the girl to be careful, because the role of the healer in the squad is the most important. The girl smiled and thanked the guy for saving her. If it weren't for him, it would be scary to imagine what could have happened to her. Ray, after Ash showed his blades and skills, shouted to the guy in bewilderment, saying that he was hiding his true powers. The guy wanted to tell him a lot now, but still, first of all, they must give all their strength to get out of here. Ash smiled and told the captain that everything was fine. He, in turn, will try his best. Ray addressed the squad and told them to open the way as soon as he gave the signal. Once the report was finished, the guy swung his blade. The beam from the blade caused considerable damage to the monster. However, Ash was not far behind, skillfully swinging his blades and cutting off the monster's limbs. Our heroine, holding the girl, thought that the guys were strong, and they both had excellent skills. Looking at the guys from the guild, one could understand that the sum of their strengths was also quite good. However, no matter what, the devouring spirit will grow, so it turns out that this is a simple war of attrition. Our heroine was lost in thought at that moment, and the architect of the tower immediately guessed what she was thinking about. Suddenly, I don't understand where voices began to come from, asking the owner to feed him. Soon after this, the earth began to shake violently. Everything was so bad that the guys had to join hands for their own safety. At that moment, Kana, who had fallen to the floor due to the earthquake, saw something strange in front of her. The mark of sacrifice appeared on her hand, just like on the hands of the other people who were in the dungeon. At that moment, the guys raised their heads and noticed thousands of eyes that were looking at them hungrily. None of them were going to be released. Kyle is horrified looking at this and said that all this is wrong, but nevertheless, apparently, their death is not far off. There were people screaming everywhere. Freeze called her mother for help. The tower's architect looked worriedly at Ailette as her instructor called out to her. At this moment, Ray, who was no less frightened, turned to Ash and said that he would distract their attention, and he should grab everyone and run away from here. The guy smiled and asked if he was serious. "The spirit of the night, you are certainly impressive, but he thinks that they rushed in too late." He pointed to his hands and said that a sign had already appeared on his palms. "This is the mark of a boss's hunt for life." Looking at Ray, he said that it would be better for everyone to die here than to run, trying to survive and still be buried in this dungeon. The captain asked if this was true. Ash looked up and said that, unfortunately, this is the harsh truth. After that, he said that he could survive if he were alone, but if you have to take care of everyone, then there is no hope for them. Meanwhile, our heroine turned to Mr. Architect, but he in turn foresaw the girl's next words. Ailette smiled and said that was exactly what he was thinking. She apologized and said that he would have to write an explanatory note. Soon after this, the mercury barrier was created. The crowd of people was in bewilderment. They asked if it was really a fortress wall for their protection. The tower's architect sighed, saying that he had foreseen all this. Our heroine lowered Freeze to the ground and said that everything was fine. The girl, in bewilderment, asked her sister if she was really protecting them. Our heroine nodded and told her that she should stay here until it was all over. Ash screamed in the same way, not understanding how she did it. Ray was also shocked by this holy power. Ailette turned to them and smiled before advising the two of them to stay inside. Turning around again, she said that she would destroy this terrible boss now. The giant was shocked by the girl's impudence. The monster began to get angry and talk about how hungry he was, and also that he would not spare her. Soon after these words, a giant mask appeared that looked at people and said that they were all not appetizing. Following this, limbs began to fly out of his mouth. Ray, afraid for the girl, began shouting at her to be careful. Nevertheless, our heroine certainly did not need luck. Taking out her two-handed sword whip, she swung it and destroyed everything in a radius of her. Ash asked in bewilderment what this shining light was. After that, he asked Ray if there were aurors with such powerful divine power. The guy, looking at the girl, said that this was even conceptually impossible. Also continuing to look at her, he noticed her sword, which belonged to the heroine Agnes. It has the best combat power, but its difficulty level is incredible. Nevertheless, Ailette mastered it perfectly. He would have believed her if the girl had said that she personally studied with Agnes. He understood that this was not about the supernatural. If she really is a sword master with this level of divine power, then it is doubly incredible. At this time, the girl shouted to the monster that he was not the least bit cute, and all the people did not go and look at him. Looking at the mask, she said that his owner had disgusting taste, since he raised such a freak as him. In the original story, Oscuria was the Demon King's pet, and if Ailette was true, then the giant should be very angry. Oscuria at that moment began to say with incredible anger that she was insulting his master, which meant there would be no mercy. Since the provocation went smoothly, the further strategy was as follows. We must break the mask, which is the core of the body. Of course, scratching the mask was useless. Oscuria quickly heals from her wounds with the help of ghosts attached to her main body. What needed to be beaten and moreover cut was the neck. This is exactly what the girl was doing. She deftly began to throw her deadly whip, which was wrapped around the giant's neck. Oscuria at that moment realized in horror that he had gotten into dangerous food. He urgently needed to recover. The only problem for him was our heroine, who certainly had no intention of stopping. Ray thought it didn't matter that she was the younger sister of that guy with pink hair who made him shiver. Looking at this overwhelming force, he knew that all personal feelings were simply meaningless. Soon the body of Oscurius fell at her feet. Ray not only felt that his allergy to pink hair went away, but looking at Ailette, I began to think that her flowing pink hair was beautiful. The dungeon master was destroyed. After some time, the people saved from the giant's stomach thanked the girl countless times. They will never forget her grace. The guys continued to say that they would pray for her all their lives, but our heroine embarrassedly said that she had not done anything like that. However, they thought differently. The guy said that he would remember Mrs. Healer Ailette all his life and name the child in her honor. The girl kept asking them to stop, thinking that she really hadn't done anything super cool. Before this, all the gods were screaming, perplexed by the power of Ailette, but now there was a fuss. In fact, Oscuria was not as difficult as an S-rank boss. At this moment, Joachim, adjusting her hat, asked in bewilderment what all the fuss was downstairs. You would think that this sister killed the boss single-handedly. The girl advised him to take care of the assistant and return, and she also wanted him to report upon arrival in Seongwancheon that the accident occurred because of him. The man began to cough and say that people had no evidence for this. Our heroine strongly advised us to do everything as asked, and also to think about our behavior. Otherwise, he would get a knife in the back. Already entering the portal, the man asked what it was. Was it really a threat? Nevertheless, the assistant pushed the Holy Father inside. Our heroine asked everyone else to go through the portal, and she would go after the last of them, but she asked Ash to stay because she had something to ask. The guy asked again, and then said that he was nervous from such a special relationship. At that moment, Ray approached the girl and said that he also wanted to talk. He suggested we step away for a minute. In this case, the entire guild said that they would already leave. Freeze, like everyone else, wished her luck. As soon as everyone left, our heroine turned to Ray and asked if he had said by any chance that he was allergic to pink hair. Looking at the embarrassed cadet, she said she was joking, and then asked what he wanted to talk about. Ash, meanwhile, was loyal to Hachiko. The guy turned to the girl and said that he would like her to stop by the Wallenstein estate so that he could repay the savior properly. Our heroine screamed in bewilderment, asking if he was talking about that very estate. Is he really the younger Duke of Wallenstein? Ailette was shocked because she was wondering whether it was him or not, but it's really Ray Wallenstein. The leak inspector sarcastically noted that she contributed greatly to distorting the original story. The girl thought that even if this is so, then this is the biggest discrepancy because Ray Wallenstein was the main one, and now he is the second. Ray looked away, asking if she too felt sorry for the younger Duke who didn't make it to the top of the rankings. Ailette apologized, saying that was not what she meant. The guy smiled and said that he knows the truth, because she is the younger sister of the head of the military academy, Prince Rodolin. She has the same straightforward personality. Our heroine turned away again in bewilderment because she could not even think that Prince was in charge. The inspector again said that she had distorted the original by her family. The girl realized in horror that it was her fault and began to discuss this with Agnes. A perplexed Ray coughed, asking the girl if she had finished talking to herself. Agnes continued to say that if she was going to date, she should. Our heroine brushed off the nonsense and said that she was already done. Ray at that moment said that he wanted to give her the title of knight. She has a power that no one knows about, and it's probably because she doesn't have a title. Aristocrats above the rank of marquise had the right to knight talented people like her. He asked if she would go with him. Our heroine smiled and said that she would manage because she already knew the Duke, and gratitude from Ray was enough for her. Frustrated, Ray sighed, definitely not expecting to hear the words that Ailette already knew the Duke. Once there was an awkward silence between them, the girl asked if that was all he wanted to talk about. The guy sighed and said that he would go. At that moment, the guy began to leave, but our heroine turned to him and asked him to wait. The girl said that he would definitely become an excellent knight, and also that she would visit his estate when the opportunity presented itself, and for now, he had better take care of himself. Standing in front of the gate, the guy smiled at her and said that he would be waiting for their meeting. He left soon after. As soon as Ray left, a joyful Ash stood up from the stone and assumed that it was his turn. Our heroine, approaching him, said that business had already called her, so she decided to say it directly. She asked the guy if his assassination mission was finished. She assumed that among the people who left were his targets, but she immediately said that if the target was a child, then he would not go after them. Sighing, the guy laughed because the girl already knew everything. He thought about it and asked if she was talking about Freeze. However, he turned to her. Soon after, the dagger flew past her and stuck into the wall. He said that in order to make threats, she needed to have a weapon with her, and even more so in the face of a murderer. The inspector's reaction was certainly interesting, because he advised her to pierce Ash's head and right away. Has he forgotten that this guy is an important character? At this point, our heroine used something more effective, but Agnes said that it was too daring. Nevertheless, Ailette, thinking that if she had not been rushed, would have done it anyway. Ash stood in the middle of dozens of sharp strings. Our heroine smiled, looking into his eyes, and asked if he really thought that she was unarmed. These were the strings of the Spirit King's harp, a wire weapon that the girl found on the 298th floor of the tower. The girl holding the strings told the guy that he should not become careless even with a knife in his bag. At that moment, Ash smiled with such a sly smile that it seemed he would put something in opposition. Nevertheless, the guy threw his dagger on the ground and said that he was giving up, after which he asked to be spared. Ash explained that his knife would not take her life, and it was shameful to do this with a benefactor. Also, freeze wasn't his goal because he doesn't touch children, he was just running errands. The guy began to ask to give him a chance, and he would show what a killer is, who returns the favor. Our heroine said that she was disgusted that he raised his knife on her. Ash continued to beg her, saying that he wanted to live. He also said that until his death he would not touch anyone from her circle. Our heroine decided that this was a pretty good deal, so she let go of the wire and gave him a chance. The guy began to thank her and then said that she herself could be an assassin. The girl said it was nonsense. Ash said that in any case, when she frees him from the wire, he will run away from here. Also, before leaving, the guy said that he was talking seriously about the mercy of the killer. He will not touch a hair of anyone around her. Finally, he waved to her, saying that they would see each other again someday. The girl laughed, saying that this guy was funny and that she also hoped that they would not meet. However, they have already solved a small problem and, it seems, the 299th floor of the tower has been completed. At this moment, the leakage inspector sighed because she would get into trouble more than once before the end of the training, but due to the force majeure that had occurred, he would take it into account. Our heroine stretched, thanking the inspector. However, she suffered too. In any case, it was not that the 299th floor was not useful. I just needed the skill book that appeared after defeating Obscuria. Although most of the skill books were sold in the store for money, since this store processed typical skills in different alignments, it was simply impossible to cover all the skills within a particular worldview. It would have been much better to defeat the dungeon boss and get a book that was not in the store. The Book of Skills for Ordinary Life was one of the routine artifacts, but this book was certainly not for sale, and it is really useful. The passive effect gave a chance to inflict a mortal wound in battle with cannibal enemies. In this world, terribly hungry enemies are lurking everywhere. However, this was not the only benefit. She didn't know if this friendly killer would keep his promise. She assumed that in the future, she would be able to change the fate of Thessalid, who would be hunted. The leak inspector at that moment began to demand that the girl no longer touch important characters. Ellie laughed and asked who asked her to pierce the guy's head. The inspector began to change the subject, saying that she had done a good job and it would be better for her to leave the tower. Nevertheless, the girl headed higher, and God shouted in shock that she was going the wrong way. Our heroine said that she only had one floor left. The architect, writing an explanatory note with empty eyes, said that she could do whatever she wanted. The leak inspector beat his heart, asking if she was really going to do this. She was already standing in front of the huge gate. Apparently, this was the end of the testing tower. Our heroine decided not to stand for a long time and therefore immediately went inside. The inspector protested against such a distortion of the original work, but the girl only asked which important people she might meet there. As soon as she entered, her expression suddenly changed from a smile to shock. She entered the hill where the Holy Demon Sword is sealed dungeon. Before her eyes was a wounded guy in the middle of an empty field. As it turned out, this guy was Thessalid, who turned around in bewilderment and asked if it was Ailette. Following this, a giant silhouette appeared above the guy, swinging his blade. The guy wanted to ask the girl how she ended up here, but she rushed forward without hesitation and at the last moment saved Thessalid from imminent death. Our heroine began to scream, asking the Dark Knight how he dares to kill a man who cannot even be resurrected. Thessalid, just like the inspector, who jumped up and started shouting that he knew that this would all turn out, were in shock. Difficulty level S dungeon, the hill where the sword of the holy demon is sealed. However, despite its level of difficulty, the strategy was simple. The worthy man pulls out the demon saint's sword. In the hands of the right person, this sword becomes holy and powerful. However, if it is captured by a person unworthy of this sword, then the sword will become the most terrible and cruel demonic sword. The owner's body will be entangled in black roots, and he will cause endless carnage. This dungeon is special. It appears periodically every 60 years, so the church has experienced both the incidents of the saint and the demonic sword. And the fourth raid was the most peaceful dungeon raid, because among the participants, Valkus Odrek was allowed to wield the sword. Many people bet on him, just like his descendant Oleon Odrek. The guy was going to take the place of his humble grandfather. Oleon told people that he was putting himself forward and they had better trust him. Many believed him, thinking that he was a descendant of Valkis and their symbol. However, to his dismay, Cattleya Gillette, who became head of state, did not choose him. Instead, she chose Thessalid Argent. Behind the facade of Oleon Odrek's perfect face, emotions were seething. Seongwanshan's first sword, agent of God, ideal paladin. The guy hated Thessalid to the depths of his soul for taking away his title of Master of the Holy Sword. In connection with this, the detachment rebelled. The victims trapped in the dungeons were evacuated, and the morale of the knights was destroyed. Oleon took out his sword. The guy shouted, saying that he was the owner of this sword. Gradually, his body was taken over by evil, but he was already thinking that no one would dare to surpass him. The civilians who were unable to escape, the 3 knights, the dear precious healers of Seongwanshan, all were destroyed in an instant. Of course, everyone except the main hero of this world, who was able to withstand the attack of Oleon. Looking at his feet, Thessalid saw everything swimming before his eyes. He didn't even know what time it had been since the start of the battle with Sir Oleon. He understood that when the boss battle began, the dungeon gates closed. The army of help will not come to him until the battle is over. The guy didn't know what to do. Is all this really not enough? Maybe we should stop holding on desperately and calm down with this world? Thinking in his last seconds of life that salvation would not come, the guy heard the voice of hope. Turning his head, Thessalid saw a girl in front of him who promised to meet him. Our heroine, looking at Thessalid even after briefly running over him, noticed that he was terribly wounded. The girl asked him to rest a little, and at the same moment she rushed to attack Oleon Odrek. The guy who easily defended himself asked in surprise whether this daring lady really dared to challenge the owner of the Holy Sword. Continuing to strike the guy, the girl asked him not to make him laugh. Swinging her blade, she said that the guy is the owner of a demonic sword, not a saint. Because of such words, Oleon still missed one of the girl's blows and flew to the side. Agnes told the cadet that the guy heard her. However, our hero did not know that this was not enough, because she would not get by with a minor wound. The instructor asked what she was talking about, to which the girl asked to look at it. The demonic sword is capable of self-repair. Our heroine explained that this is regeneration, with the blood of a person who was killed by the victim. Agnes immediately realized that the battle would be endless, and ordinary wounds would not be enough. Running forward, the girl advised him to cut off his head, and after that she suggested cutting off both hands so that he could not hold the sword. Oleon Odrek, looking at the stranger, told her that he did not like her muttering, so she should finish. Soon after this, a skirmish began, in which the guys waved their blades and parried the attacks. Our heroine could not help but notice the sound speed of the blows. In terms of strength and aura, Oleon was definitely superior to her. Nevertheless, she had a brain in her arsenal with which she decided to pick up the moment, and Oleon proudly attacked her. Just at that moment, Agnes told the girl that it was time to counterattack. Our heroine reached out to the knight with her blade, but at that moment the guy flew into the air. Oleon began to laugh, saying that she was waving her sword too stupidly. There's no way she can hit him. At this very moment, a surprise occurred for him because a 2-handed sword of death appeared, after which the guy no longer laughed. Using her passive critical wound skill, the girl swung her blade and cut off the knight's hand. Agnes said that she did well, but the sword returns to its owner unless he lost both hands. Our heroine said that she would do it right now. Oleon Odrek, understanding where everything was going, realized that it was time for him to escape from here as quickly as possible. Ailette knew that this magic sword, even if the hand falls off, will still return to its owner. The girl knew that she should cut off both hands in order to prevent the guy from escaping. Ailette didn't even have time to think out her thought, because at the same moment, Oleon attacked. She thought that the threat was posed to her, but as it turned out, the guy sent a striking killing wave towards Thessalid. Our heroine could not allow this to happen, so she swung her 2-handed sword of death, and upon colliding with the wave, an explosion occurred. As soon as the smoke cleared, the girl exhaled with relief, because Thessalid was alive. The guy at that moment said in a trembling voice that Oleon had escaped, but would not be able to restore his severed hand. Ailette said that she understood him, but that was not the main thing anyway, because the priority was to cure him. Thanks to the passive skill, the healing effect increased by 400%. Our heroine immediately remembered a dungeon from her childhood in which she received a strong skill for a healer, or rather for Thessalid healing. Only thanks to this skill, Thessalid was healed instantly, but physiological problems definitely cannot be solved by skills. The girl understood that they should find a place to lie down and rest, but before that she decided that she needed to heal her wounds. At this moment she stood in a stupor. She looked at herself completely, but did not find even a scratch. How can this be if she hasn't started healing yet? Suddenly a thought appeared in her head. She looked at Thessalid's shoulder and noticed blood on it in exactly the same place as hers. Remembering that very day, the guy found a skill to protect the owner, which allowed him to transfer the pain to himself if Ailette was hurt. Our heroine screamed in bewilderment, asking if he really did it. The guy turned around and said that was all he could do in this situation. The girl screamed in horror, saying that he was on the verge of death from blood loss. What would he do if trouble really happened? However, at that moment she remembered a conversation with her brother when they discussed Thessalid, and that no one thanked him, although he would definitely be glad. Our heroine decided that she had to do this, so changing her tone, she looked at Thessalid and thanked him, because she could not have done it alone. In the end, Thessalid only managed to smile at the girl, but soon after that he fell on top of her. The girl, in bewilderment, asked if he had fallen asleep, and Agnes laughed and said that he had definitely relaxed. In any case, Ailette, hugging the guy, thought that she needed to find a place where she could relax comfortably. At this time, the action is transferred to Oleon, who was still alive. The guy was in a dark forest. He muttered to himself, not understanding how the pathetic girl dared to cut off his hand. Holding his sword with a trembling hand, he couldn't believe that he was beaten by such a scary girl. The guy was thinking that everything couldn't end like this, when suddenly an unknown creature turned to him and asked if he wanted power. Oleon, I started looking around and asking who was talking. At that moment, a sign appeared on the ground, and the voice turned out to be the owner of Sanarak, Carpheus. Taking another look at the insignificant animal, he asked if he wanted power. Looking at the hands that began to reach out to Oleon and pull him down, the guy happily began to say that he wanted overwhelming force, and soon went under the water. The action moves to our heroine in the forest. The boys were safe and Ailette was administering Thessalid. The girl thought that the guy had taken all the necessary potions, but still did not open his eyes. Agnes told the cadet that for a long time he was physically and mentally at the limit of his capabilities, and therefore broke down, because he had been fighting for half a day. The girl assumed that the guy had become an expert orer, boss rank, and this is the limit for fighting alone without a healer, which means he would have died if not for them. Our heroine understood that the instructor's assessment was correct. Despite the fact that the guy has a strong stigma, he still has not regressed, which means he is still weak. However, Agnes was wrong about only one thing. The guy would have survived without her because he is the main character and the story of the original is about to begin. If the main character dies, then the story cannot begin. According to the original, at that moment Thessalid was pierced by a demonic sword. Nevertheless, narrowly escaping death, the guy survived and was rescued by the relief army. Thus, due to the stupid owner of the demon ball, who decided that Thessalid was dead, Thessalid survived and ensured the start of the story. It was a smart way to survive, which could only be expected if all the conditions were met. But she intervened at that moment. The girl could not even think that the guy would die. The inspector suddenly decided to finish off and said that if the main character dies now, something terrible will happen. Our heroine knew this already. If the main character dies before gaining the ability to be reborn, this world will begin to malfunction, causing huge disasters. Of course, for people, books of these disasters may mean nothing, but in the case of our heroine, she decided not to think about it. We must prevent this. Agnes asked the girl in surprise why she suddenly turned pale, but she told her that everything was fine. In any case, as long as Thessalid was safe, seeing him sleep soundly, Ailette felt her body and mind find peace. She suddenly screamed, asking Agnes if it was surprising that a person could look like that. He's so beautiful. Even as a child, she thought he was handsome, but now he had grown up so much, and was now the very first handsome guy in this world. Looking at the admiring Ailette, Agnes assumed that he was her first love. Our heroine asked again in bewilderment. Agnes recalled that she swore to find the boy as soon as she left the Count's castle. Wasn't it him? The girl nodded, but said that the main character in any case has a certain charm that attracts women. Agnes sighed and decided not to talk about it anymore, and then asked what kind of pile of food she had. Our heroine said that this is so that Thessalid will eat as soon as he wakes up. After all, he has only skin and bones. He must eat. The instructor sighed, saying that it was more like a grandmother cooing with her grandson and not like love. In any case, the girl decided that she would also sleep a little. The mouse is seriously injured and will take a long time to recover. Agnes said that she needed to rest a long time ago. After all, he fought 3 S-rank bosses alone. After some time, the girl screamed, telling the Alet cadet to wake up because they were in trouble. The girl jumped up in horror and began to look around, asking where the enemy was. Agnes said that there is not an enemy here, but a much worse problem. Her first love will never return. The guy suddenly left somewhere. She thought that he had left on biological business, but he had not returned for a long time. What if he went to deal with the owner of the demonic sword? Our heroine thought about it and said that she didn't think so. In any case, she told the instructor that it was time for them to go to find out where Thessalid had gone. At this time, the guy sat on the corpse of each deceased and said goodbye while praying. Agnes, as soon as she saw this, asked in shock how he was in such a state, but still found the strength to bury each body. Thessalid is definitely either a saint or a madman. The girl, continuing to look towards Thessalid, said that he is not so humane. The guy, as soon as he noticed Alet, approached her and apologized for disappearing. He wanted to say why he disappeared, but the girl interrupted him and said that she knew. She understood that he had a sense of duty, but since he finished, she hands him the sandwich. The guy smiled, saying that she was still endlessly trying to feed him. Alet smiled back at him and reminded him that she was on his side. After that, she said that they had not seen each other for quite some time. Unexpectedly for the guys, the weather around changed and the sun began to set. Alet did not understand what was happening, and Thessalid, in horror, asked her to look up. Seeing the red moon filling with blood, our heroine immediately saw this as a symbol of one demon. This was the symbol of the demon king Carpheus from the sandpit. The fact that his symbol ascended into the sky meant only one thing. The demon lord's expansion ceremony began. Someone brought him a living sacrifice, but if there is a person somewhere here who is recorded as a sacrifice, Alet immediately said that this was Oleon Odrek, the master of the demonic sword. The guy looking at the blood moon said that if they leave everything like this place will soon become part of Sanarak and Carpheus will appear. Thessalid, I told my friend that there was only one way to stop this. They must take Oleon Odrek's life before the ritual is completed. At this moment, our heroine sensed the approaching danger, so she immediately created a mercury barrier. Nevertheless, there was still a threat in the air around the barrier. The whole danger was the dark force attacking the fortress. Thessalid, I immediately understood whose hands it was. Having received the power of the Demon King, Oleon became much stronger. Our heroine knew that at this level the aura was at least level 8. This is the same level of power as her rank 8 divine power. Just at that moment, Oleon appeared on the horizon, completely engulfed in darkness. Thessalid angrily said that it was Oleon, when suddenly our heroine said that it was not him, it was her favorite victory sword. She immediately offered to make a contract with the Demon King. Thessalid, Agnes, and the world-building spirit asked in bewilderment what she was saying. Oleon, at that moment, he began to address people, saying that he was lucky, but they had no chance at all, because his body had reached the human limit. Screaming, the guy asked to see how he was reborn into the Aura Master, because this is the power of Oleon Odrek. Huge columns of rays began to be directed towards our guys, who began to dodge. Our heroine decided that she needed to do the same, so she swung her two-handed blade, but to her horror, the attack was repelled. The girl was in shock, because she could not break through the fan of Auror's blades. Besides, a bunch of them were now above them. Soon after that, they all instantly flew towards the guys and exploded. Oleon couldn't stop talking about how pathetic they were. Nevertheless, our heroine, in turn, could not stop fighting until the last. Oleon, in bewilderment, asked her why she was trying to resist him, the most powerful in the world of Aurors. The seriously angry demon waved his blade and sent out a wave of dark energy, forcing Alet to defend herself. The girl could not resist such a powerful flow of energy and therefore flew away. As soon as she sat down on the ground, she heard spitting blood, which, of course, did not belong to her. Thessalid, wiping his face, asked the girl if she was okay. Our heroine asked in bewilderment if he was really protecting her again. She wanted to tell him off, but At that moment, 4 blades were flying towards her, which definitely did not intend to meet her. Reacting in time, the girl jumped up from the ground and swung her blade. By doing so, she saved herself and repelled Oleon's attack. In any case, our heroine understood that this version of Oleon was much stronger. This was quite annoying since he couldn't defeat him with his aura. It only meant that there was only one way left. Alet called Thessalid. Understanding what the girl wanted, the guy went on the attack on Oleon to temporarily occupy him with something. The demon, looking at Thessalid, told him that they were incredibly weak and how they were going to stop him. The guy smiled as he continued to fight with swords. Soon after, he said that they were going to play strategically. It was necessary to match the enemy not with physical strength, but with rank 8 divine strength. Oleon laughed and asked if they really thought they could stop him with just this skill. Our heroine did not expect that she would be able to beat the ruler with divine punishment. Her goal was only to neutralize the Aurora's blade. And of course, the most important goal is to cover Thessalid from the annoying 5 of swords. Oleon Odrek, in horror, he realized what had happened to his blades, and already more enraged, began to hit Thessalid, saying that they should have died. The guy looked into Oleon's eyes and said that he was very much alive and well. His body suddenly began to glow. Oleon Odrek. He looked at the man in complete bewilderment and did not understand where his wounds and scars disappeared. How was he healed? At that moment, he made an incredible discovery for himself. The demon realized that all this time Alet was a healer. Our heroine smiled and said that he was certainly right, but she was not just a healer. She must attack with his power exceeding the power of divine punishment, which means she needs to use a skill that is 100% hit. The girl swung at Oleon, which had an incredible amount of evil inside, in order to divide its essence into thousands of parts. Immediately after this, she realized that she should defeat the demon completely while Thessalid blocked it. After some time, there was little left of Oleon, and his goal was now only Alet. In any case, Thessalid did not allow the demon to break through to our heroine. The guy, continuing to protect the girl, told Oleon Odrek that he would not be able to leave here. The demon told the man to leave on good terms, because he did not have time to deal with Thessalid. Thessalid, repelling the demon's attacks over and over again, said that from now on, Oleon does not have permission to take a single step. Oleon. During the battle, the only thing he couldn't understand was why he couldn't defeat this mediocre kid. As soon as he hits him, the wound heals. Cuts and stabs, and everything heals again. But the main thing is that he cannot break the guy's fighting spirit. Of course he knew the reason for all this. The girl who supported Thessalid's fortune appeared to her. The demon screamed, saying that he would immediately kill the girl, and after her, tear the guy into pieces. Our heroine, looking at Oleon, thought only that it was finally splitting apart. The result was obvious. All this only meant that between these cracks there was only one decisive blow left. Having activated her skill, she decided to clean up. Light born to cleanse the darkness. It penetrates the evil spirit and accelerates the split. A moment later, Oleon was sitting on the ground without 2 arms and having lost all his strength from Carpheus. Our heroine went to him saying that it was all over for him, because without both hands his sword would not return to him. Oleon Odrek, at that moment, he began to shout, saying that the holy sword was his. They can be jealous all they want, but he is the only hero of the kingdom. The guy continued to yell, saying that he was not an ordinary mediocre kid. He will destroy them, and then all the stigmata, and also... Thessalid stood behind the guy, who, tired of listening to this nonsense, asked if he had finished with the will. After a moment, he swung his sword and finished it off. The system congratulated the girl on the victory of the dungeon owner. It has now been assigned to the dungeon conqueror, Thessalid Argent. Our heroine wanted to ask the mouse a question, but it was at that very moment that a sandstorm began, and a voice from inside was surprised that the mouse had become a good butcher. Thessalid, seeing the sandy wind, hearing that nasty voice that he had in his nightmares, immediately realized that it was Carpheus, the king of demons. The guy immediately said that Carpheus killed Sir Oleon before he completed the expansion of the territory, so he would not be able to fully reveal himself. The demon said that this was true, and that these two were not such bunglers as those who came before them. He asked them if it was all worth it compared to killing people in the Heresy Valley. The enraged Thessalid told the demon to shut up and not even think about remembering it. Our heroine understood what we were talking about. Thessalid had to end the lives of countless people with his own hands to stop the Demon King's ritual. The girl knew how much he suffered in this hell and how much he hated Carpheus. Ailette at that moment stood in front of the main character and asked the Demon King what he was interfering with. Carpheus I immediately realized from her luggage that she was the performer of the Danak. With the memory of his first audience in mind, he decided to give a special answer. The demon said that he was going to offer this demonic sword to the one who would soon be born. He is looking forward to this, because the new moon will soon come to the human world. On that very day, a newborn soulless evil, will descend in person. Soon after, the demons disappeared and told them to enjoy life before the end of this world. Our heroine, seeing Thessalid's face, asked him not to worry, saying that they should think about the sword of the holy demon. Thessalid. He approached the sword and, grasping it with his hand, raised it above his head and a divine glow illuminated it. Ailette looked at what was happening with admiration. Having met the hand of a worthy one, evil is purified. Holy white blade and blue gem. His name means a scale that measures good and evil. Our heroine immediately went to congratulate Thessalid, who was incredibly glad that the sword did not become demonic. The girl smiled and said that there could be no other outcome, because all this time she believed in him. After that, she reminded that the raid in the dungeon was completed and therefore suggested opening the exit gate. The guy said he would do it, but first he wanted to know how she managed to use the aura back then. He remembers how in the mansion with toys, she even had difficulty running. Our heroine explained everything, adding that she was currently training. In her necklace is the holy relic of Agnes, which trains her. She called her and said that the girl's spirit was now waving to him. The guy said that it was a great honor for him, and began to bow in a completely different direction. The guy turned and greeted her again and introduced himself. Agnes said that she was glad to meet you, but still he was a little past. After that, the guy began to drag out his words again, thinking about what to ask. Ailette asked what he wanted to tell Agnes. Nevertheless, looking at him, she understood that Thessalid was stalling for time. However, he was finally able to ask the question, and asked if they would meet again. Our heroine understood that she could not answer very soon, even as a joke. If one season changes, the training will be completed, and she will be able to leave the Count's castle. For her, it's only a few months, but not for Thessalid. After training, the original will start, and it will start to regress. As a result, out of a total of 100 timelines that he will go through, only one will connect with hers. Only 17 line. All these 16 regressions for Thessalid must feel like an eternity, and then she knows that everything will change. Repeated losses and betrayals, a faith that is put to the test every time. This will undermine the spirit of Thessalid. Judging by Ailette's long silence, the guy assumed that their next meeting would not be soon. Our heroine laughed and said that maybe as soon as he forgets her, they will meet. The guy at that moment came as close to her as possible and said that he would not forget her. Never. After that, he opened the exit gate and asked Ailette to see him again. Just before leaving, our heroine turned to him and said that he could forget her calmly, because she would find him anyway. A moment later, our heroine was flying home, and the system congratulated her on the successful victory of the boss of the 300th floor, which meant complete completion of the test tower. The peace-building spirit waved the flag, the scales judging the soul gave a standing ovation, and the architect of the tower was completely speechless. Our heroine was looking forward to the reward for completing it. As soon as they started talking about the reward, all the gods suddenly fell silent. Was a major content update completed, but no reward was given? At that very moment, the gods began to quarrel among themselves and shift the blame onto each other. Ailette started waving her hands and asking them to stop arguing. After that, she turned away and said that she didn't really want to take the award. She can wait until the reward is ready, but will demand compensation. Unexpectedly, it was said that the director of creative economy would solve the compensation problem. Ailette was surprised that a new spirit had appeared. A moment later, the system said that the director of creative economy had sponsored a product for her. Our heroine couldn't believe her eyes. The great reward for conquering the challenge tower was 2 coupons? The balancer was also shocked, saying that these awards were outdated. One was a VIP point store voucher, and the other was a coupon with a special currency that could be used to buy things from the VIP point store. Once the value of receiving these coupons was mentioned, our heroine thought it was great. However, the peace-building spirit upset her with the words that all this will be in a large-scale update next month, so she can't use them. In any case, the girl was glad, because she would put them to good use. After this, our heroine decided that if the Tower of Trials was completed, it was time to prepare for the next step. The action moves to the farm, where the skeletons were still caring for the plants. Ailette, meanwhile, asked to be allowed to present her very same dungeon farm. At this time, the girl's parents looked around in bewilderment and tried to realize that all this was real. Ailette said that the herbs for their potions are collected here and delivered upstairs. She especially noted that time on this farm passes 3 times faster than in reality. Then she said that the Helbrus light would help them communicate. Ogonyok came around the corner and greeted the guests. Leonard screamed in horror, asking what the demon was doing here, and Althea asked if this was hellfire. Our heroine said that this is hellfire, but he is a vegetarian. She asked her parents not to worry because everyone on her farm is good. Helbrus. He also asked them not to be afraid of them, and in order to help this, he became a man. Althea immediately started cuddling this cute boy, saying that he reminded her of her son. The father approached our heroine and asked if she was really doing all this behind their backs. The girl apologized and said that she could not tell about it earlier, but it was not because she did not trust them. The man said that she shouldn't apologize because he just wanted to say that it must have been very difficult for her to do all this alone. But they were proud of her. Althea now began to cuddle her daughter, understanding why she did not ask for pocket money, because she had her own pocket. Anyway, she said that she also agrees with her dad and she is proud of her. They will always believe and support her, no matter where she goes or what she plans. The parents, looking at their daughter and her farm, said that they were confident that she would cope with her training trip. Leonard suddenly approached his daughter and asked if she could think about the trip again. Just think how much she will suffer outside the house. After conquering the challenge tower, our heroine began to do some things in preparation for the start of the original story. First of all, since she needed to leave home for a long time, she told her parents that she would go on a training trip. Mother readily agreed, but father, he came up with the strangest outcomes, even to the point that she would come with a man and announce marriage. Althea reminded her husband that she was his daughter, and the man said that he would only be glad if this happened. In any case, he wished her luck on her journey, and while the mansion is empty, it will be difficult to manage here. She decided to reveal the existence of the farm and ask her parents for a favor. She also wrote 2 letters. One of them was to Grandpa, where she told a story about her training trip and asked for something she would need. And the other was for Bianca, which worked in the capital of the kingdom. Bia was the first princess's exclusive maid several years ago, and they haven't seen each other for a long time. Still, it was a little awkward to write how much she misses her 7 times. The eyes observing the chaos rated the girl's letter as perfect. Soon after this, our heroine prepared food and potions, and then put everything in a magic bag. It's perfect for this because the subspace in the bag ignores the expiration date. After standing in the kitchen for half a day, Ailette felt that she had not cooked on such a scale for a long time. Having examined the entire kitchen, our heroine remembered how, after her resurrection, she first awakened her skills here. She tried very hard to survive here. At that moment, familiar voices called out to Ailette. As it turned out, it was Isella and Paisha who asked the girl what she was doing here. Our heroine greeted them joyfully, and the chef asked in surprise if she really wanted to learn how to cook again. Ailette laughed and said that she needed more space, so she came to the kitchen. Paisha answered her that she understood her, and also said that she had heard about her. They say that in May she leaves the mansion and goes to training. The woman said that seeing the world is important, but after she has seen everything, she should come back if she wants to learn to cook. Paisha has said it many times, but she said it again. Ailette can be a great cook. Isella told her friend that she was persistent, but approaching Ailette, she added that she also did not give up on her talent, which means she can come whenever she wants. Our heroine smiled and said that she would definitely come to them again. Looking back, she still remembered her hard times here, but those times weren't that hard. She had special advantages as a resurrected one and met many good people. Be that as it may, she wanted to protect this place, so immediately after training, she decided to begin her journey to protect the world. At this moment, the maids behind our heroine began to talk about how Cardinal Cattleya would arrive tomorrow. As one of the girls said, tomorrow is the first new moon of the new year, so the woman is going to spend her vacation here. The very next morning, Agnes woke up our heroine with the words that it was time to train, because the sun was already very bright. Ailette refused, saying that she would sleep a little longer. The instructor asked in bewilderment how she was going to master the aura with such an attitude. She continued to wake up the cadet, telling her to look out the window, because there was even a double rainbow outside the window. Agnes offered to sweat them out too, but our heroine still refused. The girl, in bewilderment, crawled under the girl's blanket to find out if she had fallen ill. She noticed that Ailette was acting strange, because she usually never misses a day of training. Our heroine told her that she wasn't sick, but just didn't see the point in working out today. Agnes, perplexed, asked what was the reason for this. The girl told the instructor that she would soon find out, and besides, there would be an important guest today. At this time, the butler told Miss Maid that Mother had just arrived here. The woman asked in horror how this happened, because the lady had not woken up yet. Agnes happily said that Cattleya had arrived here and suggested that they quickly go to her and greet her. After some time, our heroines were in the temple where the cardinal was sitting. Our heroine entered the temple and joyfully greeted Eminence Cattleya. The woman smiled and asked to be called simply Mother, instead of Eminence. Cattleya immediately noticed that Ailette had become quite an adult during this time. She then looked at the decoration and asked how her friend inside was doing. Our heroine replied that she was fine, and she asked how Cattleya was. The woman said that she was bored, and that every day felt like it was her last, but Agnes couldn't wait for that. Cattleya was sure that she was about to sneeze her, so she would not tell her gossip. However, after some time, the woman left the temple and thanked Ailette for the conversation. Agnes told our heroine that she was pleased to see that she looked healthy, even if she spoke with sarcasm. Exhaling, she added that they had finally welcomed their long-awaited guest. After a moment, she put on her glasses and said that now they will have sword training. Ailette ran out of the temple, saying that she had been putting off watching the movie, but perhaps she would watch it today. The instructor yelled at her, saying that she was only thinking about fun. After some time, the girl sat on the roof and read books. Agnes, interested, asked the cadet to read more slowly. Our heroine laughed and asked, "Does she really savor the text so thoroughly?" To which Agnes replied that she reads it too quickly. Looking at the bright star, Ailette told the instructor that there are fast readers like her, and there are slow readers like Agnes. At that moment, the peace-building spirit told the girl that the time had come. Rising from the roof, our heroine happily walked forward. Agnes asked in bewilderment what was happening. The instructor asked the girl what was happening and why she suddenly became so focused. Of course, Ailette behaved very strangely today. Our heroine said that the important guest she spoke about in the morning was about to arrive. Agnes was surprised that these words were not about Cattleya. The girl nodded her head and asked the instructor if she remembered what Carpheus said then. Remembering what happened that day, Agnes wanted to ask, "Really?" But our heroine interrupted her and said that it had already appeared in this world. The system urgently notified that the complexity of the world would change with the appearance of new creatures. A new creature appeared in the night sky. Newborns are soulless evil. This is the last darkness that will destroy the world. The system suddenly said that an adjustment had occurred, and now the difficulty level was SS. Raising her hand, our heroine used the divine coming, and within a moment a pillar of divine light hung on the mansion. At this time it appeared from the flames and ashes, a creature that emits dark energy. Looking into the distance, he saw a bright pillar of light, and immediately realized that this light was a divine coming. Smiling, the newborn child of darkness was happy to receive such a warm greeting. Illustrious transcendent skill bestowed by the world-building spirit, divine advent. This is an ability that cheats your stats and skill levels. It was originally a very powerful buff, but it also grows in proportion to how strong she is. Currently, her strength ranks 8th on the continent. This is the same rating as when she killed Ardamong, but what about now? Her rank fluctuates. It rose to 6 and then to 3. The instructor, perplexed, asked the cadet what she was doing. Why does she need a new fever from holy power? Our heroine said that she doesn't have to worry about it, because she urgently needs to check something. Her heart aches from the overflowing power, but despite this, she is not strong enough to defeat the last darkness. Agnes asked Ailette in surprise if her eyesight was deceiving her. Is the sky really moving backwards? At this moment, a system error occurred. The peace-building spirit did not have time to say anything, but the system stopped working altogether. The system asked to wait a little before recovery. Our heroine turned to the instructor and said that something strange was happening because this world was breaking. Agnes, in bewilderment, asked the girl what it meant to break. Ailette decided to explain why she cares so much about Thessalid. Our heroine told the spirit that he was regressing and also that he was the main character. Agnes was seriously shocked. She asked what it was about. The girl said that it would be difficult to understand her right away, but she didn't have much time, so she would continue to explain. She explained that the world they live in is a regressive world, which is preserved when the main character regresses, but the time of regression has broken. The girl added that Thessalid was supposed to regress only after 3 months, but a situation occurred in which regression was impossible, and this was the death of the main character. Suddenly, the space began to crack right in front of them, and soon there was an explosion. A moment later, Agnes reappeared in the same place as this morning. Our heroine turned to the instructor and asked her to remain calm. It was clear that the girl had a lot of questions, but first of all, she wanted to know how it happened. Just at that moment, an argument began between the butler and the maid because Mother had arrived here. Then Agnes looked out the window and noticed that there was exactly the same double rainbow. Everything was exactly the same. Our heroine said that the rollback began because the main character died before he became a regressor. They returned to the past the day before the death of the main character. Agnes tried to grasp at least some meaning, but still the phrase protagonist was very strange. Isn't it strange that a simple person turned out to be the center of the world? Ailette told her that this makes sense. This is exactly what strict order and goodness that rule this world mean. They say that originally this world was destined to quickly perish, since strict order and goodness abandoned it, and, although the world rejected them, strict order and goodness provided the means to support life in this world, albeit as a temporary measure. It's an endless repetition of the timeline. Agnes decided to assume that there was a main character, but in this case she was wondering who killed Thessalid. Our heroine answered her that it was precisely the newborn evil that Carpheus spoke about that killed the main character. Deciding that even the demon king supported this newborn evil, then this is a very high-ranking demon. Ailette closed the curtains and shattered Agnes's expectations by revealing that it was not a demon, but a human. He has demonic powers, but he is human. This guy only wants the end of the world, and he's strong enough to actually make it happen. Agnes asked in bewilderment if he was stronger than Ailette with his divine power. Our heroine looked away and regretfully admitted that this was so. In any case, this was not the only bad news. This rollback will be repeated for another 7 days. The newborn evil kills the main character to the best of its ability. When the day rolls back, he kills him again. When he returns, he kills again. And then even more terrible and terrible. Agnes was scared to imagine how the guy would survive this. Our heroine said that this rollback is a special phenomenon. This is not an ordinary regression. During the day, the memories are reset, and like everyone else, even the main character will not be aware of the changes. Agnes then asked in bewilderment what about them, why they remember everything. Looking at Ailette, the girl said that she had always wanted to ask a question, so now it was more than ever. Who is she? At this point, the system said that an emergency system reboot was completed. The server was connected. Ailette couldn't understand, had time really run out? Agnes looked at the girl, and seeing no desire to answer, assumed that she would not answer her. However, as soon as the system started working, the peace-building spirit rushed over to ask the girl how she was doing. The inspector also went to check on her. Our heroine at that moment told the instructor that she, Ailette Rodeline, was her cadet, student, and friend. She's Ailette. Agnes sighed, realizing that the girl could not say anything more. In that case, she said that she would not ask her about it. It is enough for her that she is her cadet, student, and friend. Soon after, she offered to go and greet the second day. After all, it will be repeated 7 more times, but she is already bored. Actions are transferred to Thessalid. At that moment, the guy woke up in a cold sweat. Looking around, he did not understand what was happening. The trembling and this fear that ran through him was very strange. Suddenly, a scene appeared in his head in which a voice asked the Sealid if he would beg for mercy. The guy couldn't figure out what it was. Nightmare? However, weak. Remembering the situation, he also tried to determine what kind of man was standing before his eyes. After some more time, the guy jumped out of bed with the same horror. It was too strange and incomprehensible. He couldn't remember anything, and so he thought it was all a bad dream. Soon after this, he began to wake up again, and each time he had the same sensations as the first, trembling and fear. Thessalid couldn't determine what it was. Could these be visions? Nevertheless, the voice seemed real. The man told him that he should beg him to give him peace. Then he remembered other words. The voice told him that next time he would be able to remember, and then it would make him die from pain that had never been seen in hell before. This feeling was too strange. Terrible pain, inexplicable fear. His soul asked him to scream for help, but there was no one to shout. His savior is not here now, and so he continues to be left alone with his demons. The action is just transferred again to our heroine, who fell on the bed with words about how tired she was. Agnes came up to her and said in bewilderment that she had been chasing herself like this all day. She needed a good rest. The girl answered the instructor that she had rested enough during these 7 days, and besides, she had not yet become a master orer. Agnes told the cadet that the main thing was not to worry, because anxiety is the biggest obstacle to achieving the goal. At this moment, our heroine got out of bed, remembering that she had coupons. If she was not mistaken, then they can be used after a large-scale update. She immediately began to think about what she would buy in the VIP store. Perhaps there will be an item that can turn her into a master orer? Agnes, seeing that the girl was again in her fantasies, asked her not to be distracted, because she needed to go to bed early so that tomorrow's training would not be painful. The girl said that she would now go to bed. Ailette thought to herself that a large-scale update would be implemented very soon, so she would see everything herself. The very next morning, our heroine woke up from a bright glow near her face. As soon as she opened her eyes to check that it was shining so brightly, she saw a sign saying the update was complete. Our heroine, having learned this, immediately woke up and went to check the update history to find out what had appeared. Now a barrier has appeared that significantly alleviates the psychological shock of the resurrected. It allowed me to maintain composure in extreme situations. The girl realized that what were basic functions during the training period turned into paid functions. Good business. In any case, our heroine decided that this was absolutely necessary in the SS-class world, where there was blood gushing and pieces of meat flying everywhere, so she immediately took it. Following this, she began to look into other updates and discovered that a chat system had now been added. The girl was in incredible shock. Does this really mean that Ailette will be able to communicate with people like herself who have been resurrected? Literally immediately, the system notified her that she had entered the chat. A whole mountain of messages from people poured in. Rereading the messages in surprise, our heroine could not believe that this was really a real chat and that all these people were immigrants. Unexpectedly, she felt a sad feeling of closeness. All these people like her suddenly found themselves in an unfamiliar world, and each also struggled in their own place. The girl decided that she would also say hello to them and immediately took to the keyboard. Nevertheless, the system asked the girl to choose a nickname for herself. One of the choices was Kill Heal. Is it because she killed a bunch of undead with her healing skills? Either way, she loved it. Within a moment, Kill Heal entered the chat and decided to try to make friends with someone similar, maybe somewhere, that is, such a resurrected. When she started reading the dating chat, she was shocked because it was filled with capricious children. Falling onto the bed, she assumed that the trauma of her childhood would last her entire life. The balancer nevertheless encouraged her to continue looking at the updates. Our heroine immediately remembered that she was going to look at something important. Of course, she immediately went to a VIP store that sold very special things. Our heroine was very happy because she could finally use the ticket received as a reward for completing the test tower. As soon as the system asked if she wanted to enter, the girl said confidently, and the voucher began to disappear. Shortly after this, the ticket was used to reach the platinum level. Our heroine began to look around to find at least something in this strange space. At that moment, she saw a door in front of her. Without thinking twice, the girl decided that she needed to go there, so she reached for the handle. After some time, the girl found herself in the middle of an unfamiliar alley. Agnes didn't even let Ailette come to her senses, as she immediately screamed, asking where they were. Our heroine told her that she scared her. The instructor apologized and said that this was the first time she had seen such architecture of buildings. Is it dangerous here? The girl tried to calm her down, saying that everything was fine and it was safe here. Seeing a store sign that offered to sell artifacts at the lowest price and buy at the highest, Agnes assumed that it was rather suspicious. Nevertheless, the director of the creative economy, asked the girl not to worry. He explained that it was a general store on the outskirts of the new territories. The girl was surprised that she was here. At that moment, an unfamiliar woman approached her. The old granny told our heroine that there had been no guests here for a long time, and therefore she thought that she had been deceived into paying for the advertising fee. In any case, the grandmother invited the visitor inside, saying that this was where the VIP point store was located. Having gone inside, the girls began to look around, and the grandmother immediately asked how much money she had with her. Aylett told the woman that she had about 100,000 points. The grandmother was surprised and then asked to follow her. Pulling back the curtain, she showed her a luxury handbag that measured 1,000 paon, so it could be used as a logistics warehouse. Agnes was shocked by such a chic design. She was sure that this was what they needed. Nevertheless, the girl said that she would think about it, and then asked what kind of glasses they were. The saleswoman said that this is the determinant of life and death, sin and passion. These attraction points, by the way, are especially popular. Thanks to them, any eunuch could become the king of love. Our heroine assumed that once she put them on, they could not be taken off. Granny didn't know how she knew this, but she was right. After that, the girl pointed to the clock and asked what it was doing. Granny told her that this was an artifact that allowed her to return to the desired point in time. Our heroine suggested that this was very useful, and then asked whether regression of the resurrected was possible. The woman told her that there is nothing that cannot be done as long as she has money. In this case, the girl said that she would take this watch, but Agnes still stood by the bag thinking how beautiful it was. Suddenly, the girl saw a strange floppy disk on the shelf, standing in a frame and attracting attention. Taking it in her hands, Aylett asked what it was. The woman said that this is only for multiple regressors, but she is resurrected, so she does not need it. Nevertheless, our heroine said that she would find a use for it, so she takes them. She then asked if she was taking the watch, and Aylett said she was taking that too. Grandma sighed at such a stubborn client. She didn't know why everyone was obsessed with these artifacts, but she couldn't sell it, because she had a copy in her hands for display. She then said that there was one used item that was being neglected. Granny asked our heroine if he would suit her. The girl said she would take it. At that moment, the woman exhaled smoke and said that she would give it away for half price. She will send her to where the goods are, and she will have to bring them. Aylett didn't even have time to say anything when suddenly she was already flying into a bottomless pit. The girl asked in bewilderment whether such communication with a VIP person is really normal. Be that as it may, our heroine decided that she should quickly understand what kind of dungeon this was. Fast-flying thunderclouds and thunder roared as if the sky was angry. Otherwise, it is a harsh and desolate place where not a shred of life is visible. However, on the horizon, the girl also saw a cliff in front of her, which meant an imminent collision. Fortunately, thanks to the granny's smoke, which accompanied the girl throughout the flight, she landed safely. As soon as the girl was on the ground, she began to look around. The system told her that she had entered a cloud of sin dungeon, the difficulty of which was unknown. Looking down, she saw a huge hole. The darkness there was pitch black, and therefore its height was unknown. Nevertheless, while Aylett was thinking about everything, Agnes approached her and advised her to quickly get out of here, because there is someone here. In the same way, the system began to panic, advising the resurrected one to quickly leave the unidentified zone. And where did Granny throw our heroine? In any case, getting up from the ground, the girl decided that the artifact was not that important, so she should hurry from here. At that moment, there was lightning and thunder louder than previous times, and the system notified that someone had just awakened. Our heroine immediately began to run, thinking that the owner of the dungeon was waking up. Soon after this, the grandmother's voice was heard asking why it took her so long. She told her to grab the goods and get out of there. The woman pointed her at the artifact, saying that it was right here. The girl immediately realized that this thing had to be taken away, and then she could get out of the dungeon. Raising her dress higher, Aylett began to quickly walk towards the artifact, while Agnes asked what she was doing. Nevertheless, after running cross-country, the girl finally got to the floppy disk and grabbed it. This artifact allowed it to be preserved. Only the remaining amount of use was at 14 out of 30. At that moment, the system told the girl that an unknown creature had detected her presence. Aylett was shocked that she was found. Even though the system protected her mind, her heart is pounding and her body is shaking. Even if not with her mind, but with her body, she felt the distance between her and the owner of this dungeon. At this moment, the system began to say countless times that the stranger was looking for her. Aylett, in horror, began to ask her grandmother to save her. The system continued to say that he was looking for her, and our heroine continued to rush her grandmother. Unexpectedly, the girl stumbled, and in the moment before the fall, her grandmother still rescued her, and the system notified that the owner of the dungeon could not find her. Having already returned back, the first thing the granny did was ask the girl if she had taken the goods. Ailette stood up in complete bewilderment and handed over the floppy disk, saying that she had taken it. Granny smiled and said that in that case they would proceed with payment. As soon as the woman received the payment, she said that she would go away for a while, but would be back in a moment. Before leaving, our heroine asked who was the owner of that dungeon. The grandmother turned and asked in bewilderment what she was talking about, because there was no owner inside the dungeon. Our heroine, in an even greater stupor, began to prove that he was there, but the woman still denied it. Finally, the woman said that if he is there, then let him be. In any case, here is her change and it would be better for her to go home. Granny said that the store was closing, so she would wait for their next meeting. Within a moment, the girl began to look around and realized that she was in her room. Agnes exhaled heavily at that moment, saying that this place was too scary. Ailette agreed with this, but fortunately she is fine, and yet she was interested in what this carefully hidden dungeon was. Suddenly the girl screamed in horror. Agnes, in bewilderment, began to ask what happened. Was she really injured? The girl pointed to the floppy disk and said it was a used item, but she got it for half price. She needed to lower the price even more. And again the action returns to the moment when our heroine was finally rescued from this dungeon. As soon as she left, the Redemption Pit dungeon of unknown difficulty began to disappear. The system said that the prisoner of the dungeon had finally been released. The White Shadow has awakened. However, as soon as he woke up, he also died due to the closure of the dungeon. And again the action moves to our heroine, who was finally collected and ready. The girl went outside. Parents standing on the street called their daughter to their place to say goodbye to her. Mom asked Ailette if she forgot something. The girl said that everything was fine, but her father began to ask what about snacks? What about an emergency supply of money? Our heroine laughed, telling her father not to worry. Agnes agreed with this because the girl really diligently packed her bag. The end of spring was approaching. While she was diligently packing her bag and training, as the instructor said, Day X finally came. The day she sets off on her training trip, and also the day she graduates. Althea approached her daughter and asked her to be careful because people around would pick on her. As soon as she feels danger, she must take care of herself and run. Hugging her, the woman said that her daughter could always return to them or to her grandfather if it became too difficult. Shortly after this, Leonard approached his daughter. He told her that Mom said everything she needed, so he would add only one thing. If she meets a guy, he should look like him. Ailette laughed and said what she would mean. After some time, our heroine was holding that same teleportation crystal in her hands. Finally, turning to her parents, she said goodbye to them, saying that they would see each other again soon. Using the crystal, the girl began to move, and her parents waved at her with tears in their eyes. The system immediately notified the girl that the training period was completed. The mandatory training time quest for the wise life of the resurrected has also been completed. From now on, all restrictions on Ailette will be removed, and the difficulty of survival in all areas will be normalized to SS level. Suddenly, flowers appeared in the girl's hands. She didn't understand where they came from. As it turned out, they were sent by a peace-building spirit who congratulated her on the successful completion of her studies. His eyes shone with joy. In the same way, the rest of the gods began to congratulate her and wish her good luck. Tower Architect, Leak Inspector, Eyes watching chaos. Libra, the soul's judge, the balancer and director of the creative economy, wished her the best. Ailette, smiling, thanked the resurrected gods for their support. However, the system at this point notified that its timeline was connected to the timeline of episode 17 of the original story. A moment later, the girl appeared at the bell tower in an unknown village. Scanning the horizon, Ailette realized that this would be the place where Thessalid would regress. This is the village of Greenwall. At this moment, the world-building spirit asked her to be careful because the difficulty level was now SS. The girl rolled up her sleeves, saying that this is what she trained for. Meanwhile, the people in the village were asking each other in bewilderment what kind of sounds they were hearing. They decided that the source of the sound was somewhere in the church bell tower. The woman, in bewilderment, said that the church had been abandoned for a long time, but at that moment another guy said that someone had gone crazy and was ringing the church bell right now. People approached the bell and asked the stranger in surprise what she was doing here. Still, people were happy because the rhythm seemed pretty cool. Agnes told the cadet that all the villagers had gathered around them. Our heroine was only glad of this, because it means that the resurrected life and the training of her strength bore fruit, and the rhythm of the march, beaten on the bell, worked with a bang. The girl began to address people, asking them to come closer to the church and as soon as possible. The villagers looked around in bewilderment and whispered among themselves. Either way, the girl looked fine, but they couldn't figure out what nonsense she was talking about. At that moment, their exclamations were interrupted by an explosion that sounded right on the hill behind them. All the people turned around in shock, asking what it was. Is this really a mountain collapse? Nevertheless, our heroine knew for sure that everything had finally begun. The first incident of the 17th round of regression, the beginning of the original book itself. Soon after, she offered to go and greet the second day. After all, it will be repeated 7 more times, but she is already bored. Actions are transferred to Thessalid. At that moment, the guy woke up in a cold sweat. Looking around, he did not understand what was happening. The trembling and this fear that ran through him was very strange. Suddenly, a scene appeared in his head in which a voice asked the Sealid if he would beg for mercy. The guy couldn't figure out what it was. Nightmare? However, weak. Remembering the situation, he also tried to determine what kind of man was standing before his eyes. After some more time, the guy jumped out of bed with the same horror. It was too strange and incomprehensible. He couldn't remember anything, and so he thought it was all a bad dream. Soon after this, he began to wake up again, and each time he had the same sensations as the first, trembling and fear. Thessalid couldn't determine what it was. Could these be visions? Nevertheless, the voice seemed real. The man told him that he should beg him to give him peace. Then he remembered other words. The voice told him that next time he would be able to remember, and then it would make him die from pain that had never been seen in hell before. This feeling was too strange. Terrible pain, inexplicable fear. His soul asked him to scream for help, but there was no one to shout. His savior is not here now, and so he continues to be left alone with his demons. The action is just transferred again to our heroine, who fell on the bed with words about how tired she was. Agnes came up to her and said in bewilderment that she had been chasing herself like this all day. She needed a good rest. The girl answered the instructor that she had rested enough during these 7 days, and besides, she had not yet become a master orer. Agnes told the cadet that the main thing was not to worry, because anxiety is the biggest obstacle to achieving the goal. At this moment, our heroine got out of bed, remembering that she had coupons. If she was not mistaken, then they can be used after a large-scale update. She immediately began to think about what she would buy in the VIP store. Perhaps there will be an item that can turn her into a master orer? Agnes, seeing that the girl was again in her fantasies, asked her not to be distracted, because she needed to go to bed early so that tomorrow's training would not be painful. The girl said that she would now go to bed. Ailette thought to herself that a large-scale update would be implemented very soon, so she would see everything herself. The very next morning, our heroine woke up from a bright glow near her face. As soon as she opened her eyes to check that it was shining so brightly, she saw a sign saying the update was complete. Our heroine, having learned this, immediately woke up and went to check the update history to find out what had appeared. Now a barrier has appeared that significantly alleviates the psychological shock of the resurrected. It allowed me to maintain composure in extreme situations. The girl realized that what were basic functions during the training period turned into paid functions. Good business. In any case, our heroine decided that this was absolutely necessary in the SS-class world, where there was blood gushing and pieces of meat flying everywhere, so she immediately took it. Following this, she began to look into other updates and discovered that a chat system had now been added. The girl was in incredible shock. Does this really mean that Ailette will be able to communicate with people like herself who have been resurrected? Literally immediately, the system notified her that she had entered the chat. A whole mountain of messages from people poured in. Rereading the messages in surprise, our heroine could not believe that this was really a real chat and that all these people were immigrants. Unexpectedly, she felt a sad feeling of closeness. All these people like her suddenly found themselves in an unfamiliar world, and each also struggled in their own place. The girl decided that she would also say hello to them and immediately took to the keyboard. Nevertheless, the system asked the girl to choose a nickname for herself. One of the choices was Kill Heal. Is it because she killed a bunch of undead with her healing skills? Either way, she loved it. Within a moment, Killheel entered the chat and decided to try to make friends with someone similar, maybe somewhere, that is, such a resurrected. When she started reading the dating chat, she was shocked because it was filled with capricious children. Falling onto the bed, she assumed that the trauma of her childhood would last her entire life. The balancer nevertheless encouraged her to continue looking at the updates. Our heroine immediately remembered that she was going to look at something important. Of course, she immediately went to a VIP store that sold very special things. Our heroine was very happy because she could finally use the ticket received as a reward for completing the test tower. As soon as the system asked if she wanted to enter, the girl said confidently, and the voucher began to disappear. Shortly after this, the ticket was used to reach the platinum level. Our heroine began to look around to find at least something in this strange space. At that moment, she saw a door in front of her. Without thinking twice, the girl decided that she needed to go there, so she reached for the handle. After some time, the girl found herself in the middle of an unfamiliar alley. Agnes didn't even let Ailette come to her senses, as she immediately screamed, asking where they were. Our heroine told her that she scared her. The instructor apologized and said that this was the first time she had seen such architecture of buildings. "Is it dangerous here?" The girl tried to calm her down, saying that everything was fine and it was safe here. Seeing a store sign that offered to sell artifacts at the lowest price and buy at the highest, Agnes assumed that it was rather suspicious. Nevertheless, the director of the creative economy, asked the girl not to worry. He explained that it was a general store on the outskirts of the new territories. The girl was surprised that she was here. At that moment, an unfamiliar woman approached her. The old granny told our heroine that there had been no guests here for a long time, and therefore she thought that she had been deceived into paying for the advertising fee. In any case, the grandmother invited the visitor inside, saying that this was where the VIP point store was located. Having gone inside, the girls began to look around, and the grandmother immediately asked how much money she had with her. Ailette told the woman that she had about 100,000 points. The grandmother was surprised and then asked to follow her. Pulling back the curtain, she showed her a luxury handbag that measured 1,000 pion, so it could be used as a logistics warehouse. Agnes was shocked by such a chic design. She was sure that this was what they needed. Nevertheless, the girl said that she would think about it, and then asked what kind of glasses they were. The saleswoman said that this is the determinant of life and death, sin and passion. These attraction points, by the way, are especially popular. Thanks to them, any eunuch could become the king of love. Our heroine assumed that once she put them on, they could not be taken off. Granny didn't know how she knew this, but she was right. After that, the girl pointed to the clock and asked what it was doing. Granny told her that this was an artifact that allowed her to return to the desired point in time. Our heroine suggested that this was very useful, and then asked whether regression of the resurrected was possible. The woman told her that there is nothing that cannot be done as long as she has money. In this case, the girl said that she would take this watch, but Agnes still stood by the bag thinking how beautiful it was. Suddenly, the girl saw a strange floppy disk on the shelf, standing in a frame and attracting attention. Taking it in her hands, Ailette asked what it was. The woman said that this is only for multiple regressors, but she is resurrected, so she does not need it. Nevertheless, our heroine said that she would find a use for it, so she takes them. She then asked if she was taking the watch, and Ailette said she was taking that too. Grandma sighed at such a stubborn client. She didn't know why everyone was obsessed with these artifacts, but she couldn't sell it, because she had a copy in her hands for display. She then said that there was one used item that was being neglected. Granny asked our heroine if he would suit her. The girl said she would take it. At that moment, the woman exhaled smoke and said that she would give it away for half price. She will send her to where the goods are, and she will have to bring them. Ailette didn't even have time to say anything when suddenly she was already flying into a bottomless pit. The girl asked in bewilderment whether such communication with a VIP person is really normal. Be that as it may, our heroine decided that she should quickly understand what kind of dungeon this was. Fast-flying thunderclouds and thunder roared as if the sky was angry. Otherwise, it is a harsh and desolate place where not a shred of life is visible. However, on the horizon, the girl also saw a cliff in front of her, which meant an imminent collision. Fortunately, thanks to the granny's smoke, which accompanied the girl throughout the flight, she landed safely. As soon as the girl was on the ground, she began to look around. The system told her that she had entered a cloud of sin dungeon, the difficulty of which was unknown. Looking down, she saw a huge hole. The darkness there was pitch black, and therefore its height was unknown. Nevertheless, while Ayelet was thinking about everything, Agnes approached her and advised her to quickly get out of here, because there is someone here. In the same way, the system began to panic, advising the resurrected one to quickly leave the unidentified zone. And where did Granny throw our heroine? In any case, getting up from the ground, the girl decided that the artifact was not that important, so she should hurry from here. At that moment, there was lightning and thunder louder than previous times, and the system notified that someone had just awakened. Our heroine immediately began to run, thinking that the owner of the dungeon was waking up. Soon after this, the grandmother's voice was heard asking why it took her so long. She told her to grab the goods and get out of there. The woman pointed her at the artifact, saying that it was right here. The girl immediately realized that this thing had to be taken away, and then she could get out of the dungeon. Raising her dress higher, Ayelet began to quickly walk towards the artifact, while Agnes asked what she was doing. Nevertheless, after running cross-country, the girl finally got to the floppy disk and grabbed it. This artifact allowed it to be preserved. Only the remaining amount of use was at 14 out of 30. At that moment, the system told the girl that an unknown creature had detected her presence. Ayelet was shocked that she was found. Even though the system protected her mind, her heart is pounding and her body is shaking. Even if not with her mind, but with her body, she felt the distance between her and the owner of this dungeon. At this moment, the system began to say countless times that the stranger was looking for her. Ayelet, in horror, began to ask her grandmother to save her. The system continued to say that he was looking for her, and our heroine continued to rush her grandmother. Unexpectedly, the girl stumbled, and in the moment before the fall, her grandmother still rescued her, and the system notified that the owner of the dungeon could not find her. Having already returned back, the first thing the granny did was ask the girl if she had taken the goods. Ayelet stood up in complete bewilderment and handed over the floppy disk, saying that she had taken it. Granny smiled and said that in that case they would proceed with payment. As soon as the woman received the payment, she said that she would go away for a while, but would be back in a moment. Before leaving, our heroine asked who was the owner of that dungeon. The grandmother turned and asked in bewilderment what she was talking about, because there was no owner inside the dungeon. Our heroine, in an even greater stupor, began to prove that he was there, but the woman still denied it. Finally, the woman said that if he is there, then let him be. In any case, here is her change, and it would be better for her to go home. Granny said that the store was closing, so she would wait for their next meeting. Within a moment, the girl began to look around and realized that she was in her room. Agnes exhaled heavily at that moment, saying that this place was too scary. Ayelet agreed with this, but fortunately she is fine, and yet she was interested in what this carefully hidden dungeon was. Suddenly the girl screamed in horror. Agnes, in bewilderment, began to ask what happened. Was she really injured? The girl pointed to the floppy disk and said it was a used item, but she got it for half price. She needed to lower the price even more. And again the action returns to the moment when our heroine was finally rescued from this dungeon. As soon as she left, the Redemption Pit dungeon of unknown difficulty began to disappear. The system said that the prisoner of the dungeon had finally been released. The White Shadow has awakened. However, as soon as he woke up, he also died due to the closure of the dungeon. And again the action moves to our heroine, who was finally collected and ready. The girl went outside. Parents standing on the street called their daughter to their place to say goodbye to her. Mom asked Ayelet if she forgot something. The girl said that everything was fine, but her father began to ask what about snacks? What about an emergency supply of money? Our heroine laughed, telling her father not to worry. Agnes agreed with this because the girl really diligently packed her bag. The end of spring was approaching. While she was diligently packing her bag and training, as the instructor said, Day X finally came. The day she sets off on her training trip, and also the day she graduates. Althea approached her daughter and asked her to be careful because people around would pick on her. As soon as she feels danger, she must take care of herself and run. Hugging her, the woman said that her daughter could always return to them or to her grandfather if it became too difficult. Shortly after this, Leonard approached his daughter. He told her that Mom said everything she needed, so he would add only one thing. If she meets a guy, he should look like him. Ayelet laughed and said what she would mean. After some time, our heroine was holding that same teleportation crystal in her hands. Finally, turning to her parents, she said goodbye to them, saying that they would see each other again soon. Using the crystal, the girl began to move, and her parents waved at her with tears in their eyes. The system immediately notified the girl that the training period was completed. The mandatory training time quest for the wise life of the resurrected has also been completed. From now on, all restrictions on Alet will be removed, and the difficulty of survival in all areas will be normalized to SS level. Suddenly, flowers appeared in the girl's hands. She didn't understand where they came from. As it turned out, they were sent by a peace-building spirit who congratulated her on the successful completion of her studies. His eyes shone with joy. In the same way, the rest of the gods began to congratulate her and wish her good luck. Tower Architect, Leak Inspector, Eyes Watching Chaos. Libra, the Soul's Judge, the Balancer and Director of the Creative Economy, wished her the best. Alet, smiling, thanked the resurrected gods for their support. However, the system at this point notified that its timeline was connected to the timeline of episode 17 of the original story. A moment later, the girl appeared at the bell tower in an unknown village. Scanning the horizon, Alet realized that this would be the place where Thessalid would regress. This is the village of Greenwall. At this moment, the world-building spirit asked her to be careful because the difficulty level was now SS. The girl rolled up her sleeves, saying that this is what she trained for. Meanwhile, the people in the village were asking each other in bewilderment what kind of sounds they were hearing. They decided that the source of the sound was somewhere in the church bell tower. The woman, in bewilderment, said that the church had been abandoned for a long time, but at that moment another guy said that someone had gone crazy and was ringing the church bell right now. People approached the bell and asked the stranger in surprise what she was doing here. Still, people were happy because the rhythm seemed pretty cool. Agnes told the cadet that all the villagers had gathered around them. Our heroine was only glad of this, because it means that the resurrected life and the training of her strength bore fruit, and the rhythm of the march, beaten on the bell, worked with a bang. The girl began to address people, asking them to come closer to the church and as soon as possible. The villagers looked around in bewilderment and whispered among themselves. Either way, the girl looked fine, but they couldn't figure out what nonsense she was talking about. At that moment, their exclamations were interrupted by an explosion that sounded right on the hill behind them. All the people turned around in shock, asking what it was. Is this really a mountain collapse? Nevertheless, our heroine knew for sure that everything had finally begun. The first incident of the 17th round of regression, the beginning of the original book itself. Hugging her, the woman said that her daughter could always return to them or to her grandfather if it became too difficult. Shortly after this, Leonard approached his daughter. He told her that Mom said everything she needed, so he would add only one thing. If she meets a guy, he should look like him. Alet laughed and said what she would mean. After some time, our heroine was holding that same teleportation crystal in her hands. Finally, turning to her parents, she said goodbye to them, saying that they would see each other again soon. Using the crystal, the girl began to move, and her parents waved at her with tears in their eyes. The system immediately notified the girl that the training period was completed. The mandatory training time quest for the wise life of the resurrected has also been completed. From now on, all restrictions on Alet will be removed, and the difficulty of survival in all areas will be normalized to SS level. Suddenly, flowers appeared in the girl's hands. She didn't understand where they came from. As it turned out, they were sent by a peace-building spirit who congratulated her on the successful completion of her studies. His eyes shone with joy. In the same way, the rest of the gods began to congratulate her and wish her good luck. Tower Architect, Leak Inspector, Eyes Watching Chaos. Libra, the Soul's Judge, the Balancer and Director of the Creative Economy, wished her the best. Alet, smiling, thanked the resurrected gods for their support. However, the system at this point notified that its timeline was connected to the timeline of episode 17 of the original story. A moment later, the girl appeared at the bell tower in an unknown village. Scanning the horizon, Alet realized that this would be the place where Thessalid would regress. This is the village of Greenwall. At this moment, the world-building spirit asked her to be careful because the difficulty level was now SS. The girl rolled up her sleeves, saying that this is what she trained for. Meanwhile, the people in the village were asking each other in bewilderment what kind of sounds they were hearing. They decided that the source of the sound was somewhere in the church bell tower. The woman, in bewilderment, said that the church had been abandoned for a long time, But at that moment, another guy said that someone had gone crazy and was ringing the church bell right now. People approached the bell and asked the stranger in surprise what she was doing here. Still, people were happy because the rhythm seemed pretty cool. Agnes told the cadet that all the villagers had gathered around them. Our heroine was only glad of this, because it means that the resurrected life and the training of her strength bore fruit, and the rhythm of the march, beaten on the bell, worked with a bang. The girl began to address people, asking them to come closer to the church and as soon as possible. The villagers looked around in bewilderment and whispered among themselves. Either way, the girl looked fine, but they couldn't figure out what nonsense she was talking about. At that moment, their exclamations were interrupted by an explosion that sounded right on the hill behind them. All the people turned around in shock, asking what it was. Is this really a mountain collapse? Nevertheless, our heroine knew for sure that everything had finally begun. The first incident of the 17th round of regression, the beginning of the original book itself. Hugging her, the woman said that her daughter could always return to them or to her grandfather if it became too difficult. Shortly after this, Leonard approached his daughter. He told her that Mom said everything she needed, so he would add only one thing. If she meets a guy, he should look like him. Ailette laughed and said what she would mean. After some time, our heroine was holding that same teleportation crystal in her hands. Finally, turning to her parents, she said goodbye to them, saying that they would see each other again soon. Using the crystal, the girl began to move, and her parents waved at her with tears in their eyes. The system immediately notified the girl that the training period was completed. The mandatory training time quest for the wise life of the resurrected has also been completed. From now on, all restrictions on Ailette will be removed, and the difficulty of survival in all areas will be normalized to SS level. Suddenly, flowers appeared in the girl's hands. She didn't understand where they came from. As it turned out, they were sent by a peace-building spirit who congratulated her on the successful completion of her studies. His eyes shone with joy. In the same way, the rest of the gods began to congratulate her and wish her good luck. Tower Architect, Leak Inspector, Eyes watching chaos. Libra, the Soul's Judge, the balancer and director of the creative economy, wished her the best. Ailette, smiling, thanked the resurrected gods for their support. However, the system at this point notified that its timeline was connected to the timeline of episode 17 of the original story. A moment later, the girl appeared at the bell tower in an unknown village. Scanning the horizon, Ailette realized that this would be the place where Thessalid would regress. This is the village of Greenwall. At this moment, the world-building spirit asked her to be careful because the difficulty level was now SS. The girl rolled up her sleeves, saying that this is what she trained for. Meanwhile, the people in the village were asking each other in bewilderment what kind of sounds they were hearing. They decided that the source of the sound was somewhere in the church bell tower. The woman, in bewilderment, said that the church had been abandoned for a long time, but at that moment another guy said that someone had gone crazy and was ringing the church bell right now. People approached the bell and asked the stranger in surprise what she was doing here. Still, people were happy because the rhythm seemed pretty cool. Agnes told the cadet that all the villagers had gathered around them. Our heroine was only glad of this, because it means that the resurrected life and the training of her strength bore fruit, and the rhythm of the march, beaten on the bell, worked with a bang. The girl began to address people, asking them to come closer to the church and as soon as possible. The villagers looked around in bewilderment and whispered among themselves. Either way, the girl looked fine, but they couldn't figure out what nonsense she was talking about. At that moment, their exclamations were interrupted by an explosion that sounded right on the hill behind them. All the people turned around in shock, asking what it was. Is this really a mountain collapse? Nevertheless, our heroine knew for sure that everything had finally begun. The first incident of the 17th round of regression, the beginning of the original book itself.